order is here.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Go, go, go!
Welcome to the Golden Moon Bazaar. Here, you'll find tons of event booths to participate in and get fantastic rewards. Call your friends and participate in Golden Moon Showdown together. Team up with friends and spar with opponents to win rewards.
Look, the Golden Moon Treasure event is just ahead. All new outfit rewards. Get UC rebates when spending. Receive gifts to improve your popularity rank. Compete for a limited Golden Moon lobby theme, Moonlight Bazaar.
In Golden Moon Blessing, exchange cards with friends to send blessings. Collect blessing cards to get fabulous rewards.
It's finally time to put your culinary skills to the test. Show us what you are capable of. The Eid al-Fitr feast welcomes you to relish the delicacies. Create a variety of dishes to get item rewards. Golden Moon Bazaar awaits your discovery.
Hello everyone, Payload mode is getting an update. This update brings a new, powerful weapon, the tank. Experience the adrenaline of Payload with all new tank battles. The new tanks will be found in Erangel. They have incredibly resilient armor and immense firepower. They can seat up to 4 players. The driver will control the tank's direction and can also look through the tank's gun sights to aim and fire at distant vehicles and enemies. The co-pilot can fire the tank's machine gun for even more firepower. The tank gun and machine gun can both rotate a full 360 degrees. The tank is extremely durable, and passengers will not take damage from gunfire, grenades, red zone bombing, vehicles, or other physical threats. But that's not to say that the tank is invincible. When the tank's durability is reduced to 0, it will explode, dealing damage to the passengers. Of course, the sturdy and powerful tank also has downsides. For one, its large size makes it easy for your team to be discovered. It's also quite slow, making it easy to chase down and surround. When you're facing a tank, firing on the heavily armored front doesn't deal much damage, but attacks from the rear deal additional damage. Shots fired at the tank at a 30-degree angle or less will ricochet, dealing significantly less damage. Attacking the tank's weak points and firing from an optimal angle are the keys to taking them down. You can also use a bit of strategy, lying in wait while within firing range, and launching an ambush when the enemy comes within range. In order to help players find tanks more easily, this update will also add a tank airdrop. Find the tank flare gun, and use it to call a tank into battle. Aside from that, we've also added purchasable recalls. Players can now opt to spend shop tokens at shops to recall eliminated teammates.
Thanks.
If it's too dangerous to get to a recall tower, this is another excellent option. So call your teammates and dive into Payload to experience exciting, all-new tank battles together.
We'll be going over exciting new version content in just 1 minute. With the arrival of PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, the Imagiversary theme mode is about to commence. To start off, there are 2 themed areas of varying sizes on the map: Imagination Plaza and Imagination District. They are simply brimming with creativity, with complex 3-dimensional architecture and compact 2-story layouts. Tactics that utilize high maneuverability are now more advantageous than ever. Several newly added items can provide extraordinary mobility. Freely build cover using block cover, which can be used as an elevator when placed directly below a player's feet. Use the dual-purpose cannon to launch throwables and yourself into the air. With portable trampoline, even tall buildings are within reach. Besides these items, Imagiversary also includes a supply converter that can be used to combine different item types. So explore for yourself and discover new crafting recipes. In PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, we will be officially welcoming the all-new World of Wonder mode, where you can play other players' creations. Countless maps that differs from classic mode await discovery. What's more, everyone has a chance to become a creator. Publish your own creations in the game for everyone to enjoy. Gearfront will be making its return next month, alongside the new Jet Boost board skill, which allows you to move about swiftly. Creation mode will also be undergoing an update. A special function that allows players to quickly switch outfits and backgrounds has been added for an even better selfie experience. Moreover, we will be introducing a new gun shield attachment for the M249 and DP28. Come and experience it for yourself. PUBG Mobile's anniversary celebration is about to begin. Get ready!
PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary is coming soon. Let's take a look at all the new content. In version 2.5, we'll be introducing the new World of Wonder feature, which includes tons of maps for different gameplay. Apart from the classic Battle Royale gameplay, you can experience unlimited possibilities in PUBG Mobile. In World of Wonder, even more gameplay maps will be coming in the future, so be sure to keep an eye out on updates for more details. On March 18th, the all-new themed gameplay, Imagiversary, will be available. In this new gameplay, players can use 3 themed items: block cover, portable trampoline, and the dual-purpose cannon. Use them to complete all sorts of creative maneuvers. Block cover can generate 3 different shaped toy blocks, which can be used as a bridge or cover. It can even be used as an elevator when placed below the player's feet. After placing it on the ground, you can touch it to bounce to higher ground. Players can launch themselves with the dual-purpose cannon to travel long distances, or launch all kinds of throwables as ammunition. It's way more powerful and effective than a regular throw. Get your creative juices flowing and come up with different combinations to unleash unexpected tactical effects. Furthermore, your backpack comes with a unique item, the supply converter. You can use the device to get new supplies by converting them 2 for 1. Give it a try, and you might just discover something unexpected. At the same time, the large new themed area, Imagination Plaza, will appear in Erangel, Stalber, and Quarry. Battle it out to occupy designated locations and compete for a vast amount of advanced supplies. The small themed area, Imagination District, will also appear in Erangel and Livik. Explore these areas and get your hands on supplies. Classic mode has also undergone several updates. DP28 and M249 can be equipped with a new gun shield attachment. Once equipped, it can be used to block enemy gunfire. Supply shops are now available in Miramar, Vikindi, Sanhok, and Payload to provide players with an extensive array of tactical options. In Payload, powerful and heavily armored tanks will be available. Drive them into battle. In Metro Royale, there will be loads of updates to items and mechanics for you to explore. Creation mode will also be undergoing an update. You'll have access to many creative functions, such as change outfits, emote change speed, scene effects, and more. More options will be added to the camera and chat, so showcase your brilliant captures. The all-new Nusa Tycoon event is available in the new version. During the event, each player gets their own island. Nusa coins can be used to upgrade buildings, which raises the prosperity of your island. As your island's prosperity increases, your island's appearance in the lobby also changes. Upgrade buildings and manage your island with friends now to unlock more advanced appearances. For more details, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Kepekatan santan pada setiap butir nasi.
PUBG Mobile.
Kepedasan sambal menjadi pembuka selera.
PUBG Mobile.
Ikan bilis, kacang serta timun. Nasi lemak, pilihan pertama di hati.
PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, I'm back in, I'm back on. Stand up like backbone. I'm beast mode, I'm so strong. Go hard or go home. No stopping, I can't stop. I will not lose. I'ma always win. Now let the games begin now. I'm never off my grind. I'm always on time. I'm ahead of the game, I'm first place. I'm in my prime. Hard work that pays off. I pay dues, I'm paid off. Cross me, get crossed off. I'm so fresh, I'm so raw. Go hard like a day. It's game time like game day. I ball hard and clutch play. It's game time like game day. Now let the games begin. Now let the games begin. Now let the games begin. I'ma always win. It's game time and I'm up one. Name something I ain't done. Name a body that's my type. Air Jordan, I'll take flight. I'm next level, I'm franchise. I'm top tier, I'm that guy. I'm the man of the year. I'm a man with no fear. I think like I'm a shark. The way I move so sharp. I go hard for the team. That's how I play my part. I'm solid like the foundation. I'm dedicated to greatness. I always knew I would win. Now let the games begin. Now I'm never off my grind. I'm always on time. I'm ahead of the game. I'm first paid off. Cross me, get crossed off. I'm so fresh. I'm so raw. Go hard like a day. It's game time like game day. I ball hard and clutch play. It's game time like game day. Now let the games begin. I'ma always win.
Halo semuanya, gua Rezan dari BIGETRON. Selamat ulang tahun untuk PUBG Mobile yang kelima. Semoga game PUBG Mobile kedepannya semakin berkembang, semakin maju, dan semakin sukses. Nah, buat kalian jangan lupa terus ikuti perkembangan gameplay PUBG Mobile karena bakal banyak event-event seru kedepannya. Thank you guys.
Merhaba, ben Türkiye'den Solkay. PUBG Mobile'in 5. yıl dönümü kutlu olsun. PUBG Mobile'in yeni yıl dönümü etkinliklerini sen de oyuna gelip keşfedebilirsin.
हेलो गाइस, इट्स मी सुविन कुमार प्रजापति र म टिम डिआरएस नेपालबाट खेल्छु र ह्याप्पी 5th एनिभर्सरी पब्जी मोबाइल र हजुर नबिर्सिनु होला 5th एनिभर्सरीको इभेन्ट आउँदैछ हजुर स्योर खेल्नु होला थ्यांक यू
Hello everyone, here is Lord from Iraq. I'm here to wish PUBG Mobile a happy 5th anniversary. Really happy to accompany PUBG Mobile through the 5th year. Hope to bring more fun contents to the players in the future. By the way, remember to try the new anniversary gameplay and rich activities for the limited time. See you there.
Halo semuanya, gue Luxi dari PERSIJA EVOS dan gue mau ngucapin buat PUBG Mobile buat ulang tahun yang kelima dan semoga PUBG Mobile makin rame, makin seru, event-eventnya juga makin makin seru banget deh pokoknya, dan kompetitifnya juga terutama semoga makin ketat ya. Dan buat kalian jangan lupa ramein event nanti ada di game PUBG Mobile ya, di dalam game kita seru-seruan bareng di sana. Oke, sampai jumpa, dadah.
हेलो अस्सलाम वालेकुम, मेरा नाम आयुट उज़न और मैं आयुट का इन गेम लीडर हूँ। मेरे तरफ से पबजी मोबाइल को 5th एनिवर्सरी बहुत मुबारक हो। मैं ये गेम 5 साल से खेल रहा हूँ और इस गेम में कुछ नए एक्टिविटीज़ आने लगे हैं, तो चलो मिलते हैं वहीं पे। हाफिज़।
Hello everyone, here is Jumper from Team Secret Malaysia. I'm here to wish PUBG Mobile a happy 5th anniversary. Very happy to accompany PUBG Mobile through the 5th year. Hope to bring more fun content to players in the future. Also wish PUBG Mobile to become better and better. By the way, remember to try the new anniversary gameplay and rich activity that are open at limited time.
Welcome everyone, it's day 2 of the 2023 PUBG Mobile Super League SEA Spring Grand Finals. And I'm your host for today, I'm Khairul. And what a day we had yesterday. And as we know from the overall standings, Alter Ego is currently on top of the charts, but all the teams are hunting them down for that spot. But most of all, don't forget, there's a new suit in town. There's an X-suit, Stygen Leech. Be sure to check it out in game, but then let's not waste any time and let's interview the first team of the day, and it is the #1 ranked team, and it is Alter Ego. And I would love to invite maybe Okta to join us for the first interview of the day. They are super excited that they are #1 from yesterday, and here we have Okta with his translator. So currently you're at the top 1. Do you have the confidence to maintain your ranking until the end of the day or maybe end of the grand finals? And can you share with us what will you do to maintain your position?
Oke, kita kan lagi di peringkat 1 nih. Pede nggak kira-kira kita bisa tetap di peringkat 1 sampai akhir? Terus kira-kira persiapan apa yang udah kamu lakukan supaya kita tetap di atas?
Kalau soal pede sih, pede banget sih 1001%. Kalau soal apapun yang kita lakukan, banyak belajar dari week 1, week 2, week 3 lah. Kita buktiin di grand final.
So we confident 1001%. And from week 1, week 2, week 3, we have prepared everything for these finals.
Alright, 1001% from Okta. I like the confidence. So we can see that Indonesian teams are performing very well yesterday, and the Thailand team's domination seems to be broken down. So do you have any words for the Thailand teams, maybe Okta?
Ini kan kita lagi tim Indo lagi banyak yang bagus nih, tim Thailand lagi banyak yang keok nih. Nah, gimana tuh? Kamu ada kata-kata nggak buat tim Thailandnya?
Paling lebih ke aware sih, soalnya tim Thailand kan biasa telat panas. Hati-hati di week 2, week 3 aja sama mereka, lebih aware aja.
So basically aware that we need to aware to Thailand team because they usually late starter. And there is still 2 more days, so we need to be aware for them.
Alright, looks like they're prepared for the Thailand team's domination. So any words do you want to say to the other teams out there?
Ada kata-kata nggak buat tim-tim yang lain lagi?
Khususnya sih buat Indofred, semangat, semoga bisa top 3, 2 atau 3 tim.
So we cheer to the other Indonesian team so they can be at the top 2 and top 3 and we can take the champion.
Alright, champion Indo Pride all the way. Thank you so much Okta for joining. Thank you so much for the first interview of the day. Alright, we're done interviewing the Indonesian teams, and it is Alter Ego. And now we have a team from Vietnam, and they are shine like diamond. And I would love to invite Kwan Ji. How about you join us for the first interview for Shine Like Diamond for today? Looking very sharp. Alright, so you guys are now just only 5 points difference with the top 1 teams, which is Alter Ego. Do you have the confidence to overtake Alter Ego by the end of the day?
Đội của mình thì chỉ thiếu có 5 điểm để đạt top 1 và vượt qua Ego. Em có nghĩ là trong cuối ngày hôm nay thì đội mình có khả năng là qua mặt để lấy top 1 không?
Em nghĩ là ngày thứ 2 thì bọn em có khả năng lấy lại top 1 trong tay của Alter Ego, tại vì khoảng cách 5 điểm là quá ngắn, quá ít.
I so confident, believe that we will get the top 1 by today because the distance of 5 points is very short.
Alright, so will you focus more on playing safe or elimination points as a strategy for today to catch up with the other teams?
Ngày hôm nay, cái chiến thuật ngày hôm nay để giành lại điểm hạng của mình trong trận này thì em có nghĩ là cái chiến thuật của mình đó là chiến đấu, thi đấu an toàn hoặc là tranh đấu để lấy điểm.
Em nghĩ là team em sẽ bắn theo lối là an toàn thôi ạ.
I think that we will using the play safe to be our strategy for today.
All right, looks like a bit of passive gameplay from Sunlight Diamond for today. So, last but not least, any words to your fans out there who's rooting for you guys?
Câu cuối cùng em có lời gì nói với các fan hâm mộ người đang theo dõi mình?
Em cũng như là toàn thể đội SLATE Diamond cảm ơn tất cả các mọi người đã ủng hộ bọn em, theo dõi bọn em trong cái giải PMSL lần này, cũng như là 3 đội tuyển Việt Nam đang bắn chung kết trong ngày chung kết hôm nay. Cảm ơn mọi người ạ.
I want to say thanks to all our friends to support the SLD team, and also hope that they will continue to support all the Vietnamese team to join here, not only this competition, for the following also.
All right, lovely words. Thank you so much, Kwan Ji from Sunlight Diamond. And I think that's all for the first interview of the day. We're back to the casters desk. See you again. Bye-bye.
Yeah, I'm back in, I'm back on. Stand up like backbone. I'm beast mode, I'm so strong. Go hard or go home. No stopping, I can't stop. I will not lose. I'ma always win. Now let the games begin now. I'm never off my grind. I'm always on time. I'm ahead of the game, I'm first place. I'm in my prime. Hard work that pays off. I pay dues, I'm paid off. Cross me, get crossed off. I'm so fresh, I'm so raw. Go hard like a day. It's game time like game day. I ball hard and clutch play. It's game time like game day. Now let the games begin. Now let the games begin. Now let the games begin. I'ma always win. It's game time and I'm up one. Name something I ain't done. Name a body that's my type. Air Jordan, I'll take flight. I'm next level, I'm franchise. I'm top tier, I'm that guy. I'm the man of the year. I'm a man with no fear. I think like I'm a shark. The way I move so sharp. I go hard for the team. That's how I play my part. I'm solid like the foundation. I'm dedicated to greatness. I always knew I would win. Now let the games begin. Now I'm never off my grind. I'm always on time. I'm ahead of the game. I'm first paid off. Cross me, get crossed off. I'm so fresh. I'm so raw. Go hard like a day. It's game time like game day. I ball hard and clutch play. It's game time like game day. Now let the games begin. I'ma always win.
And we are back here for day number 2 in the grand finals of PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia, brought to you by Tencent Games, PUBG Persian, Lightspeed and Quantum Studios. And also we will be your casters here today, which is going to be me, Choo Choo, and Sir Cloud. I love the interview just now. We had the top 2 teams who got themselves the slot for now for PMWI, but at the same time, can they hold their top 2 spot?
Yeah, it's a matter of whether they can still be there by the end of tomorrow. Of course, today is day number 2, so whatever happens today, tomorrow is still another opportunity for any of these teams to catch up to the top. But in case, somehow, for some reason, you just join us for this season, let's let you know what's been happening.
Yeah, but I mean, like, we had this 3-week long of the league itself, and we're done for the 3 weeks long, and we're down to the grand finals here, down to only 2 more days to go. And speaking of which, there's going to be 6 games more to play here today and tomorrow. But the point system coming up for first place chicken dinner, this has changed so much since the last time we casted PMPL South Asia. This is a different format and different tournament entirely, PMSL. And not just that, due to this format and point system right now, a lot of teams are going for eliminations, playing as aggressive as they can, because there will be a stake of $250,000 on the board for these guys to fight for.
Yes, and of course they'll be fighting for not only the money, but for the pride and also to move on to the next round. And what will affect them? Well, this was especially yesterday and, well, kind of like throughout the grand finals, is that the bonus points, whereby the bonus points collected throughout the 3 weeks league that was played, will be 50% of it will be the initial starting point in the grand final. So we did see how it kind of affects other teams, how some other teams still managed to catch up despite being starting off low in terms of initial bonus points. So right now, I guess it's just focus on the teams at this point.
And so far, we had 20 teams in the league. We are 4 of them being relegated, coming out from the World Cup. 2 of them is going to be Philippines and Myanmar out. Another 2 Malaysian teams is out. We're down to only 4 nations, if I'm not mistaken, right now. Malaysia, Thai, Vietnam, and Indonesia competing in the top 6. And so far, I have to say it, all the Indonesian teams make it out from those leagues. So they have 5 representatives this time, with 4 coming out from Thais, 3 of the Malaysians, and the other 2 coming out from the Vietnam, 3 from Vietnam. And so far, I mean, like, the one that actually leading is going to be Indonesia and Vietnam by far.
Yeah, we can see a little bit of a power shift there from the Thai teams that was dominating the league stage. Right now, Alter Ego #1, but as what was mentioned in the interview, whether they can hold on to it or not, 1000%. They say they can. Let's see if that actually comes through, because SLD right behind them with a 5-point difference.
Yeah, but we're talking about between SLD and Alter Ego, but I have a feeling by end of the day it's going to be a different team entirely taking the lead. There are chances of that as well, because yeah, we will actually speak about the Thais so many times there, because they used to be one of the best, not just in South Asia region but also in the world. And speaking of the Thais, they're taking again the #1 spot when it comes to the top 4 eliminations. But we do know for a fact Yummy and Rosemary coming out from the Indonesian teams of Boom and Alter Ego will squeeze in the last minute here, but the gap is quite huge still. Yeah, it's just 5, but those 5, it's kind of hard for you to get every single sort of eliminations. We do know Tony K, he's the most assist player down there, but he still can deliver himself as a top 4 eliminations.
Yeah, the gap is that close between Yummy, Rosemary, and Tony K. But we must also remember that all these players, they will still add on to their total elimination points today, definitely, for sure. But top 4 damage, look at the difference between Rosemary and Yummy, almost 4,000 difference. And then when it comes to Yummy and Nepeko, it's about 1,000 difference. And then we got Tony K there with about 500 difference than Nepeko, so the gap is not that far. But Rosemary has been carrying the team. We cannot deny that, and he's also in the running to be the top eliminator as well.
I have to give it, Rosemary arguably will be one of the best top C player right now. We have to give it to him. I mean, like the others, yes. Yeah, we do listen a lot of Mela. Once upon a time it was Snoozey as well, but he switched roles, being a more towards a support fire instead of entry fragger. So he's been pulled down from that list for now. But for Rosemary, I mean, like, we haven't got ourselves, other than the Thais who usually take over the top player of South Asia of FMVP almost every single season of C League, and this is almost one of the, they did actually back then for Indonesian team, got himself one of the best teams and top players, but it has been forever. We're talking about like what, 2 years of last we saw, other than the Thai teams taking reign for one of the best players in South Asia.
Yeah, even for the recap as well, like for the most part of this tournament, we see Thai teams always getting into the recap because they are always performing. But this time around, it's a little bit different. Instead, we got Alter Ego, SLD, and PERSIJA EVOS. Yes, Alter Ego, SLD, #1, #2 right now. Have a little bit of gap than the 3rd place. But then again, PERSIJA EVOS, we have seen in week #2 how they can perform. They are fearless when it comes to the right moment. And the players, they can switch players who pop off. Like Red Face yesterday was amazing, and then at some point it was like Lynx was amazing, at some point it was the Twins amazing, so they're kind of balanced all over.
I agree. I think that's teamwork or team cooperation as a whole. Now that just shows how good a team can be and when everybody pull out their weight and just deliver. But for today, again, we're starting off with Sanhok. We had yesterday Sanhok taken by the side of Alter Ego. They almost break another new record, but closing out was 17 eliminations. But can they make it again when it comes to Sanhok here today? And speaking of yesterday, Sanhok, they said more towards the side of luck. They got themselves a circle. But we're gonna head into triple ring and double in Miramar as per usual. Now Sanhok in yesterday's it was insane. We saw a lot of aggressive plays coming out from Alter Ego. That's why they are standing here in top 4 here right now. Vampires on the other hand have been very quiet yesterday. Arguably, like if we compare with the first, second week, they're way better when it comes to the league itself. Boom and Bacon time. Bacon, I think, surprising, one of the teams of the Tides are actually quite consistent in the grand finals.
Yeah, like before this we always talk about Hale Esports, Vampire Esports, I mean among the Thai teams, right? But now Bacon time, they have been popping up, they have been performing fairly consistently, and they're like the silent chasers of the league itself or of the overall chart. So that's something for us to keep an eye on. Can they be that silent one to slowly take that number 1 spot, Choo Choo? But here are our predictions for today. You got Alter Ego, Xavier, and GEEK. Talk us through that.
I mean, like, we don't know. Yours is going to be SLD. Mine, I'm definitely a big fan of Alter Ego. I'm not going to deny it, especially what Octa pulled off yesterday. And it has been rosemary the entire league. But this duo is just deadly duo for me right now. One of the best duo that working in C League or PMSL as a whole. I call them rock tire. I mean, I agree to disagree for you guys. But DX, I have a feeling they do have the potential. I want to see they used to be very fearless DX now back into PMSL, but I'm not sure if we can pull that out for the card for them by today, because a lot of the teams are having confidence issue, a lot of a mental game in it. They're being psyched out due to the pressure and the taunt. You saw the taunt yesterday when they actually won first few fight, which was VOIN versus SLATE, right? But SLATE, they do have the shot here. We saw a bit of their highlight yesterday, but it's just so hard for them to keep that consistency going. So I want to have this sort of a belief in them, and maybe today they can pull it out.
Yeah, and for myself, SLD, well, they are super consistent right now. It took them a while, but hey, it's not too late for the SLD, and now they are number 2. And it's nice to see a different region getting up there, because it's always like Thai, Indonesia for the most part of our whenever we go to C stage, right? So, well, Vietnam, yeah, I mean we got Xavier last time being the champions, but SLD itself, it's not all the time we get to see them on top. FaZe Clan, on the other hand, yes, they are a great team, but haven't had a little bit of a slump. So I'll be looking forward to see if like day 2 they can catch up, because like what was mentioned during the interview with Quan Ji, he did say that the Thai teams, they are able to just turn up their momentum like on day 2 onwards. So this will be something that we'll observe as we go along today. For BTR, I know, but BTR, we cannot deny they are an all-star lineup. So as an all-star lineup, they definitely know how to manage their performances, and I'm pretty sure they would have gone back, they would have revised, they would have done what's necessary to be prepared for today. So BTR, yes, they're down there, but it's BTR, ladies and gentlemen. So it's not a team that we can look down upon.
I mean, like, for all the teams down there, all the 20 teams make it to the league, and the top 16 make it to the grand finals. They are professionals for a reason. And these guys, it's easy for us to backseat gaming them in the chat or just looking at it as commentaries even. But the one that actually put in a lot of effort and actually managed to execute those calls is gonna be them. It's so hard to actually, like we mentioned yesterday for the interview, it's actually pretty hard to pull off a DBS, but these guys making it so effortlessly done, like it's not breaking any sweat at all, because they do have those skills. That's why they are here in the first place. So I mean, like, congratulations for the team that make it in the top 16, but like it or not, it's a competition, so there's going to be only top 2 slot that will go to the next stage later. But at the same time, can there be any sort of contest for the others? Because right now feels like SLD and Alter Ego are a bit comfortable in the top 2, but I have a feeling most of the teams down there, out of all the other 14 teams, they haven't showed their best true plays yet. Maybe they're just trying to revise on the first day to see if there's any changes from the league transitioning to the grand finals, and see what they can actually do in day number 2 later.
Yeah, so sometimes it's all about, like, you know, if they have the information, they have the data, they know exactly what to do, like what you say. Because we did see that happening for some of the teams, like even like Boom. If you remember, like week 1 Boom wasn't as hot as now, but now when they found the rhythm, they probably discovered more about the other teams, and then they discovered more of themselves. They made less substitutions as we go on through this tournament, and they know what's happening now. So that's how they adapted really well overall. So Boom is definitely doing well right now, and they have a possibility of getting the number 1. Looking over at Xavier. Yesterday, Lamborghini played the first 2 games, and then it was subbed out. Looks like the substitution of Lamborghini is continuing now.
I'm not sure what's the main issue with the X lineup right now, but I don't know. It feels like it doesn't change that much, not that impactful with subbing in and out of Lamborghini. But for me, I definitely feel the absence of the players who love to take risks. That we mentioned yesterday, some of the players just push in, including the case of Rosemary, how Yummy or Octa plays. They missed that factor of taking the risk, and the only one that actually delivers coming out from the side of DX, aside from Chua, slightly in there, I have to say mostly coming out from Lamborghini. But I have a feeling maybe they want to save him with something better in the future, or maybe by tomorrow, or maybe even half day today. We're gonna have to wait and see, will they swap it back with Lamborghini in later or not?
Yeah, we'll be looking forward to see what happens there. I guess it's going to be performance dependent. Looking at the lineup as well, GEEK SLATE going to continue on with Stuxnet. They played with Zillin for the first 2 games yesterday, and after that they swapped out him for Stuxnet, and they're sticking with him for this round. Box Gaming, a wildcard team. Not from the wildcard region, but in terms of performance, when they pop off, they go all the way. They have been aiming for eliminations, and for some of the rounds that we see them going out like maybe like 8th place or 9th place, they still manage to get like 10 elimination points. So they are going for a different strategy here. And of course, by them doing that, it's going to be more entertainment for us.
And speaking of the tie, they're actually popping up off the chart, and the one that actually do have the consistency for now is just going to be Bacon Time. But like, we do have a lot of expectations coming out from FaZe, even Vampires, in this case Hill example, but nowhere near yesterday. So I'm not sure if they're going to start to go aggressive here today, because yesterday may be the day of them doing their revision towards all the other teams' navigation, rotation, and team cooperation, how they want to approach in the grand finals. Just waiting for the teams to show their cards first, then they start to show their aces and their flashes. But for the others, and now SLD will be one of the most consistent team coming up from Vietnam. I have to say SLD one of the best. Not one of the best, they are the best of Vietnam right now.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Before this, it was like before PMSL started, everyone would be like, okay, yeah, Xavier will be the best Vietnam team. They will be the Vietnam hope to be that number 1. But now SLD is showing why they shouldn't be forgotten. So doing really well so far. RRQ on the other hand, well, it can be better for them. I mean, we have seen better performances from RRQ before. Players like Asa, players like Napeko, they are definitely really good players. So RRQ will be looking to do the comeback today.
Yep, I'm looking at Asa, especially when it comes to Erangel map. RRQ do love Erangel map, especially in those high places with very limited amount of place of circle, but they do have a couple of terrains or even towers like around SMB. He is pretty much good at it. But you know what? It's useless for us to keep on tossing around our hypotheses, because right now we're going to go in action. Let's head into the second day of the grand finals, Sanhok.
Wow, Chichu's doing great with the timing. So here is Sanhok. Sanhok number 2 out of 3 that's going to be in the grand finals of PMSL. And yesterday, just a reminder again that Sami, we saw VOIN versus GEEK SLATE, and GEEK SLATE lost to VOIN. However, because the circle was on the areas around Paradise Resort-ish, hence VOIN had to take the blue because of that time bought by GEEK SLATE, and pretty much both teams, they went out fairly early. Obviously GEEK SLATE was the first team to go out. This time around GEEK SLATE not going to challenge VOIN directly. I'm sure they wish they could have dropped into Camp Charlie directly, but unfortunately Camp Charlie is SLD. So right now GEEK SLATE has to make do with whatever they have, being sandwiched by two teams in the overall map now.
Yeah, well, speaking of Paradise Resort, I have a feeling we might have a bit of skirmishes there because Boom right now quite spread out on top of Cow. But I do want to see if FaZe or BTR will actually try to venture out there to see what's happening on the northern side. We're waiting for the circle to pop first, and we haven't seen if, because the circle will determine who will get to face among the first few skirmishes, right? So it's taking a bit of time here. But definitely, this is going to be a tough one because it's going to be Alpha Angle, and it's going to be interesting because one, there's a very limited amount of space. We do have a couple of early shots. No first contact yet. Very ambitious come up from Luke to shoot those who's actually floating above. But the thing is, Cam Alpha, there's so many choke points here, Cloud.
Yes, the usual textbook circle if it does end up there, because there's still a possibility that it will go down to ruins. But right now, looking at the higher possibility, it's going to go to Camp Alpha Island, and we have seen it before. Alter Ego is going to play the textbook play. They're going to go up to the Camp Alpha Islands, and they're going to have the best possible location to farm elimination points. And if they still get like what, the 7th circle or the 8th circle on top of that mountain, then pretty much chicken dinner is theirs. Alter Ego, the happiest team with this kind of circle.
I mean, like, it's great, yeah, for Alter Ego, but at the same time, if every single team actually move into your compound at the same time, now that's going to be a bit of a problem, because you have only 4 set of eyes and that's it. And the ones that are coming in from the side of Nakam, maybe Vampires or Ruins, and a Bacon Summit cut across. We're talking about FaZe on top of Bootcamp with PERSIJA EVOS nearby. If everybody decided to move into Camp Alpha at the same time, you as a team with only 4 players, how do you hold the angles?
You know what? If everyone does that, even better for Alter Ego, because everyone will be caught at the choke point together. Alter Ego will be just happily on top of that hill. They'll be able to see what's happening at some of the choke points and maybe steal eliminations away. And yeah, and not only stealing eliminations away, if teams start to eliminate themselves, obviously they will go up the rankings. So Alter Ego, yeah, I guess they will want that to happen. They will want all the teams to, okay, come, move together, great. Stuck yourself at the choke points, and then they will happily try to steal it away.
I agree. I mean, like, that's one of the best cases here. If you can actually take advantage of it, why not, right? But if the circle happen to be shifting to its ruins, now that's a different story for Alter Ego again, because we do know circle is unpredictable, because there are chances if it's just hard shift to its side of the south, it will be ended up on top of ruins. Now, there are chances it ended up comprised of all 3 islands even, where the slightly side of the boot camp there is in a part of a circle and some of Camp Alpha area and a bit of ruins. Now that's gonna be a tough one. Hopefully we don't end it up there, but we did actually had that. If I'm not mistaken, it was like what, last week?
Oh yeah, ruins. Yeah, I believe there was one round that we had that. So ruins is also a tough place to play, because ruins, like, assuming that the circle does go inside of that ruins building, that there's so much open area. It's like a swamp around the areas of ruins that is so open. So whoever who holds ruins will have a big upper hand as well. Looking at the possibility, yes, it could still be the case. And if it does pull onto ruins, then like what you said, Alter Ego will have a big issue because they need to cross over. Hence, they will be the ones caught at the choke points.
So it's down to the call of the circle to determine who will be the champions for this map, at least, because of this sort of a circle. But I do know for a fact that the teams that coming up from Docks or Kampong, like example here, Hill and RQ, quite far off, including Yoodo Alliance dropping Camp Private early before. So they definitely have a long journey to cut across. They can take their own time. They can try and take a boat if they need to. I mean, like, it's so rare for us to see Sanhok taken by boat for this guy, except for PBE. Now I'm missing PBE.
Yeah, because of the boat ride, right? Yeah, but if you remember, right, like every time a team uses the boat inside Sanhok, so far the percentage of getting through is 0. I don't remember a team managed to dock themselves with a boat. Every time when they rotate with the boat, they get shot down. It feels like teams really done their homework, and we're like, okay, we anticipate teams with this kind of circle to use the boat, and why not try to collect 4 elimination points? And if you are in the water, there's no way for you to counter onto whoever is shooting to you from the shore. So yeah, looking at the percentage rate of success using the boat, we might not see one, but maybe because of that as well, maybe because everyone thinks that way, then we might see the boat ride that actually works finally.
But we do have first contact at 7-9 versus the Axe on top of Heartin. This is what we mentioned before. Surprisingly, the Axe from the side of Paradise Resort already merged into the side of Heartin at a very short amount of time, with the dips taken down on Frankie. I'm not sure if this rotation is a bit too early for D-Axe because they're leaving Paradise Resort. They're still very nearby to the side of first circle, but they definitely want to get there as fast as possible. But feels like a bit short when it comes to their utilities, because how they're being ambushed by side of 79 the moment they step in out in, it just feels like a bit not enough on the side of D-Axe.
Well, yeah, I guess they made a fast rotation because they don't want to get caught at the choke point, especially on the bridge, so they move straight into Heartin. Maybe they only loot like 50% of Paradise Resort, something like that, and they decided to just move because they have to consider they have to get vehicles as well, and vehicles are scarce inside of Sanhok. But 7-9, they're prepared for this. They're prepared for visitors, but when the knockdown happened, no pushing by 7-9 just yet. I guess the smoke kind of bought time for D-Xavier as well. And with time bought, they will manage to pick up Frankie. Frankie's up and healthy. And now both teams reset back 0-0.
It's not a Frankie, I'm not sure. Yep, he's going to reset himself. Here comes the circle. We do have both players or teams coming in. There's going to be coming up from box with 2 boats at that, and plus Vampire's already getting into crossing to the side of Alter Ego. Now this is what I mentioned before. If it happened at the same time and you were looting and you didn't get to gatekeep on the side of Boom, then definitely you're fishing right now against Box Gaming.
Yep, this is why the success rate of bringing boat into Sanhok is very, very low. Teams do their homework. Boom, Esports, they're prepared for this. They're prepared in case someone comes by with a boat. And now with these 2 knockdowns, there's nothing that Boss Gaming, at least Capone and Jonas, can do about. They're just sitting ducks here, sitting ducks underwater at this point. The only best next thing they can do is just give information to their teammate to just say that, hey, you know what? There's a Coast Guard here. Do something else instead.
Is it a bit late for them to make a U-turn? Capone and Shunos will have to sacrifice for the sake of a team here. And the worst part is there's only 2 boats for them, nothing more. While the side of FaZe, they are gatekeeping this side. It's going to be on top of a ruins of a bridge. FaZe just making sure nobody can cross by. And this is what we talked about when it comes to Cam Alpha Solver Island. There's so many choke points there. It's so hard to cut across if you're late or you're too early. In this case right now, I feel like it's a bit too early and a lot of them got caught off guard. You know how many gatekeepers there are when we just stage 2 into the game.
Yeah, this is the main reason why yesterday's interview with Alter Ego's coach, he says that he's not a fan of Sanhok, is because it's very circle dependent and it's very hard to play your rotation strategies or come up with multiple strategies in preparation for this. It's because of this. You have pretty much no choice but to go through the same areas in case the circle is as such. So it becomes predictable. So for some teams who have that circle advantage, we just play the gatekeeping role, and this is what happens. Bacon time out.
It's a bit too early. Just mentioned about them being consistent for the past day. It just shows different when it comes to sort of a circle. On the side of RIQ, they're taking advantage of the side of FaZe Clan, who trying to dock themselves underneath those bridge. We caught them off guard here. Due to the smoke, they're giving away the position. The Pegro easily just sprays over it because there's so little spot and only a certain angle you can stand yourself on land underneath that bridge. And they know exactly where they're standing. Feels like they trapped themselves here for the side of FaZe Clan.
Yeah, not much of a choice there at this point. No way they can get out of this. They can probably try to sneak up onto the beach, but there are teams waiting for them as well. Especially, let's remember, Altigo has the high ground, that they would have somewhat of a vision onto this area. It's just a matter of them having vision of the players. So now we have PERSIJA EVOS as well. On the other side for FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan consider themselves lucky that they are not eliminated at this point.
Quite lucky, yeah. Especially with those smokes giving away so much information to us, all the rest of the team across. We're talking about RIQ, PERSIJA EVOS, having the eyes on top of FaZe Clan right now, in a crossfire even. They can barely make it out. They want to jump out of here, but how? And look at this circle, Cloud. This is a ridiculous circle. It's not even having any sort of a land, but we'll ended up right on top of Camp Alpha. And look at the choke points on top of Ruin. There's like 4 to 5 teams, even make it 6 if Yoodo Alliance decided to go that way as well. But I have a feeling Yoodo Alliance can cut across from this tiny bridge on top of boot camp and nearby boot camp. They don't want to be anywhere near it.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. Yoodo Alliance, no, they would definitely do the scouting work, enough scouting work, or try to get the auto queues to kind of determine, okay, if that area, a lot of players, we're not going to go there. Because right now the objective is just to get onto Camp Alpha Island first and try to get those elimination points later. So since Yoodo Alliance still has the space to play with, then it's very likely they'll do so. But hopefully they have enough utilities to withstand the blue at this point.
So little land for these guys to have places to play with. It's less than 150 meters apart for the side of RIQ2. And now they're just going to go for fishing. Side of RIQ, they lost one man early on. There's going to be FaZe Clan coming up from behind. VOIN just swim passing and slip by here without anybody noticing them. And Vampires on the other hand keep the gatekeeping on the side of RIQ. I'm surprised. The RIQ decided to swim this early, but boom, taking on Hill at the same time. Last time we saw Hill, they were quite far away. They were coming up from Langkawi and Kampung area. Now finally squeeze into with the rest of the other teams. But VOIN on the other hand might actually backstab Vampires. Newsy, who's actually way earlier than the rest of the other teams there.
Yeah, speaking about surprises, it would likely come from VOIN. More tries to get up onto shore, but the moment he shows himself, that's it. Okay, Keenan with the DBS. Okay, Newsy heard the footsteps. He's repositioning himself, but Newsy, too late. Lapa got him, and that's a surprise from VOIN. They didn't know what caught them. And now Vampire Esports, they have to turn their attention onto VOIN right behind them.
The rest of VOIN trying to go in for the rush and push it out to the side of Vampires. They can do it and they will do it. With Alter Ego on the other end, Alva taking those elevation first. Tony K and Stone Straps moving as a trio, forming a triangle, but never mind. La Paz spot them out as Alter Ego across the other side of the corner. I'm not sure if they want to be part of this. For now, they have been very quiet. But VOIN, if that happens, it's going to be tough for the side of FaZe. For the side of the other team on the other side. SLD happened to be caught across with PERSIJA EVOS. It's actually Red FaZe just holding this angle by himself.
Ooh, yes, Red FaZe. Can he get elimination points by himself as well? Besides holding the angle. 1 nade, 2 nade, blue arrives, and now he shoots out the Zhongzin down, Kwangji down, and that's 2. But there's Gosu from the other side. Gosu will try to get revenge, but Red FaZe is still alive.
Calculating the angles, toss it around, but Gosu got knocked down first. It actually kind of reflects with Gosu Nate dropping right on top of FaZe, but who to finish things off? Because both of SLD players in the vicinity being knocked down. This is going to be a win for PERSIJA EVOS.
Oh, absolutely. Despite Parjin surprising Zaxi from the other side. And Parjin now without any land. He has to get across circles now on his side. He has three first aids though, but look at this. We got a couple of members of PERSIJA EVOS right in front of Parjin. Where is he going to go now?
Trying to find any way to survive possible. It's Parjin. It's not impossible for him to clutch things out, but the problem is he doesn't have enough first aid to last as long as he need. He needs to cross over to the other side, which is nowhere near there just now. He needs to think about how to cut across without being spotted by all these other teams, because RIQ now taking the place of where FaZe was before, but that's going to be the last player of SLD. But surprisingly, PERSIJA EVOS actually bounced down way earlier than SLD, even though they finish off most of the players coming from SLD.
Yeah, I wonder what happened to the players on PUBG side. But now, let's talk about BTR and 7-9. And Sorvel with the DBS is well prepared for this. Sorvel again. And that is 7-9 for you, ladies and gentlemen, without a single point in Sanhok.
Circle happens to be right on the southern part of Camp Alpha. You mentioned it's going to be supposed to be Alter Egos' map. And Alter Egos is supposed to be their circle to go over, but they are being very quiet.
Well, because they don't really need to move. They now have the Camp
But they
Alpha.
can gatekeep. They can gatekeep. This is very different from yesterday's Alter Ego. But Boom, the one is actually popping off the kill feed right now.
Well, because they're... Well, if I were to think on Alter Ego's behalf, they have a compound in the middle of the circle. At this point, leaving that compound will be a risk for them. So, I guess it's more of like, why not allow all the other teams to take out each other? Let them have the opportunity to fight when the right moment comes. And teams will be handicapped, like what Boom Esports is going through right now by Hale Esports shooting from afar.
Hale coming across the furthest away, which was Lockout area. Now slowly coming in and taking rain over this side, but they have the lower ground. The Blues are closing on their side first. They are pressured in a lot of angles and a lot of different sides as well. And Gatslow burned off by the blue bit by bit. It's going to be burning him alive, being knocked down entirely on his knees. Flash, the one that actually would take the lead alongside with the Tiger Axe, but the circle just moved again, shrinking into a smaller space with only some kills in between later and streets. But the Axe T-Duck managed to knock down on one. Gatslow finished off by the players, and Boom on the other hand, just splitting into 2-1 formation right now. Gatekeeping to a side of Hill, at the same time picking a fight against BTR at the back line.
Speaking of BTR, looks like Sata went down to Hexas. Okay, long range shot. Still able to pick up. But Flash, only the smoke wasn't there. Probably Flash will be able to shoot down Pombit, but he's trying his luck anyway. He knows the hit marker did his work, and Pombit finally went down. But it's T-Duck actually from the other side, gonna steal it away.
Just keep on tapping those remarkable plays by T-Duck, eyeing out for his victim, taking those high compounds, high area, but the problem is they need to climb down later on, but they have to make use of it as much as they can before the circle just move away from them. T-Duck trying to find Boom across those very wide, almost even field. But VOIN on the other hand will take a bit of a fight against Hill, who got knocked early on with only 2 players left. Tiger Axe will have to play alongside with his teammate for now, but a lot of plays are being finished off by the blue zone here.
Yeah, because the circle is just as such, it's hard for some teams. Like Yoodo Alliance, they lost a couple of members. I believe it was through the blue. The last I saw the elimination feed, and now they're down to 1 without a single elimination yet for Yoodo Alliance. Still taking out the blue. While VOIN managed to slide into the circle, and now GEEK needs to move as well, but at the same time RRQ will not make it easy for GEEK.
Keeping on the other end, but they need to move as well, as they are tanking the blue zone right now. While the one decided to push a bit forward. The Axe taking another advantage of the backline. GEEK right now feels like they're hammed down both angles, being compressed and pressured, not just by the blue zone, but by the teams as well. And the Axe just slither of health remains. Is that the last player? They do have one more if I'm not mistaken, or is that the entire team down?
Well, for them, let's see here. It seems that they still have a lifeline, but not for GEEK. GEEK is out. 1 elimination point. They were shot from multiple angles. A lot of off angles onto them. BTR on the other hand needs to get into the circle, but the next compound is actually Alter Ego. So BTR might need to take this fight against them.
BTR, they know they got the compound. They still barely make it in. But the one that actually trying to push over the other side is going to be RRQ. Same goes of another team. Vampire's the one who will be gatekeeping 2 teams at a time, but they are fighting against each other. VOIN spot out RRQ first. Lapar finish off Mort. I mean, like Chua swimming and is drowning. Inside of VOIN on the other hand, here comes the rush towards the inside of Vampire's compound, knocking on their doors, greeted by Shrouds with those DBS, but didn't make it happen. Alva sprays with those UMP, it worked. Stone on the other end trying to do a bit of a control damage, but will it be enough by himself? Because Tony K take it from the back.
Oh, nice pro shot by Tony K. Managed to get 2 knockdowns back to back, but now he needs to reset. Gotta be prepared for Lapa next. Lapa, the compound, he heard the footsteps. He's prepared right now to face Lapa, but hey, looks like it's going to be Stone helping him out there, but Tony K gunned down by Hexas.
Less than 10 seconds away for the circle to shrink even more. Now Boom start to climb down those hills. Will be a bit too late for them. Will be safe because nobody actually spotting them out just yet with hills in between them. And they have structures in between for vampires. They can stay a bit longer. But here comes Rosemary. Knock one on down to the side of Boom. Spot out Hexas. He wants to go for those elimination, but his helmet almost entirely shredded with only level 1 bats at the same time. And Rosemary still did it anyway.
Yeah, Rosemary, the main for Boom Esports. They got this as 5 eliminations now by taking out Gen Force. And you ask for them to gatekeep. This is that moment. They just need to pick up Fnatic and they'll be A-OK. Sata is the last man for BTR, still on the outside of the circle. Only a rock between him and Alter Ego. But for Stone, not only a rock, but he also has Voldemort on the high ground.
Here comes the skirmish, and there we go with the green of the DBS. The DBS can't win against the UMP these days, and Stone will bow down to the blue zone, but finished by Rosemary in the very last minute. Again, Alter Ego, can they close another Chicken and Sanhok for the grand finals?
Well, they still hold the circle, but now they don't hold the manpower against FaZe Clan. 2 knockdowns back to back. Momo will be picked up by Mela. Onza will be at the forefront just to buy time for his teammates. There's no way for Alter Ego to pick up Octa and Potato. They're on the other side of the road. Now Onzas will need to fight against them, but now FaZe Clan has the numbers. FaZe Clan moving in. Onzas with the DBS. Onzas gets one.
Onzas is clutching like hell for this map. For the team at himself, he was fighting the entirety of Alter Ego by himself. This is 1v4 we're talking about. After giving so much distraction and ruse for his teammate to be picked up, Onzen won this for FaZe. How did the Alter Ego lost that?
I know, right? I guess the answer is it's because it's FaZe Clan. Welcome back, Thailand, to the chicken dinner charts, and they're opening up today with the chicken dinner for the Thai region. They were absent yesterday from that graphic, and now they are back. It is FaZe Clan for you, and it is Onzens, the hero for FaZe Clan.
I mean, like, nobody questions Onzens right now. This guy has been pulling his leg off the moment he stepped in, taking the MR5 slot, and just shows that he's deserved to stay for a bit longer. And we talk about Onzens fully clutching 1v4 against Alter Ego by himself. Knock 2 down on a different angle. Find for another while opening up the space for the rest of the teammate to have a bit of a reset at the back line. I thought it was just a distraction and it all just a ruse. But he actually managed to clutch the entire team of Alter Ego by himself.
Yeah, and all that 3 eliminations that he got, all of them from Alter Ego. He switched between an M4 for the long range just to clear up the house on the other side of the road. And once he did that, then he knows. Switch to DBS, goes for the close quarters combat. A lot of confidence flowing inside of him when he did that. And he closed the gap, closed the distance between Alter Ego and himself. And that's how he got the chicken dinner. Great confidence play from Onzens.
I have to say, that's one of them, the cleanest clutch by one person without any sort of hesitation shown within short amount of time. The composure, the calm is actually reflected so well in that map. Back to the FaZe, Alter Ego, Vampires and BTR. The Vampires slowly always got himself in the top 4 almost in every single teams to watch. But the thing is, we haven't seen them anywhere near towards the top 5 for now. But Alter Ego has been keeping consistency, and BTR since the second half of yesterday, it feels like they're starting to get the momentum.
Yeah, BTR, well, they are in my prediction, so I'll be looking forward to see if they can really pull off a chicken dinner today and bring back the glory days of BTR. They still have time though. But for Boss Gaming, unfortunately, time wasn't on their side when they made that boat rotation. Again, it shows that going with the boat still didn't work inside of Sanhok.
But the Axe, on the other hand, it feels like they are in shambles right now. I'm not sure what's really happening. But Chua definitely did so much work. He's the anchor for the team, just making sure he can put everyone at bay. But this I questioned before for Alter Ego. This map is supposed to be theirs. I'm surprised how they're not as aggressive as yesterday, because that's what they would been doing. Yes, it's great for them to have the circle as a start, but at the same time, that's an opportunity for these guys to get more numbers of eliminations and kills. But I feel like the main objective for Alter Ego today is just maintaining top 5. If it's needed for them to play a bit conservative, yeah, they would do that. But for FaZe, they got only 5 eliminations, but it's more than enough to push themselves up with those 15 points. Alter Ego got 7. Same goes for Vampires. We have a lot of 7 average down there, including Boom and Vampire, but a lot of 0s as well, because of the zone and the circle just finished off the entire team in a second.
Well, whatever it is, for Alter Ego, they still got 13 total points. Only 2 behind FaZe Clan, so I would say objective still done for them, but objective not done for our bottom 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams with 0 points. Hail Esports inside of the Yoodo Alliance. I think they just all went out to the zone because of how far the zone just moved away from them, and maybe they don't have enough utilities. Box Gaming, we all know the boat ride didn't work for them. 7-9, they kind of defended their ground in Hartin, but I don't think we got a visual what happened after that. I kind of expected. I would have liked to see them kind of challenge these areas, especially after the first knockdown, but they were kind of conservative at that fight.
Back to the overall rank. This is what I mentioned about Alter Ego. It feels like they will not be playing as aggressive as they used to. This is like their middle standard play style, where we got less than double digit, especially when the circuit is favoring them, because they want to maintain the stretch between the first and second place. They know for a fact, as long as they got themselves 10 points and above for every single map, got an average of 5 elimination and 5 for rank points, it's more than enough to keep them separated from the rest all across the board. But I do want to see where FaZe and Vampire Hill and Bacon Time coming up from. 5, 6, 7, 8, all the ties are there. I'm not surprised if start to push themselves in the top 3 by end of today.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But I do expect Alter Ego to, well, because Sanhok is very circle dependent, but I do expect Alter Ego to really come back to how they played yesterday anyway. But the challenge now is going to be the Thai teams, because we do see that how they're starting to perform here, at least in game number 1. Kind of surprised that in our top performers we don't have any of the Thai teams. I would expect to see like someone from say FaZe Clan up there, but well, we still have some familiar faces. Rosemary is still there despite them getting a second place finish, so he himself is still doing great for the team.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, like, I'm surprised there's no tourniquet, because just now we saw himself kind of clutch out for entirety of some teams of the ties. Just now we saw how he actually giving a lot of damage on the backside, but I think that just couple of knocks and they didn't get any sort of elimination. But so far the ties coming back in the grand finals of the second day, with FaZe leading today on the Sanhok map. But when it comes to Erangel yesterday on the other vessel, they got a back-to-back. Now that's scary. That can they do it again for Erangel?
Looking forward to see that, because if they don't do it, then they will slide down even further, and it's going to be harder considering that FaZe Clan did perform, at least in that round. And the next map, top Erangel performers, we have Hail Esports here. Stats do favor them, despite them not getting a single point inside Sanhok. Maybe it's not their favorite map. Well, they did well in week 1, but in general, maybe it's not. So Erangel will be the time that they will want to catch up with points. So teams like SLD will need to be prepared to face up against teams from Thailand that, like in the interview they mentioned, they warm up after day number 1. So this is the warmed up day for the Thai teams.
I mean, today is the fire day for the Thai teams. They're warm enough, they're on fire right now, and feels like they might actually go all gun blazing here today. I'm not surprised if they go all out aggressive, but we're gonna have to wait and see, because these guys are actually coming up from the Indonesian team in the Vietnam. They will not sit quietly. We do know for a fact they have firepower on their side too. And I do want to see if there are any sort of contenders up there. I do love a bit of good competition, and this is what the beauty of PUBG Mobile is, because sometimes, yeah, it's great you have technicalities, your technical skills and your individual skills, and alongside with teamwork, but it's down to how well you adapt yourself in the circle, because like it or not, the 5% of log of a circle still be one of the biggest factor there is of you getting whether get more kills or you can get yourself in the top 5 later. So far, Alter Ego almost closing up, but you scored 1.
Yeah, yesterday you scored the first one, so this time it's my turn to score the first one. So feeling good. But it'll be greater. It'll be even better if we can fill all of these with chicken dinners. We got 6 games, and we got 6 different teams inside of our predictions. And if we can get each one, there'll be a crazy day for our prediction. That has never happened before. If it does, I don't know what to do. I want to say the door is that way, but that's my own door.
It happens once to me that I scored all my predictions, but only once. That's like once in a lifetime thing. It's so hard for us to predict stuff in Battle Royale, right? It's almost impossible to actually, who's gonna get next. Because I'm waiting for the teams like, I do want to see teams coming up from example here, like Sam9 or VOIN, to start to wake up. Because this is not the league anymore. You cannot take your own sweet time to readjust yourself. You don't have that time. You don't have that luxury.
Yeah, especially for Sam9, who normally drops in the Camp Alpha Island, and they had the circle, they had an advantage against Xavier, but they got nothing out of it, so it was kind of like a surprise for them. At least for VOIN, I could kind of understand, because from Sami going up, choke points, yada yada, but still they're able to somehow slip by. They swim on the left side of the bridge where nobody's guarding it because everyone's just so busy at the bridge, and I think that's just next level gameplay. They even managed to backstab Vampire Esports. Newsy didn't know what hit him until they were in front of his door, so it was really smart from VOIN. And if they can continue on, I would say that is still a good round for VOIN overall. And if they can have that mentality of like, okay, it's a feel-good round for us, despite it's a tough circle, we're still able to overcome it, still able to backstab a big team like Vampire Esports, then we'll see the best of VOIN Esports, like what we saw in week number 1.
Well, the take that I got from the last match, Cloud, the happiest thing I actually did witness the entirety of Sanhok just now, that made me happy about the next Erangel, is the DBS against the UMP. A lot of UMP won in that last map. So at least we have a bit of, there's some other weapons out there that actually do pretty good work other than those DBS.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. A lot of UMP wins. Meta shift? Okay, let's hold on to our horses now, okay? I'm sure everyone will be excited to see that, oh, finally we see something else other than the DBS, but yep, let's see. Okay, if it becomes a threat, then maybe. But if it's only like a one-off, then okay, we'll still stay chill about it. But Hail Esports, not a team that can stay chill about their current performance. 0 points. This is really strange for a team like Hail Esports.
Since yesterday, I noticed about Hail is that it kind of drags until today. A lot of their players been picked off one by one. We're talking about always more than 2 players got finished off early, just like how it was just now. If I'm not mistaken, it remains with only Tiger, Axe, and I think it was only Sky, was it? Sky only? Or was it Flash? I think it was Flash, yeah. Tiger, Axe and Flash. Sky got finished off early on. It's always that the case for side of Hill. They barely get a start as a 4. There's always someone, even their scouter, or even sometimes Tiger, got caught off guard the moment they land themselves from the flight, and after a few seconds after that, another one goes down for a side of hill. And just losing too many men in too early into the map.
Oh,
wait,
for the first time, Tony K subbed out, and Flukev will be playing on his behalf, and that also means that since Tony K is going to miss this round, his opportunity to collect those elimination points or assists or damage, whichever, is going to be cut down by 1 round. So this is a interesting move by Vampire Esports. What's your take on this?
I mean, like, we just saw Tony K almost clutch for the entire team. I mean, like, the reasoning, I have a big question, just like why Lamborghini being swapped out. I just wish we got an interview for these 2 teams right now.
Yeah, Lamborghini, I could still kind of brain Lamborghini substitution, but for Tony K, he showed a good play previously, so it's very interesting. I really would like to hear from them. Hopefully we get their interview. But this is a swap that was same yesterday as well. Inside the first Erangel, it was low U for Adips, same for Sam9, but is it going to be the same result? Let's head on to it.
We're back in Erangel. And if you guys that's watching right now can do us a favor, don't forget to like and share the stream, because you know what? We need more people in. The more the merrier, the more the fun of the chat can get, because we can get more new opinions. Because like we mentioned in the previous interviews during the league stage, the Thai teams, if I'm not mistaken, a lot of the pro players actually do look into your comments. And your thoughts and your opinions do matter for them, because the coaches and the managers and the analysts are trying to break their brains to find new ways of, you know, what can be better for the team. So don't forget to drop your comments about what you think about the rotation. If they're making a mistake, they don't mind. You know what? Backseat coaching, it is happening, and it's actually not a bad thing either.
Yep, absolutely. I second that. Speaking from experience, it does help. Well, of course, there's some comments that, you know, not being objective, and you'll be like, okay. But there will be some that will be like, hey, yeah, you know what? That's a nice angle to kind of consider as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, you guys out there, as fans of your favorite team, whichever team it is, play your role. Put positive comments in the comment section, and who knows. But okay, we've been missing this for a while.
Very odd circle for the day here. Entire day. Are we having this for the entire day? That's the bigger question. Starting off Cam Alpha only when it comes to the last map. And we talk about SMB. Now this is going to be the sort of a circle that RRQ loves to play. Especially Asa. If he can actually execute this well, I'm not surprised if RRQ finish off with a chicken. But the others, on the other hand, I'm like, good luck with this.
Oh, good luck here. Okay, Zaxi not with a weapon, so he's not going to pursue further. PERSIJA only has a pan. That's about it. Oh, okay, they're still going to go in for it. So speaking about good luck to PERSIJA now. And there you go.
Yep. Going around Rosie and just being
Yep.
That's it.
Yep.
I mean, like, if you have, if there's two people in that vehicle and no gun inside of PERSIJA EVOS, he can actually survive. But can he survive? Yeah, I'm surprised the Lynx actually didn't shoot him anymore, and he managed to survive there still. But Lynx finally hop into it. FaZe as well. They do have a lot of gun. I'm not sure if they want to chase the hack out of SLD PERSIJA, but he will survive for a bit longer. But did he actually stall enough time for the rest of the team to actually give him covers and support fire? Because right now PERSIJA EVOS is actually on the hunt.
Yeah, I'm amazed that Zaxi, he didn't manage to run him down. Oh, PERSIJA managed to hide himself, so he'll be okay for that. We can see PERSIJA EVOS going away. So lucky for him. Oh my goodness. That drive by. Yeah, that's, you know, like,
it's like, whew, that's so close. Yeah. It's like
but not so close for Boom, because they got one out. But hey, Esports, VOIN is ready there, almost getting one, and they're going to continue on fight.
Greeted with a lot of sprays here. Return fire on the side of Hill as well. VOIN tried to gatekeep, but it caused them quite a number of damage. Still with a splat. Tiger finish off Maxiez, and VOIN didn't see that one coming. With a DP28 and a very, very short amount of ammunition, it's going to be a bit of a tougher for both teams. The VOIN down to 2 players here with Hill almost dropping Tiger along the process, but they are winning this despite of VOIN is actually gatekeeping. They are the first one to be out.
Well, they popped themselves there first, but they became the first to go out. Even Yoodo Alliance is like, you know what, we're in Novo, we're chill, we're okay, so we're not going to butt in for now, unless Republic can steal something away with M16. But other than that, nope, they're going to just focus on their loot and come back later on. Interesting enough that VOIN, interesting enough for the two teams that they went all the way to Military Base Island, because I kind of feel that it's 50-50, meaning that if you still go up to the main peninsula. But speaking about Yoodo Alliance, now they are on it onto Hale.
I was hoping for them to actually go for it, because I love a third party coming in just to cleaning up the mess, the housekeeper, but they're not committing into it for Yoodo Alliance, because if they do, we saw how Hill was pretty low when it comes to the HP. There's no way for them to actually heal up there. We're still licking their wounds down there, but lucky enough they're parting ways. For Alter Ego, they decided to swim a bit earlier than usual. They know for a fact the bridge will be heavily guarded by a lot of teams. By the side of Jogopur, it's going to be Sam9 coming up from north down south. This is going to be one of the furthest team away from the circle, but they can take their time. It's okay. It's always a debate whether to play the inside or the outer circle these days. But you know what? If you can loot up more, you can have more your gears going in and have a lot of reserve before you get into the circle. Even though there's a blue zone in it, you still can heal up. Why not?
Yeah, I think like teams like 7-9, they might not have much of a choice. Okay, speaking about choices, I'm looking at the boat ride again. Well, to be fair, for Bacon Time, boat ride inside of Erangel has higher percentage versus inside of Sanhok. So at least Bacon Time, they made that calculation. They might even arrive before Alter Ego. Alter Ego is swimming, and are they just beside? Yeah, they're just beside. Oh no! Think about this. If Bacon Time arrives, they go up, they know Alter Ego is there. Happy fishing.
Just pray now they're not being spotted out, but Vampires, the moment the dock 2 is this side of the bridge, you'll be GEEK, SLATE, Mika greeting them with a very warm welcoming of those sprays. Getting on one knock just now, almost even. Vampires managed to flee by. Inside of GEEK, SLATE to try to reposition himself for getting those high grounds to see where Vampire's going. But Bacon Time, they have not a clue. Alter Ego is behind them. They were super lucky coming from Alter Ego, but can they actually do this? Can they wait for the entire team to dock over and start to rush into Bacon Time's spot?
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised as well that they kind of let Alter Ego get away with that. Or they didn't notice that they're there. So that means it's good news for Alter Ego. Now they have the information. They know where Bacon Time is at. They're in that compound right in front of them. So it's up to Alter Ego now. But are they stocked up enough? Okay, Octa, 4 nades should be okay. But they don't have a vehicle to crash in. So they must get a couple of knocks before they can go.
Now that was really tough one, but Rosemary make the call. He counted how many players they are just now. They just revealed themselves freely to a sort of Alter Ego for Bacon Time, thinking nobody coming up from the back because they was just crossing over with a boat just now. They realized there's somebody swimming at the same time. Now Rosemary got the entry frag, but he will be shot down by Shetty. Rosemary, you got finished, maybe entirely done. There's a clean one coming up from Shetty, but Fnatic having another go. Counter attack. Bacon Time lost 2 men in this process. Where are the others? And down to only Ice left. Noise is on the it's bleeding out right now. Bacon Time, they thought they were safe.
Yeah, if only in a different multiverse when they took the boat ride, they noticed Alter Ego is there. That would be a totally different story. But right now, no reason to cry over spilled milk, they say. And the thing has happened. Now it's only 1 player left for Bacon Time. Looks like it's only positioning points for them.
For the Vampires, on the other hand, last 1 minute earlier. Now here comes, if the circle just shift from the north, I think the player's gonna be raging after this. It still comprises a bit of farm. I mean, like, are we having a bridge circle?
We haven't seen that for a long time, and that's still a possibility. So I'd like to see that too, if that happens. Let's go bridge circle. But speaking about bridge, left bridge, totally no circle in it. And we do see here a couple of teams still on the left bridge, not even crossing over yet. It's gonna be hard for Xavier and FaZe Clan now.
Feels like they don't want to invest this too long. They know for a fact the outcome of overstaying in the zone where you need to cross over is one thing. And even if you cross over that side, it's not even inside of a circle just yet. They know there's going to be a lot of time taken to invest themselves to be in the safe spot first. I'm surprised. I think there's a bit of miscommunication between the acts here. Feels like some of them want to get into this circle as fast as they can, while the others said, maybe, you know what, we saw FaZe, they were definitely passing by us, why don't we just wait? Because that's what T-Dog is waiting for, around this corner of this compound, waiting for FaZe to pop their hats to see if they're going to cross over and passing to the side of DX.
It's either they wait, but if they wait it's too long, or they take the fight and take that risk. Ideally I would like to see them do that, but let's see what they're going to do. I think they're going to take it in the fight, because right now they're circling around, they're trying to find a different angle, But Rabis on top of 2 players of FaZe Clan with an AK in hand. Molly tossed out, but then Molly, not the angle they wanted. But now Rabis gets away, retreats, but he still has the high ground. He's still going to try to play with it, but Mela is there.
It's 2 different angles entirely. Coming up from FaZe, that was smart and ingenious. He knows for a fact if there's somebody up there. If we go different corners, we go at the same time, double pick, and it's gone. But that's the case for DX. This is what I question. Is it the right judgment call from the side of DX to just wait for them to slip by? Because FaZe will be the teams that are really strategic when it comes to approaching a fight if they need to. And Moment already coming in with a lot of information to the side of DX. They saw where they were, and the Blues are even taking their help at the same time. They're being fired down. This is not great for both teams actually, but both are losing here. But can they wrap up quicker or faster so they can get out of the zone and just scale up at the same time? But Vintorius go in for the crush, and he'll be the front line.
Well, you wanted a wrap up. Looks like FaZe Clan is interested to take up their offer. Right now, Vintorius with the nade onto the 2nd floor. No one is there. Fire on the right, so Vintorius won't move in. Toss out a 2nd nade onto the 2nd floor, but no one is still there. Oh, wait a second, it landed the Chua! Beautiful nade. Then that is it for D Xavier. No points at all.
I think that's sort of Sato's for the side of FaZe, but they are the furthest away. With GEEK, SLATE might be gatekeeping them. Then the circle shifted downwards more. It's going to be right on top of SMB. A lot of the teams down there already. RRQ and Yoodo Alliance will be gatekeeping those bridges. I'm thinking about how 79 PERSIJA, EVOS and Box Gaming try to... I'm leaving those bridges just yet. And GEEK, SLATE will be gatekeeping on the left side, even though it's quite far still in the blue zone. But they can actually get some kills out of that sort of situation.
I want to see if they can take advantage of, like, maybe teams want to go in for a swim and they can shoot from behind, at least get a couple of points. So far, waiting for this, if any team were to do that. PERSIJA was not interested. Boss Gaming going the other way. Maybe they are. Boss Gaming, I think they're still kind of deciding because they saw the vehicles of PERSIJA, so it's like, okay, nope, if we go the other way, we'll all be stuck at the bridge, so we might as well try something else.
What is that something else though? That's the thing.
Well, in the water, I guess.
I mean, like, can they pull it off? We saw how many teams swimming over, but at least Alter Ego were actually quite lucky before this. And here comes the teams that are swimming, and PERSIJA EVOS realize they need to cross either way. But how to cross this bridge is going to be the biggest choke point. That is, it's going to be paid by death. It's a lot of toll on that as well. Red FaZe, they do have quite a number of first aid. That's going to be last them enough to get into the circle, but to survive longer, not sure. FaZe spotted out by Red FaZe. They open fire, they spotted them as well. But here comes Red FaZe, hoping it will clip and connect, but there's too many structures on top of those bridge. Quite difficult to land those shots.
Nope, but still... Okay, 1 shot landed, but no knocks yet. Anyway, PERSIJA was taking out the blue. But FaZe Clan, oh, GEEK SLATE must be waiting for them on the other side. Mela be taken up a damn good with a DP. And that's kind of like a signal there that someone might be on the bridge for PERSIJA EVOS. So they gotta be careful, they gotta be prepared. FaZe Clan, if they don't move, they'll be sandwiched.
Another side of the bridge is another obstacle to go against for these guys. Us already knocked down and swimming, hoping for somebody to pick him up, but there's no way in because there's going to be more than one team gatekeeping this. RQ and SLD is waiting for anybody to cross by. The moment you're done with SLD, there's going to be another team. Yoodo Alliance waiting at the other end. There's like triple layers of guards and roadblocks just to cross this bridge right now.
Ooh, yes, and they still need to get across. Okay, what's Parjin up to? Trying to get as close as possible, but okay. We'll see what happens next as Yummy takes out Zuxi. There's going to be 1 point in the pocket for Boom Esports. Tries to get Luxi as well. Luxi skids by.
A bit hard to control the gyroscope right now due to how fast the buggy can get. Razy also a bit devastated and disappointed not getting those sprays on the dot, but length shot from afar by Vampires. Newsy and Fluke of crossfire angle. This is how confident they are when it comes to their personal skills and individual skills out there. They can hold different angles by themselves, holding their own compound by themselves and try to go in for the rush. Here comes Fluketh knocking on PERSIJA EVOS' door. They know for a fact he's not down here, but they're trying to clear the corners first. Fluketh coming in with the DBS, but the DBS this time losing for the Rifles.
Yeah, he missed his DBS shot, but never mind. Shrubs is there to clean up, so it's okay. Oh, timing for Sem9 to get into the water, but the circle's not on their side as well. The zone will close. Will they make it in time? Even RRQ is pinned down by SLD.
SLD, I mean, like, they got SM9, like, why not? But running dry with those clips of the Rifles, it's going to be a bit tough for Trongzin to survive a bit longer. Playing around the edge of the Blues, and a dangerous game that he plays right now for the side of SLD, while goes to park himself on the other end of the bridge. RRQ and Sem9 try to float as much as they can, but the problem is, there's more set of eyes, not just one to make it two right now. Yoodo Alliance gatekeeping here as well, and the moment goes to pass by, last slither of health there. Remain for Ghost, but finally knocked down by Adik Luke.
Adi Luke doesn't disappoint. Nice long range. But Trongzin will not disappoint as well, as he might get Voldemort. Voldemort is in the blue. It's hard for Voldemort now. Let's see what he can pull off. I don't know how he's going to get to shore, but finally he gets taken out by Trongzin, and that is it definitely for Voldemort.
For Trongzin, it's going to be the end for him as well. He doesn't have any more mech kits. He needs to leave and figure out how to survive a bit longer. A lot of players may finish off a play zone again this time. And Shuna's just decided, you know what, I will not give my point away to anybody else, since the swim is too far and it's a long journey. But boom, Yami May. Boom Esports, here comes. He didn't spot any of them. He didn't get any of the box player teams. Man. And there's nobody else swimming over this side now. And Boom must be devastated.
Yeah, there would have been at least 3 or 4 eliminations for Boom, but it's wasted just like that. But at least Box, that was the best of the worst scenario for them. Trongzin, on the other hand, succumbing inside to the blue at the bridge, so they are out as well. Then this means that Alter Ego, look at the elimination feed, they'll be happy that SLD is out, their closest rivals for that number 1, and now they can pull away.
And the rivals right now is not just the players, the Blue Zone is even the bigger rivals. You can't shoot the Blue Zone, it won't die anyway. And that's the case for most of the players, but Mormon, just a corner difference. The moment they just pick out, but he hears the audio cue, he heard that. Tiger wants to prep those nades, but he's a bit hesitant. He haven't got a clue where exactly FaZe is. Mormon giving the pressure to a side of Gatslow, keep dropping those nades and even a smoke, but Tiger now cooking it up and dropping on top of Mormon, just chip quite a bit, but Gatslow getting on Mormon. Now he knows exactly where they're at.
And because of that, he managed to finish out Mormon with the nade, but he still has the rest of FaZe Clan to deal with. Venturas and Ozus, they thought that he's still there, but actually Tiger's going in for an off angle, sees Venturas, can't connect those shots thanks to the structure. But right now, both teams on the outside of the zone, and they still need to cross over the road.
That's a lot of job to do for another team here, but for a side of FaZe, crossing it, it's possible as long as they got himself the smokes. But GEEK already parked himself just to be part of this party. Venturas trying to finish off against Hale, but Hale managed to flee and exit out at the back end. Now the one that actually trapped themselves is going to be FaZe. There's going to be 2 ways of them to getting into it. Whether to fight Hale or just go against GEEK SLATE, who's getting himself those elevations. For me, definitely just chase the tail out of Hale right now. They are running low with the ammunition and running dry with the utils as well, but not so much. On the side of Hale, they park themselves. They know exactly how to gatekeep FaZe. Now FaZe, like you mentioned, is a lot of trouble for them. A lot of solutions need to be done. But boom, lucky enough for GEEK, right now they have visitors.
Oh, they almost went in for the splat, but who needs a splat when you got damn good to take that pump bet? Yami now super duper low. Mika with the long range onto the other side. Razy will be knocked down by Snipes. Yami, last man, taken down by GEEK SLATE. 5 elimination points, and they just eliminated the number 1 team.
6 elimination right now coming out from the side of GEEK SLATE, dominating across the board. Next is going to be Yoodo Alliance, but GEEK not done with FaZe yet. They go back where they started and they have it another go. Here comes the spray, but the Blues are closing in. Like it or not, FaZe have to jump and run right now. They don't have the time. Time is against them. But the moment they stand up, Hill waiting on the other end, GEEK on another corner. There's no way for them to get this away safely. Look at Vintorious trying to zigzag it away, but Mika and also Hill, the rest of GEEK will give the pressure inside of FaZe.
Yep, number one, the first team for GEEK to eliminate. Could he get a second one onto FaZe Clan? But now FaZe Clan has Hill Esports to deal with as well. Ventora's down. Onzen's still alive, but what can Onzen do? Onzen's still on the outside of blue, but he managed to get across onto the other side. Shots fired by Onzen's on the Tiger. Tiger! Still gunned down. Beautifully sprayed by Onzen. But Onzen still has a lot of work to do, but he's been shot at by GEEK, and that is it for FaZe Clan.
FaZe, they show a lot of fight in them, very resilient, but at the same time it's just impossible situation for them to get out from there. Yoodo Alliance, can he, on the other hand, taking his sweet spot there, got himself a good scope to work around, but BTR is coming up from the back line. They have to make sure they got all angles secured. If they're just tunneling vision towards the side of Hill Esports, it's going to be troubling for the side of Yoodo Alliance, because there's going to be two ways of wars there. And not just that, nobody in the center or the focal point of the circle. Everybody's around it, but BTR make a move first. Vampires just being in the watchtower. The smoke will give away the position. GEEK try to wrap around them, but it's not as easy as it seems.
Well, we got BTR, we got GEEK. Our two predictions are still in this, but now GEEK against Vampire Esports. Traps at the lower ground, shoots onto Mika. Mika aware of his opponent right beside him, but you need to be aware of the zone right now. Where will it go? The zone goes up north and BTR is in it.
Talking about Shrubs right now, one of the main fragger coming up from the side of Vampires. They only scored 2 right now for the Vampires. Lost 1 early on. Hill down to 2 players. The one that actually having a full squad is going to be BTR, Yoodo Alliance and GEEK. If these 3 teams start to fight first, the advantage goes to those who are actually outnumbered right now. But BTR, they're taking their time, they're taking their trigger discipline in hand. With Jam Force, we saw how he did it so well yesterday. Can he do it again? Easy spotted out, knocked straight away. That was a clean spray, but he can't finish it due to Newsy being covered by this watchtower. But he will deny those buggy from any sort of mobility.
Yeah, 2 front vehicles punctured, meaning that the buggy is pretty much unusable. Right now, Vampire Esports still fending their ground against GEEK. We got Snipes right in front, but Snipes going to retreat. He's going to join up with his teammates inside the circle. At the same time, we can see that Newsy gunned down by Gen Force. BTR looking good.
The side of Vampires, how to approach this. They are having themselves the toughest spot, but lucky enough they've been pulled away from the rest of the team. The one that actually attracted too much unwanted attention right now, it's gonna be Hill. Yoodo Alliance has been eyeing them out forever, and now they're trying to finish things off, but they still have a fight in them. Gatslow will not easily bow down. He got himself 4 eliminations out of those 6 coming up from Hill Esports. Gatslow and Sky only having a bit of a stretch, a bit of a difficult game to play. Very dangerous one, but if they can pull it off, it's a big win. But for GEEK, they are slowly closing into the Sky. Sky have to clutch this by himself, because coming up from the backline, Gatslow is too far, and Yoodo Alliance have been closing the distance too. BTR pushing forward, but Sky still getting on the main frag of GEEK. Damn good on the ground, licking his wound, hoping for somebody to pick him up.
Hoping that Mika is able to come pick him up, that's it. But maybe Damn Good, he's a bait right now. If Mika goes on to Damn Good, then he could be naded down by Sky only. He's going to leave this for now, repositioning his buggy not to be shut down. And is he going to go anywhere? Probably. Yes, he's moving. He definitely wants to try to get more information on the GEEK, but we have Snipes on the high ground.
But at the same time, Yoodo Alliance taking on Sky as well. They're being hammed down, being compressed 2 angles, but BTR coming in here, they cannot tunnel their vision on the side of Hill anymore. BTR trying to nitpicking fight every single way possible all around them. Well, Yoodo Alliance split it into 2 formation here, and 2-2, 2 of them going on the side of Hill, another 2 to the side of BTR. Now they are just separated, these teams, between the small hill in between them. Mika spotted out Sata because of those smokes, but at the same time, if you start throwing those utils, giving away his position to the side of Yoodo Alliance, randomly tossed out to the side of Yoodo Alliance right now, trying to march forward. One stone being splitted from the rest of GEEK, caught by Fluke. GEEK SLATE, they are in a mess.
GEEK SLATE Sandwiched by a couple of teams, as we can see on the minimap, even limited amount of space for them to move. BTR on the other side, they're playing by the edge. One of them knocked down. That's going to be Deuce. Can Deuce be picked up by his teammates? Smoke being Deuce. Mika using Deuce as a bait. But Schwabs gonna try to take down Mika. Mika counting his lucky stars that he's still alive.
Only working with 2 for Hill, and PERSIJA lasted this long. The one that actually is slowly dropping the members is going to be GEEK, SLATE and BTR, who had a full roster before. Now SATA will heal himself up and trying to just make sure he got full HP before having another go. Yoodo Alliance have no clue BTR SATA is this side. He's going to be the bane for them, but lucky enough Flax OP spot out Farvel. He knows for a fact he's the anchor for the team to hold this angle against BTR. If he's being finished, then it's done. Yoodo Alliance, there'll be a lot of backstabbing from the backstab because BTR will keep it going. Flax cooking up the nade against Sata. If it drops right on top of him, it's going to be tough for BTR to even pick out. Flax holding this angle by himself while the rest of them are focusing on what's in front. Do have GEEK, SLATE coming up on that other side as well. BTR split it into 2 attention side, different angles, but they have to make it a go.
Okay, let's see if Sata can make it. Right now, Sata spotted out, but the counter by Sata. Beautiful. Onto Ade look, and now Sata will be taken out by Flex instead. Sata a little bit too far for his teammates. No way his teammates will be able to pick him up, but now BTR left only Swavel and GenForce focusing on the Vampire Esports. They need to clear that Flex before they move in.
GenForce want to go for the push. He knows for a fact there's one knockdown, but he has not got a clue where's the other player. With Farvel alongside with him, BTR going towards the side of the airdrop just to take a bit of a cover, but the blue zone is just closing in. Like it or not, they don't have any sort of structures and covers, and that gives away the position. But Flukov 2v against all the other teams down there. They managed to decimate the entirety of BTR. They had a 4.
Ooh, yes, they're looking good right now. But let's see if they can hold on to this as GEEK, SLATE will come in onto Hale. Hale eliminated by GEEK, SLATE. After for the longest time, they've been quiet at the southern side of the circle, but now they were visited by GEEK, SLATE. And this could be it. This could be it for either Yoodo Alliance or GEEK, SLATE because Vampire Esports only 1 left.
Yoodo Alliance secures 9 elimination fire. Now they're spotted out Flukov. We're down to 2 teams. Both of them are Malaysian teams right now. As GEEK being outnumbered by Yoodo Alliance. They're having a 3v4. But at the same time, how do they approach this? Will they form a triangle coming up from the side of GEEK, SLATE? Or will Yoodo Alliance split it into 2-2 formation just to trying to wrap around the corner and trying to wrap or ham down GEEK, SLATE from 2 different angles? It's not trying to break out the formation, making sure they have more space to play because Ron is just dominating map control and cycle control by Yoodo Alliance.
Yeah, they know it's only between the 2 of them right now. We can see GEEK, SLATE still on the outside while Yoodo Alliance are taking control of the circle, sending their players somewhere into the middle of it, try to fend off GEEK, SLATE, force them to stay out in the blue. But GEEK, SLATE, they will not go down without a fight. They still have vehicles. Now GEEK, SLATE, where are they going to move? If they move up now, they still need to take down 1 from Yoodo Alliance.
But their ammunition right now is running dry for some of the players. That's quite alarming at this state. And not enough utilities even to toss out just to be sure that they can get that 1 nade. They have to drop it after they're confident about the position. Now GEEK will not give away the position easily, and they're trying to be a bit of a distraction with snipes on those buggy. Mika and Damn Good might be spotted up by Repo Boy. He almost shredded his entirety of his helmet, and can he just prepare himself a DBS in case he can spot another one in a CQC. But Mika being ambushed, he needs to fall back for a bit. He's low when it comes to his HP. Repo Boy still giving the pressure on this side, but the blue closing in at the same time. Yoodo Alliance, they have to push forward if they want to close this with the chicken.
Okay, they can play a little bit of a patience game, I would say, because 50% of the circle has been conquered by them. Now it's all about GEEK, SLATE needing to move because the next phase of the circle will close entirely, meaning that GEEK, SLATE will face the wrath of the blue before Yoodo Alliance. Now GEEK, SLATE, they're still pinned down behind, and time is up. 8 more seconds, we'll see the zone move.
And they are taking a lot of losing for GEEK, SLATE. This is not great, and the pressure is here. Adik Luke pushing in, slowly closing the gap. Will make sure they will be in the blue zone and make sure they will be burning off alive. And can he come out on different angle, supporting fire of Adiluk from behind. Rebel Boy cannot even see through there. He's trying to actually be on top of this buggy to have a higher view, a wider angle. But Kenny knows exactly where they're at. But the problem is, he's running dry with the ammunition. Only 3 more bullets in those reserve. GEEK now coming in with the triangle mode, while Yoodo Alliance going for a 1-2-1. And Yoodo Alliance might knock out on one Mika. This is a big chance, a bit of a trade down. Damn Good and Snipe have to work things through. And it's equal ground 2v2. And Damn Good and Snipe's actually doing so well. They can turn the table.
Okay, here we go. But Mika will be picked up. Yoodo Alliance, they managed to revive Kenny. They still have time before the zone reaches out to GEEK SLATE. Now Fly's going in for a flank. And Damn Good's ready for it. Devil waiting for Slacks to come in. They now have managed to reset Mika. Mika is back up on his 2 feet. Mika uses the first aid immediately. Should be enough time for it. And now it's back to 3v3.
But the Blues is closing on the other side of GEEK SLATE. They don't have that much space. They need to actually try to push it because they were burnt off by the Blues and they don't have a choice. They stand up. They got knocked another one. 1-to-1 trade. It's 2v2. Now they're only left with Snipes. Very low HP against Red Bull Boy. 1v1 as Kenny being knocked down. But Snipes, the Blue Zone, he needs to heal up. He needs to go for the run. But Red Bull Boy got the space. He's healing back up. Backs on Flax OP. But Snipe down to 3 first 8. The Nate, can he drop in the last minute? He just calculating. They're giving away the position. But Red Bull Boy standing so close. Wait, how? GEEK SLATE 3v4. The patience. The patience is a virtue, they said. And GEEK SLATE done it.
Wow. Choo-choo, this is arguably one of the craziest chicken dinner. It went so 50-50 till that final moment. What a chicken dinner this is for GEEK SLATE. It is crazy. I'm mind blown with how this chicken dinner. Oh man, I'm lost for words.
They were in this advantage, not just based on manpower. They are down to 3v4, and the Blues are closing in on their side third. They have less space, less land to work around, and the Blues are pressuring at the same time. But this guy, Damn Good, knows exactly who to shoot down first. He opened up so much space with a very little amount of space already to start with. He given them so much. And this map with 900 over damage with only 4 eliminations.
Absolutely.
I mean, like, crazy. This is insane.
Oh, man. It's insane. I think the numbers don't justify their performance as a team and Damn Good as an individual. And look at the travel distance. They travel way further than everyone else up on the teams to watch. And they're still able to perform like that. It is crazy. I mean, this is top quality gameplay by GEEK SLATE.
I concur because of how the Blue Zone was against them. They were taking a bit of a Blue Zone. They were being knocked. It was a 2v1 after some of them being knocked. Even Red Bull Boy just now, it was down to 1v1. Red Bull Boy had almost full health compared to Snipes, who's having slither of health remains, make it 20% of HP left. And still managed to not even with. We have no clue who's winning that chicken till the last moment that it pops. Who's winning that? That's just how close it was. And Yoodo Alliance, they had the majority of the circle that time, and the circle nowhere near closing in towards their side. The Blue Zone is nowhere near them. The one that actually struggling was actually GEEK SLATE, and they won this.
Yeah, they won it against the odds. Totally agree with how you broke that down. Oh man, it is just insane. I mean, this is the GEEK SLATE that we know that they're able to deliver the quality inside of this kind of high intensity sort of tournament. What a gameplay it was for GEEK SLATE, and it's not even their home ground. I mean, they came from Ferry Pier up onto the military base, and in their final moment. So GEEK SLATE, man, what else can we say about them? I mean, if only they can continue to be consistent. I mean, GEEK SLATE can be one of the surprise teams.
Good lord. I mean, like, this is just one of the hardest chicken they managed to secure themselves. I mean, like, that actually requires a hectic amount of experience, knowledge, and confidence to actually close that off. This is where you saw the Blue Zone closing that side first. They are burning themselves in the Blue Zone here, but they took up the courage. Snipes knows for a fact that he's the last member. Very low in terms of health. He just wait for the right time to stand up. He didn't whiff. Yoodo Alliance, that last bullet's whiff was definitely costing the entire game for them. 22 points with 12 eliminations. The same goes for Yoodo Alliance. Surprisingly, they got themselves 12 eliminations. These two teams have been running and gun. Yoodo Alliance more towards the side of gatekeeping SMB. It was the island, but for GEEK SLATE from Jogopur, if I'm not mistaken, that's far.
Yeah, for very pure, that's far enough for them.
Sorry.
Yeah, considering that the circle went all the way down. Oh man, and they still managed the circle very well. They timed their run into the military base and they got themselves in a good position. But that final moment is just, I think that will go down to be one of the best quality gameplay. I'm not talking about like clutches or something like that, like 1v1s, but as a team gameplay, that is the best quality that we've seen so far. But okay, overall rankings, and this is where it all matters. And because of that chicken dinner, GEEK SLATE knocking the door to get onto page number 1. But look at Alter Ego already breaking the 3-digit mark.
I mean, like Alter Ego for today, they are aiming for. I feel like the moment I saw them in Sanhok, even though it was their circle, I know for a fact they're gonna go for placement and balancing out like average amount of eliminations just to maintain at least they got themselves 10 points every single round, or more than 5. That's the minimum. The 5 is the minimum for them. It's enough for them to actually stretch the gap, but the gap is quite big now between SLD and Alter Ego. But the one that we should worry about is going to be VOIN. If you look at how they are and how they were right now, it's just not moving anywhere soon.
Yeah, unchanged, only 2 rank points. Kind of like a surprise for VOIN. I wonder how far they will go right now that we are running out of games in the finals. But head to head between Damn Good and Ade Luke, 2 very different roles if you gotta think about it. Ade Luke is a fragger, Damn Good is playing more of a support role. But despite him being a support role, he's still able to contribute the elimination points. And in fact, it's higher than Ade Luke, who's a fragger.
For me personally, Damn Good. Personally, it's a fragger for me. His soul itself is a fragger. When you put a support role into a fragger, he can do both sides so well. And he was gatekeeping the teams coming up from the left side of a bridge by himself. He's like the same goes for Redface. He can just put up the entire team and hold the angle by himself for the entire roster or entire team that's trying to rush into him. He knows exactly how to play around the corners. When it comes to knowledge, I have to give it Damn Good. It's just so good.
Yeah, it reminds me of the conversation I had with him before PMSL. Yeah, before PMSL, after PMPL, I met him, we had a conversation, and we were talking about like, okay, what role are you actually playing now? And he told me that, oh, he's a fragger. And I'm like, but the way you position yourselves, and then we had that whole conversation, right? But it just tells that, just to summarize the conversation, it shows that like damn rude, damn good. I'm so used to calling him damn rude. It sounds nicer anyway. It shows that he still has that mentality of being able to frag because he placed himself in the fragger mindset, but he's also able to like, okay, be in a position that's also able to support his teammates. So it's like the best of both worlds merged into one, if you kind of think about it.
Yeah, I mean, like, that's one of the greatest assets in the player, that they can actually have the flexibility, just like Hanuzi actually done, right, in this case. Like, he used to be one of the best fragger in the entire world. We're talking about global. He's one of the top, arguably, and there's a long list of it. But Nuzi now being placed as support. But the thing is, Nuzi is more towards focusing one role at a time. If you want me to play support, I'd be a best support that is. But for the side of Damroot, I'll be a support, but I'll try my best to frag whenever I can.
Yes, and that's why he was like what, previous top eliminator inside of PMPL Malaysia. So, oh my goodness. And plus, on top of all that, right, he's also IGL. Perfect package.
I mean, for me, yeah, he's so matured. If you actually talk to him one by one, he's a very intelligent guy that can give you so much insight in a very calm manner. He's super calm. I hardly see him like shouting or screaming, maybe because I'm not there when they're playing, but it's just so hard to see him break down. Or he always composed, that kind of a guy, very chill guy and super relaxed. And that's making the best of IGL, because if you're in IGL, you can't get panic.
Yeah, and plus he's good looking, he's single, you know, so the ladies out there, you know what to do, okay? So, well, if Damroot has already someone, I don't know, but I guess so. But anyway, you guys can try, you know, Damroot, good looking, single, pro player, you name it, full package. I'm sure he's
Selling
a ladies'
players
man.
now, huh?
Yeah, I'm selling him right now. If Damroot gets I don't know, get hitched after this, you know, you heard it from here.
And also, I scored myself 1 as well for my prediction, so
Oh,
I got it
yeah.
right. It's just so close for Alter Ego for the first map, but I didn't get actually saw it. So if not, I got 2 probably. But for the side of the other teams now, I want to talk a bit about VOIN. What happened to VOIN? And this is nowhere near about the first week of PMSL. We're talking about the VOIN that's like, where is VOIN?
They went into the void, went missing. I don't know. It's so hard to tell, right? Like they lose fights, and that's why we don't get to see much of them. So they're starting to be down there. Even though when they swap players, like they had Seal in there, it doesn't really seal the deal for VOIN. So I don't know. It's very hard. It's very hard to tell if you don't get to see much of the team, you know.
We did actually see a couple of VOIN moments just now, but I don't know. Is it something about the circle, or it's just during the grand finals the players getting better? Because right now what we witnessed for the entire day so far is just 2 maps right now, almost halfway done for day number 2 of the grand finals, and the circle has been really tough. I'm talking about super tough, extremely torturing the players in terms of how they want to go for a rotation, because it just comprises of the smaller islands than the big main peninsula land.
Yeah, okay, if you want to use the circle as an excuse for VOIN, right? If you remember, they were bridge keeping Hale, but they still lost to Hale, despite VOIN already on like the Novo side, and they still lost. So it's mind-blowing. You are in the best position possible, but yet it still happens. But let's hear from an interview from one of our players after this. It's not going to be VOIN, it's going to be someone else. Let's head on to our host, Cairo. Host for the day, take it away.
Hello everyone, it's time for another interview session after match 2 just ended. But beforehand, I would love to inform you guys there's a new X-Suit Stygian Leech in-game, and it has a very powerful and fantastic entry emotes. Be sure to check it out in-game. And continuing with our interview, right here with me is the coach for FaZe Clan, and it is Mafia with his interpreter. So straight to the first question. So yesterday, most of the Thailand teams didn't perform well. Was there any problem you faced on the first day of the grand finals?
เมื่อวานทีมของไทยดูเหมือนว่าจะทำผลงานได้ไม่ค่อยดีเมื่อพูดถึงทีมของเราอะค่ะประสบปัญหาอะไรบ้างไหมในรอบชิงชนะเลิศของเมื่อวาน
ก็อาจจะเป็นรอบไฟนอลครับทุกทีมพยายามเน้นก็ทำให้รูปแบบการเล่นมันเปลี่ยนไปแล้วก็การเล่นมันดูยากขึ้นก็นั่นแหละครับเรื่องการเล่นในพื้นที่สุดท้ายสำคัญ
They have facing some adjustment their playing style.
The adaptation of the playstyle looks like maybe on day 2 you guys will show your true power since you got the first winner chicken dinner on the first game. So many audience said that the Thailand teams will give surprises in the final 2 days. What are your thoughts about this since you get the first winner chicken dinner?
ผู้ชมส่วนใหญ่บอกว่าทีมของไทยเนี่ยมักจะทำเซอร์ไพรส์ในช่วง2 วันสุดท้ายได้เสมอคุณคิดว่าเรื่องนี้เป็นเรื่องจริงไหมแล้วมีความคิดเห็นอย่างไรเนื่องจากว่าทีมของเราเนี่ยก็เพิ่งคว้าชิคเก้นดินเนอร์มาได้ในแมตช์ที่1เหมือนกัน
ครับก็ในทุกๆรายการทีมไทยสามารถพลิกสถานการณ์กลับมาเป็นแชมป์ได้ก็ยังเชื่อครับก็สิ่งอื่นที่ทำให้กำลังใจหลายๆอย่างก็คือการเชียร์นี่แหละครับจากทีมจากคนไทยทำให้นักกีฬามีกำลังใจมากขึ้นในการเล่นแล้วก็ทำผลงานได้ดี
He said that actually all of the things is come from the supporters. Yeah, if they are all send the supporter to them, so they have like the cheer up and they can play well more and more.
All right, keep supporting the Thailand teams. They need your support. They need your, how do you say, energy to be in the game.
Them.
Yeah, true. So is there any message to all the teams in the grand finals?
อยากส่งข้อความอะไรถึงผู้เข้าแข่งขันในรอบชิงชนะเลิศนี้ไหมคะ
ก็อย่างแรกก็ฝากถึงทีมไทยนะครับในการแข่งไม่ว่าจะเป็น VPE BIGETRON แล้วก็ Hale ครับรวมถึง FaZe Clan ก็เต็มที่ครับทำผลงานให้ดีแล้วก็นั่นแหละครับทีมไทยฝากถึงทีมอื่นก็ทีมไทยกลับมาแน่นอนครับ
He want to send the message to all Thai teams since he believe that all team Thai can come back and do the best.
All right. Good luck, all the best, all the Thai teams. Come back, Israel. We'll wait for them to be on top again. So thank you so much for joining this wonderful interview session. I think that's all for us for now. Back to the casters desk. Thank you so much. See you again. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, Kara. We needed that insight coming from inside the FaZe Clan. And speaking of the ties, I mean, like, I just hope when they're trying to come back, it's not too late here. But we do know for a fact they can just tune up their gameplay if they needed to.
Yeah, I mean, even like Kwon Ji, he vouched for the Thai teams to do that. So the coach himself said, the other players say from the other regions, that could possibly happen. So keep your eye. So far, FaZe Clan, they got a chicken dinner, so they're looking pretty fine here today. And maybe that's the first of many more to come.
Well, gotta have to wait and see because we're just done with the first wrangle. 2 more wrangles to go for the day. And we're heading into the second wrangle before we're heading into the long break of 1 hour for the breaking fast during Ramadan season. On the side of DX, now DX, it's very questionable. First, they're taking out Lamborghini bench out. Okay, fine. Just now what they actually call out was actually taking this fight against FaZe Clan when they're trying to gatekeep instead of going away from it. And CL is in again for the side of VOIN. I'm not sure if that's going to be any sort of impact. We saw it yesterday, not much of a change. But back to the side of DX, what really happened? Because just now we saw they were trying to flee away from there. I feel like it's partially of DX when it comes to team comps. Some of them want to get into the circle before. And some of them decided to stay. So it ended up the entire team have to stay.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of a confusion there. So hopefully, if that's true, then hopefully they'll be able to sort that out. Whenever there's confusion happening, especially when it comes to decision making, it's going to be very tough because it impacts the entire confidence level of the team to execute something. Then a decision becomes 50-50, and when a decision becomes 50-50, you don't get a wholehearted decision. That becomes very hard, especially when it comes to taking fights, because if you take fights, normally it's as a 4, you got to get all committed, all full-hearted. So it's something that they need to sort out fast because the games will roll, and we're still coming to game number 3. There's still a lot of games to play today, and there's no time for reset. They have to do it right now.
A lot of players meditating, prayers. They need all the luck and all the support in the entire world. You do have Keymind back with Boom right now. Now we haven't seen Keymind. Did we actually saw any Keymind plays yesterday? I don't think so.
Because they did so many substitutions, right? I think we're starting to like who played, who didn't. But I think we saw Keymind, but I can't be sure by now because so many substitutions from Boom. But anyways, Hexa's out, so he's gonna take a break this time. And the rest of Boom, no changes except for him. We still see Ponbit there, we still see Yummy there. Looking at the current state, right, it feels like Ponbit and Yummy, the 2 players that is starting to be unmovable now. I mean, for Yummy, yes. For Ponbit, I think he's starting to have that status.
Yeah, Ponbit. I mean, no, I haven't seen a lot of best plays come out from Ponbit. And here comes another Malaysian team, Sem9, who's been quiet. And speaking of Sem9, this used to be an all-star team as well. I mean, like, putting on Putra used to be one of the youngest Frega that is back in season 1, season 2, but nowhere near those performances. These days is a bit subpar for their performance as well. GEEK SLATE on the end, this definitely going to boost up their morale with the last chicken dinner, but can they have a back-to-back?
Interesting thought. Plus that drop spot is flexible in case the circle goes down or in case the circle goes slightly up, because Fairy Pier is kind of okay, kind of balanced kind of play. So let's see how they play in the next phase of this, in the next game, because circle might be different or it might be the same. We don't know yet. We're kind of missing military base circle. Happy to see that again, but will we see it again in the next Erangel? Before the big break, let's go Erangel.
Back for Erangel. This time we do have the flight path coming out from the west side down towards the east, but more towards on the northern side. Jogopol up to the side of North Lipovka. And if the circle happens to be on the southern side again, I have nothing else to say. Today has been a lot of hot circles. Speaking of, since Sanhok and the map before of this Erangel that was like what on top of military base, and it was kind of 50-50 till the end, slightly a bit of a farm in there. But this time, if a circle just happened to be generous one, it would be right on top of this flight path. But I mean, I wouldn't mind a Gatka field circle, really.
Gatka field circle. Yeah, I think by this time, because we had an interesting one inside military base, Gatka field, back to the usual, is okay as well. Let's see if we'll get it. Considering that BTR, flight path far away from them, can't drop straight into military base, they're switching it up. So they're going up onto North Jogopul this time. Okay spot, lots of loot there, nothing to worry about, and they're familiar with the area anyway, so that's okay for them. Vampire Esports, as usual, if the flight path is far, they drop into Zarki and they will loot around there. From this place, from this onwards, I think that's all that's going to change.
God.
But the circle, yeah, change
What
on the right.
heck is this? I mean, like, this is a very rare one. You don't get to see that type of circle, I mean, like, for the longest time. It's comprised a lot of Stalber and Yasnaya. I feel like it will ended up on top of Yasnaya Polyana. Not just that. I'm looking at the hot cross before, like Box, DX, and also coming up from the side of GEEK, stay very nearby. On top of not just the Medusa intersection around there, there's going to be a couple of teams happen to be very close by. I feel like everybody have different directions so far, so there's no first blood just yet.
Considering that the circle is on the right, I think your wish for a first blood might not take too long. Because you can imagine like all the teams like on the left side, because we even saw like BTR there, even Vampire is there. So they will all move to like a certain direction into the circle since it's all tucked on the right. And we'll see a lot of fights from there. So maybe the first blood might happen before stage 2 even.
Possibly. Inside of 7-9, at least they are a bit chill right now. We do have Yoodo Alliance hovering around Shelter. They're going to drop around there. But there's already a couple of teams around Mansion and around Shelter. That's going to be Alter Ego. Now, Alter Ego, I'm not sure what's their plan right now. Are they playing for ranks, or they're just going to go for, you know, balancing out, trying to get at least 5 points and above to just make sure they have those consistency to open up the gap. But if they're going for the kills, I feel like this is not going to be it today. I think tomorrow they might gonna go for those eliminations. But heard those gunfire shots. It's just GEEK SLATE trying to find themselves vehicles and testing out those shotguns and spot out another vehicle. It's going to be great, but they are rotating themselves away onto a side of Quarry, maybe down south. Sanhok will be having a bit of a boom. Boom splitted themselves quite far apart. I'm not sure what's the plan here, but I mean, these are the team that can actually go for 1-1 split, but not having any of their teammates being eliminated too early. If you put at example here, DX or even Hill, they're trying to do the 1-1 split, but it didn't work out for them.
I think it's very situational, right? So if you kind of think about it, like if the big split is because like you want to go for vehicles, then yeah, there's some risk there. But if it's like split into the entire compound of Rozov, whereby you know that no one else is in Rozov, everyone has their drop spot, and Rozov unchallenged, then you can kind of do that, and it's not too bad as well if you kind of do that inside of a compound that you know that you have 100% control, so that you can loot like the entire like top corner of it and the bottom corner and all that, so you don't need to like cross each other and you don't waste time looting somewhere that another player has looted, so kind of save time there, and that allows you to be a bit more efficient, and you can get on your way to rotate onto areas that you want to be at with depending on the circle.
Speaking of scraps leaving out by the players, I mean, the fact that the doors being open before, you definitely don't want to venture into the certain compound, knowing that if you even get in, it might be just scraps and nothing of value can get out of those rotation, right? But 7-9 and BTR surprisingly just passing by each other, and they're not responding to this. I feel like both knowing the fact that it's a bit too early to have a fight. With only pistol in the hands of some of the players, 7-9 definitely having a tough time to collect their looting. Scarce even at this point. Vampire, Zaki, I mean, like, we never have Zaki Circle. If only you can have one, like, why not, right? Put Zaki on the radar sometimes.
Well, in the many years of PUBG Mobile, that has never happened. if you even want to include like scrims that the million of scrims that I've seen or even hosted. That has never happened for some reason. And you know what? That could be an idea for PUBG Mobile. You know what? Just slide in a Zaki circle at some point, because we've seen everywhere except for Zaki. Just putting it out there.
That's true. I mean, like, for the maps across the map, everywhere else been a circle been there somewhere, except for Kamishki. You've never seen ending in Kamishki or even in Zaki. So these two places, the extremities of Erangel. That's why there's no teams dropping themselves there in the first place anyway. That's one of the many reasons.
Yeah, so I guess one of the reasons as well for SLD to move is because of BTR. Aha, look at the segue. But yep, it's a little bit too late. When BTR got it. First blood before stage 1 even ended.
This rare sight coming out from SLD to lose a lot of men and splitting way too far apart from each other. But same goes for the side of Alter Ego. They definitely had the gunshots early on. They know for a fact there are a couple of teams fighting against each other and relay the information back towards the rest of the roster. But do they want to really commit to it? Because right now they're quite far apart, splitted, but not too far that they cannot give support fire. Because Fnatic, they always work as a duo for Alter Ego. But Rosemary either usually with Potato, and Fnatic always goes with Octa. So there's going to be one main fragger and one support fire, but Fnatic being charged in by the side of FaZe. They're going straight in without any hesitation.
Oh, wow. Okay, nice confidence. Probably information gathered. And they took the advantage against Alter Ego, and with them losing Fnatic. Ooh, that #1 spot. But SLT, they even lost one. They lost Guangji too. So maybe FaZe Clan, PERSIJA, EVOS, Boom, those teams that are close enough. 30-point gap. Okay, that's a little bit far considering that the current meta is as such. But SLD, yeah. But anyway, it's still one player down. We've seen multiple times that one player goes out early, but they're still able to get the chicken dinner. So I'm still going to give the benefit of the doubt to these teams.
One of many reasons, because they are in the center of the circle, just right across on the outskirts of Mansion. Both Team SLD and Alter Ego happen to be at the same place, and both being hunted down by these teams. Box Gaming. Now Winnie always the first few to actually... Winnie, in his case, right, is either he's being spotted out the first one to actually be knocked down, or the last one to survive, and that's it. It's the extreme for Winnie. He barely actually have a lot of men working around him as well. VOIN, speaking of VOIN before, now this is a team that feels like having just, you know, trying to crack the wall in front of them. That feels like they're going nowhere, but the circle is super interesting. We're gonna jump on top of Starboy and yes, Naya Poliana.
Ooh, this is going to be fun. Starboy, like what you mentioned, is going to be one of the hot areas. Yasnaya Poliana as well could potentially be a hot area. It depends really on whether the circle shifts up or still stays out of Yasnaya Poliana. But of course for us, remember the last time we saw a Yasnaya circle, it was really slow. Like we had like what, 7 teams in the 9th phase of the circle. That was crazy. Hopefully it goes up to Starboy, because we haven't got that Starboy circle per se.
But here comes a crossfire between 3 teams. A VOIN, Alter Ego and a Heal happen to be moving in the same direction towards the side of BTR. It's going to be a huge crossfire between these guys just to get towards the northern side. If they're going to Starboy or Yasnaya, it's their decision. But instead of Tiger is trying to make a bit of a U to spot out Farvel. Definitely not his teammate right now. I try to chase him out, but they're going in circles just to make sure they're only going to mark their territory. Nothing of a first contact whatsoever, but I'm not sure if anybody will pull over and just trying to start to shoot here.
Ooh, okay, they're still circling around though. So, pulling over, Sata, he did that. Let's see if we can get one onto Octa. But then the speeding vehicle is just too much for him to handle. But the rest of BTR, they're just being cautious right now in case any team stops by. Now, once they're on the clear, they start to move back because they still need to get into a good area.
Rosemary taking the hindsight, or just support fire from the back first with those mini 14 at the brink or just the shoreline of Kamishki. Not taking those elevations. So on the side of Same 9, they are hiking up Stalber. But to hike up there, there'll be so much challenge to just cut across. There's a lot of loops they have to, hoops they have to jump in. Speaking of taking the high grounds, Boom decided to take the middle ground instead. Keymind definitely heard the audio cue just now, but the rest of Boom is nowhere nearby, waiting for the entire roster to be reunite again. Maybe they start to invest and commit to those fights. PERSIJA, EVOS, and Box Gaming, they decided to just settle down in Yasnaya because you know for a fact that Yasnaya have higher chances as Double to be the last circle. But there's so many buildings in between.
Yeah, and because of those buildings, urban warfare, not really what we like. But the teams actually took that spot, so they're hoping that it goes on to them. And some teams they don't because it's still kind of 50-50. So I think it's also okay, like especially looking at GEEK SLATE's position. At their position, they could still go out like, okay, because it's somewhere in the middle at that side, so they won't be really challenged. They can still like, oh, circle shifts up, okay, we go up, no problem. Circle goes into Yasnaya, okay, great, we can still slide to Yasnaya to the side, still okay. Happen to go up, which is what we like. So we're happy with the circle. Yeah, in between.
In between. It's not Yasnaya, it's not Starboard, it's somewhere no sort of... We don't know what to call this.
No
Let's
man's
not even
land.
attack. Yeah, no man's land. There you go. It's gonna be Boom and also Gen Force of BTR taking the center. BTR taking themselves there. FaZe coming into where BTR and Boom is right now. But Alter Ego do have themselves an upgrade of loot. The airdrop is dropping right on top of them. And I think they're gonna use that as advantage. But RIQ visited by Yoodo Alliance. It's gonna be DBS game again, boys.
Oh yeah, with Kenny getting onto Mort. And now Voldemort is coming as well just to provide extra backup. They gotta move in. Kenny's reviving his team. He's gonna come in from the other side. But he doesn't know he's there. Okay, a little bit late, but then again, Nepeko will bail him out. Nepeko finishing off Kenny. And right now, Yoodo Alliance, they're not stopping yet. They're sending the rest of the cavalry here. It's gonna be Ade Luke. Nepeko needs to win the fight before he can pick up his team member. Ade Luke coming through the front door. Ade Luke showing himself. Ade Luke baiting his opponent, Nepeko, but Nepeko is still holding discipline.
1 versus 1 here between these two players. RIQ and Payload chipped down quite a number of health, and it both needs a bit of a reload. And Luke trying to clear the corners up, but he's not using his molly as well. There's no time to cook up those mollies and those nades. Going ring around, racing for the longest time. Nepeko lower health than Yoodo Alliance. A big risk, a dangerous game. Going around it. That was smart.
Wow, impressive game sense by Nepeko. No wonder he's one of the best players around. That was beautifully played by Nepeko. He played mind games to Ade Luke and he won.
That's what needed. Speaking of another team here, DX trying to flush out Boom, clearing the corners with those grenades. Rabies trying to toss the molly. Frankie just coming in from the high grounds. I feel like Boom being boomed down right now.
Yeah, Boom. Right now, Boom down by D-Xavier with the DBS. And that is it for Boom. Eliminated by D-Xavier. And this is the win that D-Xavier needs. The win that D-Xavier wants to climb up the charts.
Oh no, Rosemary, why are you here alone? 3v1 of Rosemary, the only person for Alter Ego and around this compound right now. The rest of his team is too far apart. They lost one man early on, that was Fnatic. Now Rosemary just caught himself in a trap again, wrapping around in the side of Sam9. Loyu will toss that nade just to flush him out. And those mollies, a lot of pressure on the side of Rosemary. If he wants to actually exit out, he can. But the moment he steps out, it's going to be an open field, a flat plane at that. And Loyu can shoot him down. But he was being smart, playing around side of a wall. But Sam9, a bit reluctant to make the call here. Well, we do have Sam9 BTR again taking this circle. And Alter Ego very spread out. DX coming up from the north. That's quite vacant on the northern side.
Oh yeah, and Xavier will have a good entry because they have the high ground still, so they can oversee Sam9 and Alter Ego right below them, and that could be an advantage for them. They can come in as a third party with the right timing. But now focusing on the SLD. SLD still on the outside, but look at the amount of teams around them. SLD, how are they going to come in?
This is the heat of Yasnaya coming in. Box winning again, being knocked down as a FaZe. FaZe taking in, never mind, SLD Strongs in. Shooting from a fine finish off with the Scar L for winning. I thought it was FaZe, but now another one. Suxy under the radar of Frongzin again. Spot out two teams, a different player. Suxy is the easier target. He's actually on foot, while the side of FaZe, they are on vehicle. So It's better shoot those actually running slower. And Box Gaming taking a bit of a crate here. Interesting choice. But the problem is they will be surrounded by these teams. There's one behind them. There's another team across them. And they cannot get out of there easily.
Whoa, Parjin! He got to win this fight, but he loses it against a DBS. Nepeko, the last man, he needs every advantage that he can get on his side.
Nepeko got so much fight in him. He's been fighting for his life. For the last time we saw, he wrapped around Yoodo Alliance, and now he's picking a fight. But Rosemary, that mini 14, alone or not, 7-9 across him or not, he doesn't care. He just wants to get those eliminations going. He got one easily. Nobody's punishing him for that. And Sky getting on another side. What is going on for GEEK SLATE? They just got themselves the chicken, and now they're just being hammed down sandwich all corner. Here comes a flying buggy.
But flying driver as well. As Strongzin been knocked down. Beautiful defense there by Box Gaming, but BTR is up on top of them. As well as SLD on the other side. Box Gaming kind of pinned down. It's kind of hard for him to be picked up. And now Onzen's 1v2. Onzen's, can he win this fight? No, he will not.
Just a rush coming up from PERSIJA EVOS. At this stage, a lot of teams have no clue who's inside and who's outside. FaZe now spotted out PERSIJA EVOS, and that's the nade coming from VOIN. And never mind, it was Victorious towards the side of Zaxi. Mela tossing another one. They barely missed, but they have a lot of contenders up there as well. SLD being eliminated at 10 with 2 eliminations. But we do have 12 teams, still 36 players intact. While Luxy still have slid off health, he can just revive himself and his teammate, but here comes the nade of Mela. Rosemary, on the other hand, fighting against the entirety of 7-9 still, but Mela finish off PERSIJA EVOS, and VOIN taking on FaZe at the same time, but Rosemary, no!
Okay, but he has his teammates though, but Octa goes down as well. So it's now down to Potato, but FaZe Clan eliminated after that nade. What happened there? Oh man, we just saw the nade from Mela, and all of a sudden they're gone.
It was a trio war coming up from a side of PERSIJA EVOS, FaZe Clan, and that's another person coming up from the backline. I think it was BTR possibly. I'm not sure who that was, or even maybe VOIN. But instead of Box Gaming, they are being boxed out by VOIN right now. This is what we mentioned before. SLD, it was unlucky for them to just cutting across this crate and flying with that buggy. Didn't spot anybody down there, but VOIN definitely knows there's somebody down there with those smokes popping out. Now all he needs to do is just spray, because there's nothing else to take cover from. There's an open field down there. Alpha start to fire, and that's it. Box Gaming done and dusted. Not even breaking a sweat coming up from VOIN.
Well, BT are not breaking a sweat, needing to rotate because they are in the middle of the circle now. VOIN on the other hand, 2 elimination points now sealed. The sub that is playing in this round managed to get 1 for himself. And now we can see that GEEK SLATE playing by the edge of the circle, trying to fend off other teams, but Hale is on top of them. Stuxnet, vehicle explosion, takes him down. This could be the opportunity for Tiger to steal the eliminations.
He wants to go in for the rush. He knows for a fact they're just so nearby. Here comes the spray. Didn't clip due to the terrain. Tiger a bit devastated, trying to jump for the view. And now a lot of nades being dropped by the side of BTR to the side of GEEK SLATE. They're being sandwiched so hard, but they survive still. Barricading themselves with those vehicles around them. Trying to last a bit much more longer, but every way possible. Left, right, center. GEEK SLATE being hammed down, not just by 2 teams. Make it 4.
Oh, can they make it 4 here as they try to fight against this area that's currently held nicely by VOIN. Bacon Time seems to be in trouble. They're trying to fight their way through, but the moment they get into the circle, VOIN is ready for them. That nade from Lapa will be tossed out anytime soon. Tossing onto the side of Bacon Time, but a little bit short there, but it's okay. It's still a warning to Bacon Time.
Potato taking on Sam9 Loyu by himself, the last player for Alter Ego for now, but finally finished off by the Sam9 player still. But for the side of Lapa, they're using this terrain at its best. They know how to play alongside with it and not being in the center. Instead, they're giving the pressure to the side of Bacon Time, who are having a hard time to visualize the players of VOIN. And the smokes will stall for a bit. Look at the smokes, they're being tossed around the street. It's everywhere. But for Noise, he's trying to give the support towards the teammates are trying to reset themselves at the back line while they're still licking their wounds. Noise will be putting so much work just to hold the angles, but they have to be extra careful. Those coming up from the high elevation grounds behind them it's too close for them to be complacent.
Oh, Lapa is sneaking onto Bacon Time. Can he get anyone from this position? Now 9 Noise is down, Another smoke by Lapa. He really wants to sneak in. Probably trying to take down 9 knots to secure the elimination point, but Ice will try to stop them from coming up. At this point, we can see that bacon time also by the edge of the circle. But Solver needed down by Putra somewhere else. Seal is coming in, but Lapa in the forefront managed to sneak in and managed to get the knockdown.
Here comes DX. DX butting into this business too. VOIN Lapard taking so much away with those micro Uzi. Running dry with those elimination. The last clip is done. Switching over to M4. Going in for the elimination. Secures those translating to one more point here. Lapard make a front line for the side of VOIN. He's hungry, yes, but Bacon Touch still have the fight in him. Forcing them back. Giving those nades down to a side of CL. Down on his knees. DX Frankie will not invest in his time here anymore. Realizing the circle will shrink again. VOIN on the other hand can win this fight against Bacon, and they did. But can they have enough time to reset?
Oh, because you gotta be careful that these Xavier is behind them. Doesn't help that the circle moved away and they still need to cross the road. Now back on to Sam9 and BTR. Seems like BTR having some elevation here against Sam9, and Sam9 only 2 players left. And because they're in the circle, 2 players, they might be staying out of any fights.
6 teams remaining in the 5th stage of the circle. This is quite fast if you compare with the previous circle and the previous map. With only 20 players alive, which means not all the teams having a full squad here. Only Hill and VOIN do have a full squad, and including BTR. But the one that we should watch out for is going to be VOIN. They are running wild and rampant right now with 7 eliminations in their hands. While side of Hill, they're trying to scout out to a side of BTR. They want to deny their entry, but DX the only one that can actually stop VOIN coming into this side of a compound. They are the closest that side on the left of the circle. BTR trying to have a bit of a map control by making a bit of a circles with those vehicles just to clear those angles, but at the same time they're giving away the position. But Hill spotted out VOIN again. VOIN can't rest.
Oh, not at all, and this time it's against Hale Esports with that knockdown to VOIN. No Alva for now, out of commission, unless Lapa can pick him up before Hale Esports comes in. But Tiger slowly but surely getting close enough. Nate tossed out by Tiger onto Seal. Tiger goes up to the high ground, and now Tiger gets onto Seal.
Now this is going to be tough for the side of VOIN here, losing 1 man in an instant. While the side of Hill, they do have 1 knockdown, but the smokes will stall, but it just gives away slightly, not covering at the side. The rest of Hill is here. Flash is coming in from the back line, giving it a bit of support fight. Tiger fights back to Lapa, and with that DBS, they keep it going. Flash finish off the job with his AKM, but DX is back here. They want to stop them from pushing themselves across this road, and this is where DX can Frankie and T-Duck make it. They're splitting into 2-2 formation, for 2-1 formation for the side of DX. The other one is just hovering on the front line. VOIN taking on Hill, and Hill just losing. Man, they want to get it another go, but VOIN still surviving, still breathing with only Keenan left here. 7 elimination, yes, but can you get a chicken with 1 person? Maybe.
Yeah, it's a big maybe here. I'm sure what I saw earlier on was Flash. He wanted to get that last member of VOIN, but then again he was shot down from BTR on the other side, so they kind of bought time for VOIN to kind of recuperate himself. Now Keenan going up to the high ground on the road. Gotta be careful because D-Xavier is there. D-Xavier can shoot him down, and D-Xavier will get it.
DX taking advantage as third party, just holding on their angles at the rim of the circle. Rabies on the watchtower, while the rest of them splitting themselves into 1-1 split here and going in a parallel line. Now forming himself in the triangle mode. He'll finally get into the circle. He'll barely make it in and have to cross the street. They're leaving this one behind for DX. They will be backstabbed by the side of Hill if not being careful. Sam9 on the other hand, living with only 1 Putra left, but he's barely making it out alive. Speaking of GEEK, they're still there with the trio.
Oh yeah, GEEK coming out to Putra. It's a trio like what you said. Putra, 1 knockdown. GEEK 2 left. Can he finish out Putra? Putra has a good angle there against GEEK, but Stuxnet will try to pin him down. Putra with the DBS in hand. DBS from that range tries to take down Damn Good, but Damn Good will be the one to take down Putra instead.
But BTR heard the audio cue. Now they want to jump in and not letting GEEK while they're licking there, would not even giving them any space to reset. Satar spotted them out. Damn Good is just beneath him. Lucky enough, he got a bit of a steep slope there for the side of Damn Good. Nobody can actually discover him. Hill coming up from the other side. They're distracted right now for BTR, whether to focus on which one. It's two different angles entirely, but have not been careful to be compressed for each side, and they're gonna caught themselves a death trap. Satar wants to wrap things up on this other side while running low with his magazines of that UMP and his M4. He's running dry with those ammunition. He has to be extra careful. Every single bullet counts for Satar right now.
Ooh, yes, Satar. He's the only one opening the off angle. One of his teammates knocked down. Mika is going up to the high ground. Satar close by with the UMP. And Mika gets onto Satar. Beautifully sprayed down by Mika. And Satar will be eliminated. Now BTR seem to be falling apart. They only have one active player left.
Fast response coming out from Mika, but coming up from DX, none of the team having any full roster right now. The most they have is a trio. The least one is going to be BTR, but BTR is down to one player left. T-Duck coming in with the last nade he has in his hands and dropping another one, boom, into the side of Liquid. Couldn't finish Gen Force, but he would drop for more. Frankie and Rabies keep the pressure on Liquid, barely make it out alive for Deuce. Swapping over to his DBS, hoping for them to go for CQC. In case that happens, he still can win that. But with Citadel of Valve remains, there's a low chance of him getting this one out alive.
Oh yes, pretty low right now because these Xavier, they are still well and healthy. While BTR, they are all of them are low, but Stuxnet had to come in for the other side. Another knockdown to BTR. Now Deuce is the only one that's still standing. Stuxnet, they probably want to aim to finish off BTR before focusing on the Xavier.
Just around the bunker area, GEEK SLATE just forcing them from the other end, and it's DX coming up from above them. BTR couldn't even pick out. Lucky enough, they managed to revive on Gen Force. For now, it's back to 2 players. But do they have enough first aids for that? Because they're not healing up right now. Hill coming out on the other end, entirely a different angle. We only have a hill in between these guys again. It's going to be another hill fight. The terrain will separate them. And the only terrain that can actually spot each other out is going to be GEEK SLATE versus DX and BTR. Hill has a good chance to win this one out if they know the right timing to peak.
Ooh, yes, it's all about the right timing. But maybe the right timing for the Xavier is now, because look at this. High ground against Hill. They'll be focusing on the Hill. And BTR focusing on the GEEK SLATE. 2 fights happening at the same time in 2 different areas. But who's really in the circle? Not really. Maybe Hill. But if Hill moves out of position, they could be shot down by the Xavier.
Raby spotted out those audio cue coming out from this vehicle just now. I think it was Flash driving around it. GEEK SLATE a bit reluctant to actually leave their post. Stuxnet almost shut it, but Gaslow spotted out Rabies. Rabies having a bit of a fight. T-Duck is on the ground bleeding out. Rabies down to last of Valve. Frankie almost made it. Just on a different angle. Gaslow, Hill going in a triangle mode while DX slowly and shambles, leaving only Frankie out. And this is a bit of a problem for DX because he doesn't have enough men. Frankie just gonna stay low for a bit. He realizes it's just too far of a fat share. While Hill with that triangle formation, it worked so well for them.
Ooh, let's see if it's well enough for them to secure the chicken dinner. D Xavier out at number 4. 3 teams left. It's still a big question mark who will get it this time. But Hale got themselves 5 elimination points. Damn will get it on the Gen Force. Gen Force looks like there's Deuce there to take on the Damn Root instead. Stuxnet will counter fire upon BTR. It's going to be GEEK SLATE winning the fight between these 2 teams.
Will they get the back-to-back for GEEK SLATE here? It's not impossible. They did it before, outnumbered 2v3 right now. They got a 2v2, but the Blues are against them again. For this round again, they are in the toughest spot, but they done it before. Can they do it? Mika trying to spot out Flash. He spotted on 1, but he doesn't know about Gatslow. But the smoke will give away his position. Mika definitely knows there's going to be somebody there, hovering around his crosshair there for a bit. But Stuxnet and Mika, who will they focus first? They have to take down Gatslow. That's the biggest threat for them.
Oh, this is insane. Another insane finale here for GEEK SLATE. So much pressure onto them back-to-back. And now it's Hale Esports against GEEK SLATE. Hale Esports still holding their ground. They still have a lot of space to play with before this blue closes in onto them. But for GEEK SLATE, they need to continue moving.
The side of Hill, all they need to do is just crossfire angle. That's it. They got a tree, they got a rock. is more than enough for them to actually hold on their grounds. For Gatslow, it's too far for him to get towards the tree. But Flash, on the other hand, plays so well with this barricade. They know for a fact the Blues are going on side of GeekSlate first, and there's no way for GeekSlate can get out from there. And Hill is back in the grand final of PMSL Southeast Asia.
Well, at least it's a 2-round consistent for GeekSlate, but we still gotta give it to Hale, who have been absent from our chicken dinner list for the longest time. And glad to see Hale Esports back. And what was mentioned by Kwon Ji during the interview earlier today, Thailand, you gotta be careful of them. They know how to do the comeback.
Finally, we have a Thailand flag flying for our top chicken dinner. At least starting today. Yesterday there was none. Flash, that was a really close one. He was the distraction and the ruse to a side of Hill just now. And making sure that GeekSlate is paranoid to make a move. They know for a fact there's no cover on the other side. They know the Blues are closing in from that side. They use it to as their advantage. It's different if you compare with Yoodo Alliance before. They were outnumbered back then for GeekSlate, but still make it through. But for the side of Hill, when it comes to strategy, they are more composed, they're more patient if you compare with the previous round. But for GeekSlate, again, they're not being favored by the Blues, and again, they have to fight across the street. They have to cross over. They are the one who have to make the initial move by the end of the day, and just cause their downfall there. But still, such a consistency here today.
Absolutely. 2 rounds back-to-back for GeekSlate. I can't wait to see how many eliminations they actually got, because they had a lot of fights at that area earlier on. The same goes for Hale Esports as well. But anyway, I also want to point out that VOIN, this time around, not too bad. I believe they got like 8 eliminations in total. Just need to get a confirmation later on. But despite going out like before this team, the other teams that you can see on screen here, they still managed to get a good number of points in total.
Yep, and also DX this time, close enough, but it's just they're in a bit of an awkward position. And they were quite unclear about the position of the other teams, but they have been very aggressive, very proactive. They've been shooting since the start. This is one of the very few players who actually get to see them. SLD, they lost too many minutes too early on, but I have to give it. I mean, like, for the sort of Alter Ego, Rosemary fighting against so many teams by himself. I'm not sure what's the strategy for Alter Ego, but I feel like they're still going to stand at #1 spot, and they maintain their objective for today. Got some scores. I think it's around 5 or more. And that's their main target of today, just to maintain those scores going.
Well, with a lot of other top teams being eliminated fairly early on this round, pretty sure they will still be on top. But the question is how far the gap will be. We'll need to look at the score soon, but celebrating Hale now, finally get the chicken dinner. You can see that even though with the chicken dinner, they're not that happy because they know that there's still a lot of games to go. But just to rejoice before the break, 18 points for Hale, GeekSlate 13 points, and VOIN finally a double digit for them. It's been a while.
For the side of the Thai team, especially Hale, remember last time we saw them in the overall rankings, they were in like what 5, 6, 7, 8 spot. And I told you earlier today, I'm not surprised if these guys actually can get into the top 3 by now today, even the top 1. I'm not surprised because the moment they start the momentum, they will not stop. And for the others of the Thai teams, I'm waiting for them to start coming back into the tournament. And Box, one of the teams that are also coming up from Vietnam that actually didn't have too much that we've seen for their highlights. But this is the rise of, again, the Thais. Speaking of day #2, we're halfway done. I mean, I don't know about the next Erangel, but it's going to be a scary one.
Yeah, it is. I mean, circles have been... I would consider this kind of like a wonky circle as well, as long as it's tucked in to the side. So, yeah, it's still a tough one for these teams. But, well, Hale Esports, they managed to overcome it. And with that, they are now top 3. But 3 more games to go before we end the day. And the gap is not that far for Hale Esports to catch up to #1. Because of GeekSlate's consistency, they are now on page 1 as well, up to #6.
Aside of Alter Ego, the point is slowly being closed up by SLD. Both teams were being eliminated early on, and SLD didn't score any just now. But Hale, just within one map, they can just easily take over the #2 spot, including FaZe here. And this is what we mentioned before. They can anytime take over #2 and #1 if they need to. But Alter Ego,
they have to just maintain the consistency. As long as they got themselves 10 points every single round, regardless between eliminations and ranks, is more than enough. You can go for ranks, why not? They have been playing a bit safer than usual. But I'm waiting for Vampires and Bacon Time to show up here today. Yesterday, Bacon Time, the most consistent team out of all the Thai teams, but today a bit too slow.
Yeah, it is a kind of like a different play from Bacon Time. But anyway, maybe the difference is because like FaZe Clan has been doing better, and then Hale Esports has been doing better. So like the points kind of get pulled on to other teams, and some other teams naturally have to sacrifice the points. Bacon Time is one of it. I do think that Sem9 is also the victim of that as well, because they haven't really been performing today too.
We rarely see Sem9.
Yeah.
Sem9, the case was who was it they would have fought against before? I think one of their pain was they trying to rush into Alter Ego Rosemary, who was one person at that time. They didn't try to rush into it, even though they maybe because they don't have enough intel, a bit hesitant and a bit too much distraction because of how many teams are rotating at the same time. And they want to focus on one but have to divert their attention to the other due to the sound and the noise made by these teams while they're rotating. So I mean, like, if you happen to be in the center, that's going to be the case. You will be having so much distraction, but it's down to the team IGL to focus on which angle first.
Yeah, that's why there's like no real answer to like, okay, we want to play on the outside, you want to play on the inside. It really depends on how comfortable the teams will be, or how comfortable they are executing the strategies or the command of the IGL. So yeah, it's really down to the teams at the end of the day. But speaking about at the end of the day, so we're going to go in for a longer iftar break. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll see you after this 1 hour break. Have your meals and come back later.
Go hard or go home. No stopping, I can't stop. I will not lose. I'ma always win. Now let the games begin now. I'm never off my grind. I'm always on time. I'm ahead of the game, I'm first place. I'm in my prime. Hard work that pays off. I pay dues, I'm paid off. Cross me, get crossed off. I'm so fresh, I'm so raw. Go hard like a day. It's game time like game day. I ball hard and clutch play. It's game time like game day. Now let the games begin. Now let the games begin. Now let the games begin. I'ma always win. It's game time and I'm up one. Name something I ain't done. Name a body that's my type. Air Jordan, I'll take flight. I'm next level, I'm franchise. I'm top tier, I'm that guy. I'm the man of the year. I'm a man with no fear. I think like I'm a shark. The way I move so sharp. I go hard for the team. That's how I play my part. I'm solid like the foundation. I'm dedicated to greatness. I always knew I would win. Now let the games begin. Now I'm never off my grind. I'm always on time. I'm ahead of the game. I'm first paid off. Cross me, get crossed off. I'm so fresh, I'm so raw. Go hard like a day. It's game time like game day. I ball hard and clutch play. It's game time like game day. Now let the games begin. I'ma always win.
Kepekatan santan pada setiap butir nasi.
PUBG Mobile.
Kepedasan sambal menjadi pembuka selera.
PUBG Mobile.
Ikan bilis, kacang serta timun. Nasi lemak, pilihan pertama di hati.
PUBG Mobile.
Hello everyone, Payload mode is getting an update. This update brings a new, powerful weapon, the tank. Experience the adrenaline of Payload with all new tank battles. The new tanks will be found in Erangel. They have incredibly resilient armor and immense firepower. They can seat up to 4 players. The driver will control the tank's direction and can also look through the tank's gun sights to aim and fire at distant vehicles and enemies. The co-pilot can fire the tank's machine gun for even more firepower. The tank gun and machine gun can both rotate a full 360 degrees. The tank is extremely durable, and passengers will not take damage from gunfire, grenades, red zone bombing, vehicles, or other physical threats. But that's not to say that the tank is invincible. When the tank's durability is reduced to 0, it will explode, dealing damage to the passengers. Of course, the sturdy and powerful tank also has downsides. For one, its large size makes it easy for your team to be discovered. It's also quite slow, making it easy to chase down and surround. When you're facing a tank, firing on the heavily armored front doesn't deal much damage, but attacks from the rear deal additional damage. Shots fired at the tank at a 30-degree angle or less will ricochet, dealing significantly less damage. Attacking the tank's weak points and firing from an optimal angle are the keys to taking them down. You can also use a bit of strategy, lying in wait while within firing range, and launching an ambush when the enemy comes within range. In order to help players find tanks more easily, this update will also add a tank airdrop. Find the tank flare gun, and use it to call a tank into battle. Aside from that, we've also added purchasable recalls. Players can now opt to spend shop tokens at shops to recall eliminated teammates. If it's too dangerous to get to a recall tower, this is another excellent option. So call your teammates and dive into Payload to experience exciting, all-new tank battles together.
PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary is coming soon. Let's take a look at all the new content. In version 2.5, we'll be introducing the new World of Wonder feature, which includes tons of maps for different gameplay. Apart from the classic Battle Royale gameplay, you can experience unlimited possibilities in PUBG Mobile. In World of Wonder, even more gameplay maps will be coming in the future, so be sure to keep an eye out on updates for more details. On March 18th, the all-new themed gameplay, Imagiversary, will be available. In this new gameplay, players can use 3 themed items: block cover, portable trampoline, and the dual-purpose cannon. Use them to complete all sorts of creative maneuvers. Block cover can generate 3 different shaped toy blocks, which can be used as a bridge or cover. It can even be used as an elevator when placed below the player's feet. After placing it on the ground, you can touch it to bounce to higher ground. Players can launch themselves with the dual-purpose cannon to travel long distances, or launch all kinds of throwables as ammunition. It's way more powerful and effective than a regular throw. Get your creative juices flowing and come up with different combinations to unleash unexpected tactical effects. Furthermore, your backpack comes with a unique item, the supply converter. You can use the device to get new supplies by converting them 2 for 1. Give it a try, and you might just discover something unexpected. At the same time, the large new themed area, Imagination Plaza, will appear in Erangel, Stalber, and Quarry. Battle it out to occupy designated locations and compete for a vast amount of advanced supplies. The small themed area, Imagination District, will also appear in Erangel and Livik. Explore these areas and get your hands on supplies. Classic Mode has also undergone several updates. DP28 and M249 can be equipped with a new gun shield attachment. Once equipped, it can be used to block enemy gunfire. Supply shops are now available in Miramar, Vikindi, Sanhok, and Payload to provide players with an extensive array of tactical options. In Payload, powerful and heavily armored tanks will be available. Drive them into battle. In Metro Royale, there will be loads of updates to items and mechanics for you to explore. Creation Mode will also be undergoing an update. You'll have access to many creative functions, such as change outfits, emote change speed, scene effects, and more. More options will be added to the camera and chat, so showcase your brilliant captures. The all-new Nusa Tycoon event is available in the new version. During the event, each player gets their own island. Nusa coins can be used to upgrade buildings, which raises the prosperity of your island. As your island's prosperity increases, your island's appearance in the lobby also changes. Upgrade buildings and manage your island with friends now to unlock more advanced appearances. For more details, follow our official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Your order is here.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
Welcome to the Golden Moon Bazaar. Here, you'll find tons of event booths to participate in and get fantastic rewards. Call your friends and participate in Golden Moon Showdown together. Team up with friends and spar with opponents to win rewards.
Look, the Golden Moon Treasure event is just ahead. All new outfit rewards. Get UC rebates when spending. Receive gifts to improve your popularity rank. Compete for a limited Golden Moon lobby theme, Moonlight Bazaar.
In Golden Moon Blessing, exchange cards with friends to send blessings. Collect blessing cards to get fabulous rewards.
It's finally time to put your culinary skills to the test. Show us what you are capable of. The Eid al-Fitr feast welcomes you to relish the delicacies. Create a variety of dishes to get item rewards. Golden Moon Bazaar awaits your discovery.
Hello everyone, Payload mode is getting an update. This update brings a new, powerful weapon, the tank. Experience the adrenaline of Payload with all new tank battles. The new tanks will be found in Erangel. They have incredibly resilient armor and immense firepower. They can seat up to 4 players. The driver will control the tank's direction and can also look through the tank's gun sights to aim and fire at distant vehicles and enemies. The co-pilot can fire the tank's machine gun for even more firepower. The tank gun and machine gun can both rotate a full 360 degrees. The tank is extremely durable, and passengers will not take damage from gunfire, grenades, red zone bombing, vehicles, or other physical threats. But that's not to say that the tank is invincible. When the tank's durability is reduced to 0, it will explode, dealing damage to the passengers. Of course, the sturdy and powerful tank also has downsides. For one, its large size makes it easy for your team to be discovered. It's also quite slow, making it easy to chase down and surround. When you're facing a tank, firing on the heavily armored front doesn't deal much damage, but attacks from the rear deal additional damage. Shots fired at the tank at a 30-degree angle or less will ricochet, dealing significantly less damage. Attacking the tank's weak points and firing from an optimal angle are the keys to taking them down. You can also use a bit of strategy, lying in wait while within firing range, and launching an ambush when the enemy comes within range. In order to help players find tanks more easily, this update will also add a tank airdrop. Find the tank flare gun and use it to call a tank into battle. Aside from that, we've also added purchasable recalls. Players can now opt to spend shop tokens at shops to recall eliminated teammates. If it's too dangerous to get to a recall tower, this is another excellent option. So call your teammates and dive into Payload to experience exciting, all-new tank battles together.
We'll be going over exciting new version content in just 1 minute. With the arrival of PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, the Imagiversary theme mode is about to commence. To start off, there are 2 themed areas of varying sizes on the map: Imagination Plaza and Imagination District. They are simply brimming with creativity, with complex 3-dimensional architecture and compact 2-story layouts. Tactics that utilize high maneuverability are now more advantageous than ever. Several newly added items can provide extraordinary mobility. Freely build cover using block cover, which can be used as an elevator when placed directly below a player's feet. Use the dual-purpose cannon to launch throwables and yourself into the air. With portable trampoline, even tall buildings are within reach. Besides these items, Imagiversary also includes a supply converter that can be used to combine different item types. So explore for yourself and discover new crafting recipes. In PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, we will be officially welcoming the all-new World of Wonder mode, where you can play other players' creations. Countless maps that differs from classic mode await discovery. What's more, everyone has a chance to become a creator. Publish your own creations in the game for everyone to enjoy. Gearfront will be making its return next month, alongside the new Jet Boost board skill, which allows you to move about swiftly. Creation mode will also be undergoing an update. A special function that allows players to quickly switch outfits and backgrounds has been added for an even better selfie experience. Moreover, we will be introducing a new gun shield attachment for the M249 and DP28. Come and experience it for yourself. PUBG Mobile's anniversary celebration is about to begin. Get ready.
PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary is coming soon. Let's take a look at all the new content. In version 2.5, we'll be introducing the new World of Wonder feature, which includes tons of maps for different gameplay. Apart from the classic Battle Royale gameplay, you can experience unlimited possibilities in PUBG Mobile. In World of Wonder, even more gameplay maps will be coming in the future, so be sure to keep an eye out on updates for more details. On March 18th, the all-new themed gameplay, Imagiversary, will be available. In this new gameplay, players can use 3 themed items: block cover, portable trampoline, and the dual-purpose cannon. Use them to complete all sorts of creative maneuvers. Block cover can generate 3 different shaped toy blocks, which can be used as a bridge or cover. It can even be used as an elevator when placed below the player's feet. After placing it on the ground, you can touch it to bounce to higher ground. Players can launch themselves with the dual-purpose cannon to travel long distances, or launch all kinds of throwables as ammunition. It's way more powerful and effective than a regular throw. Get your creative juices flowing and come up with different combinations to unleash unexpected tactical effects. Furthermore, your backpack comes with a unique item, the supply converter. You can use the device to get new supplies by converting them 2 for 1. Give it a try, and you might just discover something unexpected. At the same time, the large new themed area, Imagination Plaza, will appear in Erangel, Stalber, and Quarry. Battle it out to occupy designated locations and compete for a vast amount of advanced supplies. The small themed area, Imagination District, will also appear in Erangel and Livik. Explore these areas and get your hands on supplies. Classic mode has also undergone several updates. DP28 and M249 can be equipped with a new gun shield attachment. Once equipped, it can be used to block enemy gunfire. Supply shops are now available in Miramar, Vikindi, Sanhok, and Payload to provide players with an extensive array of tactical options. In Payload, powerful and heavily armored tanks will be available. Drive them into battle. In Metro Royale, There will be loads of updates to items and mechanics for you to explore. Creation mode will also be undergoing an update. You'll have access to many creative functions, such as change outfits, emote change speed, scene effects, and more. More options will be added to the camera and chat, so showcase your brilliant captures. The all-new Nusa Tycoon event is available in the new version. During the event, each player gets their own island. Nusa coins can be used to upgrade buildings, which raises the prosperity of your island. As your island's prosperity increases, your island's appearance in the lobby also changes. Upgrade buildings and manage your island with friends now to unlock more advanced appearances. For more details, follow our official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Halo semuanya, gua Rezan dari BIGETRON. Selamat ulang tahun untuk PUBG Mobile yang kelima. Semoga game PUBG Mobile kedepannya semakin berkembang, semakin maju, dan semakin sukses. Nah, buat kalian jangan lupa terus ikuti perkembangan gameplay PUBG Mobile karena bakal banyak event-event seru kedepannya. Thank you guys.
Merhaba, ben Türkiye'den Solkay. PUBG Mobile'in 5. yıl dönümü kutlu olsun. PUBG Mobile'in yeni yıl dönümü etkinliklerini sen de oyuna gelip keşfedebilirsin.
हेलो गाइस, it's me सुविन कुमार प्रजापति र म टिम DRS नेपालबाट खेल्छु र ह्यापी 5th एनिभर्सरी PUBG मोबाइल र हजुर नबिर्सिनु होला 5th एनिभर्सरी को इभेन्ट आउँदैछ हजुर स्योर खेल्नु होला थ्यांक यू
Hello everyone, here is Lord from Iraq. I'm here to wish PUBG Mobile a happy 5th anniversary. Really happy to accompany PUBG Mobile through the 5th year. Hope to bring more fun contents to the players in the future. By the way, remember to try the new anniversary gameplay and rich activities for the limited time. See you there.
Halo semuanya, gue Luxi dari PERSIJA EVOS dan gue mau ngucapin buat PUBG Mobile buat ulang tahun yang kelima dan semoga PUBG Mobile makin rame, makin seru, event-eventnya juga makin makin seru banget deh pokoknya, dan kompetitifnya juga terutama semoga makin ketat ya. Dan buat kalian jangan lupa ramein event nanti ada di game PUBG Mobile ya, di dalam game kita seru-seruan bareng di sana. Oke, sampai jumpa, dadah.
हेलो अस्सलाम वालेकुम, मेरा नाम आयुट उज़न और मैं आयुट का इन गेम लीडर हूँ। मेरे तरफ से PUBG मोबाइल को 5th एनिवर्सरी बहुत मुबारक हो। मैं ये गेम 5 साल से खेल रहा हूँ और इस गेम में कुछ नए एक्टिविटीज़ आने लगे हैं, तो चलो मिलते हैं वहीं पे। हाफिज़।
Hello everyone, here is Jumper from Team Secret Malaysia. I'm here to wish PUBG Mobile a happy 5th anniversary. Very happy to accompany PUBG Mobile through the 5th year. Hope to bring more fun content to players in the future. Also wish PUBG Mobile to become better and better. By the way, remember to try the new anniversary gameplay and rich activity that are open at limited time.
Yeah. I'm back in, I'm back on. Stand up like backbone. I'm beast mode, I'm so strong. Go hard or go home. No stopping, I can't stop. I will not lose. I'ma always win. Now let the games begin now. I'm never off my grind. I'm always on time. I'm ahead of the game, I'm first place. I'm in my prime. Hard work that pays off. I pay dues, I'm paid off. Cross me, get crossed off. I'm so fresh, I'm so raw. Go hard like a day. It's game time like game day. I ball hard and clutch play. It's game time like game day. Now let the games begin. Now let the games begin. Now let the games begin. I'ma always win. It's game time and I'm up one. Name something I ain't done. Name a body that's my type. Air Jordan, I'll take flight. I'm next level, I'm franchise. I'm top tier, I'm that guy. I'm the man of the year. I'm a man with no fear. I think like I'm a shark. The way I move so sharp. I go hard for the team. That's how I play my part. I'm solid like the foundation. I'm dedicated to greatness. I always knew I would win. Now let the games begin. Now I'm never off my grind. I'm always on time. I'm ahead of the game. I'm first paid off. Cross me, get crossed off. I'm so fresh. I'm so raw. Go hard like a day. It's game time like game day. I ball hard and clutch play. It's game time like game day. Now let the games begin. I'ma always win.
We are back from the long break. Welcome back, ladies and gents. This is the grand finals of PUBG Mobile Super League South Asia. I'll be Chichi and this is going to be SLATE will be your commentators for today. And speaking of which, the Thai has come back into the grand finals.
Oh yeah, as in our interview with Kwang Ji, he says be careful of the Thais. They can come back. Showing it now that they are coming back. They're on the rise. So whoever's on we got Alter Ego, we got SLD. They gotta be careful because the Thais are not giving up just yet. Their message to the other teams is that they're here to stay.
Yep, and speaking of which, do had an interview after this. I have a feeling it's coming up from the Thais possibly, but we had an interview from FaZe before. But Hill coming in with the last chicken dinner, plus a GEEK SLATE got themselves one today. So I'm not sure how the last Erangel of the day will ended up, and we've seen a lot of SLD yesterday, but so far nothing from the Vietnam region yet.
Yeah, so but SLD at least elimination points, so that's why they're still like staying afloat up there. But they need more, maybe chicken dinner, maybe more eliminations. I don't know, anything, right? But anyway, like what you said, we're gonna have an interview, and it looks like it's gonna be a mixed interview. Let's hit on.
Hello everyone, we're back again from a long break and now for another interview session. But before that, I would love to remind you guys again about the new X-Suit Stygian Leech, where you can get it in-game. It's a new skin, you guys have to try it. But right here, right now, with me, there's a player from Hail Esports, and it is Sky only. And on my right side, we are from GEEK SLATE, and he is GEEK Stuxnet. So first of all, as the champion of PMPL Thailand, your performance today is quite good, as you've got a winner chicken dinner in match 3 just now. You guys in the top 3 with a 21-point difference. That's a small gap between you guys and the top 1 now. Do you have the confidence to overtake them by the end of the day?
เนื่องจากว่าทีมของเราเป็น PMPL ประเทศไทยมาก่อนเมื่อกี้เราก็เพิ่งได้ไก่มาในแมตช์ที่3ตอนนี้เราอยู่อันดับที่3ซึ่งคะแนนห่างจากอันดับ1แค่21คะแนนเป็นคะแนนห่างแค่นิดเดียวเรามีความมั่นใจแค่ไหนที่จะก้าวขึ้นมาเป็นอันดับ1ในตอนจบของวันนี้คะ
ก็พวกเราแบบว่าเล่นไม่ได้กดดันกันครับแบบว่าวันนี้แบบว่าเราอาจจะตามที่1ไม่ทันครับแต่พรุ่งนี้เราอาจจะตามทันครับ
He said at the end of the day he might latch into the top 1 but he will not too depressed it
All right. We'll be in the top one, but slowly but surely, as he says. So, what will you focus on more in the upcoming matches to catch up on your ranking?
ในแมตช์ที่กำลังจะมาถึงนี้เราโฟกัสอะไรมากกว่ากันคะเพื่อจะไต่อันดับขึ้นไป
เก็บคนไว้เล่นวงท้ายครับเพราะว่าช่วงนี้เราตายกันฟรีง่ายไปหน่อยครับ
He tried to remain all their team members until the last circles.
Alright, survivability rate, love it. Okay, so any words you want to say to the other teams out there?
อยากพูดอะไรถึงทีมอื่นๆไหมคะ
ให้ทีมพวกผมเดินสะดวกเถอะครับ
He say like if the other teams meet them in the game, let them play easily, don't kill them.
Oh, okay, good answer right there. Alright, thank you so much, Sky Only. And now moving on to GEEK Stuxnet. Alright, so you got a winner chicken dinner in match 2 just now, and almost got a winner chicken dinner in match 3. That's a impressive result for you guys. So in match 3, there was a 2v2 situation between you guys from GEEK, SLATE, and Hail Esports. So what was happening during that time?
Selepas kita orang ratakan BTR, kita orang nak try masuk circle, tapi Hail berpihak lebih banyak circle, and then dorang dapat advantage ada low ground dengan batu. So kita orang pun lari open, and then saya knock zone, and then Mika kena dengan budak Hail.
Alright, so what he answered just now was that they managed to eliminate BTR early, but then they have to went into the circle, but then the circle is more towards Hail, and they have the upper hand where the low grounds and there's like stones and places for them to hide, and they were left open, and at the end of the day, winner chicken dinner was gained by Hail Esports. So as PMPL MY champion, you are currently 31 points away from the top 1. What are your plans to improve your scores?
Kita orang akan cuba sebaik mungkin untuk dapatkan top 1. Kita orang akan cuba untuk dapatkan lagi chicken dinner. So itu saja.
Alright, so he answered that they will get more points, they will try to be more consistent, get more winner chicken dinner, and at the end of the day hoping that they will get into the top 1 ranking by the end of today. So is there any words you wanted to say to the other teams out there?
Korang janganlah main betul-betul, minta jalan tusun. So kita orang boleh jadi top 1.
Alright, so he is asking to the other teams to not play that good, to get more too soon than a chicken dinner, because they wanted all the winner chicken dinner out there, and hoping that they will win as a champion at the end of this grand finals. Alright, that's a good answer from both of you guys. Good luck, all the best on the upcoming matches. I think that's all for our interview session after this long break. 3 games left to go. It's the second day, and we're hoping to see more action. See you again back at the caster's desk. Bye-bye.
I mean, like, they did it for the first map in Erangel by taking a bit of an awkward position against the blue zone, but they couldn't secure the second because of the terrain itself. I have to agree. The rock and also the tree play such a big part inside of the hill. You do have more covers. But hey, we're heading to another Erangel of the day. How will the circle fare?
Yeah, so far it's kind of like the second Erangel as well, because it's like kind of pushed to the side. So that's for us. Whenever the kind of circle happens, then we'll see early first splits. The circle was exciting as well. It's been quite a while. Maybe this time, I think that we haven't seen for quite a while. It's shooting all the way up north. Might as well.
I mean, you mean like Zaki?
Yes, please, Zarki.
I mean, we haven't got our South Bridge Circle. That's already, I mean, like, the first one, it was really close to the Bridge Circle, but nowhere near the bridge. But speaking of today, we do have a lot of Thai's flag waving up there. FaZe and Hill did score themselves 1 chicken each, with GEEK SLATE got themselves first Erangel of the day. But heading into the next Erangel, we haven't seen a lot of the Indonesian teams at the Vietnam here today if you compare to yesterday. I'm not sure what's happening right now at the other end for Indonesian and Vietnam team, but they definitely have their strats here today. And so far, coming up from the side of Alter Ego, I feel like they are holding their back for a bit when it comes to this firepower. And it feels like more the objective of the day is towards the side of rank consistency, possibly.
It'll be interesting to see if that changes later on, because sometimes what we saw is that some teams, they needed the break, and then after the break they became like, okay, not too bad. So maybe it's the break that they need, and after this they will perform a lot different than what's before. Let the other teams get a little bit with when they start to think that, oh, we're starting to soften up, but okay, but actually they come back after the break. So I'm just putting out theories here. It might be the case, it might not be the case. So we'll need to wait and see, because in other words as well, if we kind of look at it, it's a different flag as compared to yesterday. So maybe some shift has happened.
And so far when it comes to predictions, and I did actually, yeah, here comes the prediction time. Now, so far we both scored one, which is going to be FaZe from you, mine's going to be XPU, it's going to be GEEK SLATE, Alter Ego closing off. DX, I'm waiting for their, they're waking up from their slumber, because right now it feels like they're being too quiet, because I was hoping for the grand finals when they start to show off their strat, their fangs, and just show a bit of aggression in it, but so far it's just too quiet, and they're still benching out Lamborghini for today.
Yeah, and for BTR, they're almost there. Like, they're also like, I think they're in like the same case as like Xavier. BTR is like, okay, somewhat on the rise. We do see them lasting a lot longer than before, so they got a consistent of like at least like a top 5 in the team. It's okay for them. SLD slightly quiet, but they do get the elimination. But of course, for our caster predictions, I guess it's more skewed towards like who gets the chicken dinners. So for that to count and for us to claim, it has to be chicken dinner from any of these teams below. And you can't think about it, Choo. In recent times, we seem to be a little bit more on point with our caster predictions as compared to before.
I mean, like, because we're following the entire season this time, and it's just one of the greatest seasons. I saw like the GEEK SLATE versus Yoodo Alliance. That was a great ending. You have to remember that, because that was so close, and GEEK SLATE were at the brink of losing and still managed to secure that one out. But it's different case when it comes to Hill, because we do know Hill, when it comes to tactical wise, they are very ingenious. They are they're an opportunist. They know for a fact that which one is the one that is being closed by the blue zone first. They know for a fact the timing. It's compared to Yoodo Alliance. Well, you have to give it. Hill did actually close that one way better compared to Yoodo Alliance. Before it was a 4v3, and this one it was a 2v2. So pretty much Yoodo Alliance should have won that one, but it just shows a different set of skills and mindset coming out from the Thai teams when it comes to when things really matter. But will it be just a bluff coming from the Thais today? Because so far we haven't seen so much of them when it comes to day number 1. Day number 2, the start of it, but not as aggressive and impactful as we hope it would be.
Well, as long as you can remain consistent, then why not, right? As they are showing in the overall charts that they are climbing up. So if it works for them, okay. Because at some point, as long as they can remain consistent, at some point teams on top will not be consistent. So if they can keep their momentum going, then they're probably at the top. And it is looking like the case, because like when we started today, it's like, oh, Alter Ego, good gap, but now the gap has shrunk, like 21 points, as mentioned by Cairo, our host during the interview. 21 points. It takes only one round for that 21 point to be caught up to. So I mean, the Thais, they are the Thais, and they are one of the best in this Southeast Asia region for a reason.
But will it be a different scene when it comes to PMSL this season? Will somebody else take it away? And the closest one is going to be SLD and none other than Alter Ego, because they are in the top 2 right now. And you talked about the gap before. Starting off today, the gap between the first and second place was only just 5 points. But by halfway through, it's like 20-ish. Now that's consistency coming from Alter Ego. Still managed to squeeze, trying to stretch out the gap, even though it's not as big as they hope it would be, but gap is still a gap. It's so important for them to actually keep it going, because if they need to catch up and be overtaken by these teams, at least they still can catch up and have another go for another map. And speaking of Alter Ego, yeah, I feel like they have been really consistent getting those points up, even though they haven't got themselves chicken, sometimes not even the top 3 or top 5, but they know for a fact, you know what, feels like the circle against us. We go for elimination this round, even though we got eliminated, our rank is not too much. At least they still score 5 points and above. But for the others to catch up here, they have to have this huge amount of elimination plus a chicken dinner to just get that number 1 spot.
Yeah, I mean, with 3 games to go today, it's possible. It's very doable. So that's why, you know, at this point, nobody is safe. Nobody can be complacent. Don't be surprised. Even what if teams on page number 2 can catch up? Example, GEEK SLATE. They were on page number 2, but now they're on page 1. And if they can continue on this level of consistency, maybe getting another chicken dinner, maybe another second place, chicken dinner again, or maybe 2 places, then it's possible they'll be in top 3 and they'll be in contention for the number 1 tomorrow. And considering that during the league they weren't that great in overall, if they can suddenly do that, it's also considered one of those Cinderella stories.
Yep, and we have to keep an eye out for BTR, Yoodo Alliance, Bacon Time, DX, REGUM, Box Gaming, 7 and VOIN. These are the team on the bottom right now, on the 10th place to 16. Can they make it up in the last minute or not? Especially VOIN, who used to be number 1 in the entire week of week 1.
Oh yeah, VOIN, very, very different for them. But, I mean, we've been giving them a lot of time, right? Like, break after break, day after day. Again, we still got to give it to them. They are in the grand finals for a reason. Let's head on to Erangel to see whether their fate changes.
We're back into Erangel, and this will be the last Erangel map of the day. We have 3 more Erangels for tomorrow. We're down to only like what, 12, make it 6, 8 more maps to go. We're done with the grand finals. This time the flight path coming up from the north down to south, of shooting range down to a Sanhok community base. It's always about the question, the bigger question, that is, where will the circle be? Today the circle has been really unpredictable, extremely tough and huge challenge for the players and the entire team of all 16 teams to navigate themselves without any harm, because we saw the circle just too extreme as a start here today.
Yeah, and that means that it's entertaining for us, so I'm not gonna complain about that. And if we get another one, that's great. If we go Saki for the first time in history, will be amazing. That will be jaw-dropping. Hope that happens. But if that happens, of course, Vampire Esports, they'll be the happiest bunch. Now, the happiest bunch, if that happens, is going to be BTR, because look at the flight path. They will return back to their base, in which they took away from Team Secret, considering Team Secret in the grand finals, so they're going to drop straight there. Yoodo Alliance as usual, just passing by, going towards Novo, and we get a northern circle. I'm not going to put hopes high because there's a little bit of Zaki there, but fingers crossed.
It feels like it's going to be Ross or shooting range, or in between those river. We've seen that before. We've had that. It was not an easy circle again. I have to agree on that. But Zaki, I mean, like, there will be some things coming up from the side of Zaki. It's quite vacant up there. If you want to go up north, cutting across Zaki will be one way to go. And we do have Red Face spotting out SLD Kosu. 2 fraggers of different teams. They're fighting against each other. But I'm not sure if PERSIJA EVOS want to commit to this.
It looks like the answer is no, so they're going to let it go for now. Perhaps it does connect, but maybe they're not confident in terms of, like, maybe the opponent drop close by with somewhere that has weapons, and then it's like, okay, we're going to let that go for now. It's not going to be worth it. We can take that fight later on anyway. And plus, they can spend time to loot. But for 9, not letting go of SLD. This could be another early elimination SLD.
It's not great. After got himself a double chicken back-to-back yesterday, almost got a hat-trick themselves. Now going for the downfall. A bit degrading when it comes to the morale right now. It feels like SLD having a bit of a trouble with their footings. But PUBG will be safe for now. If they both lose their main fragger, goes to PUBG, it's going to be a handful of SLD for when it comes to remaining as the survivor. Trongzin and Chuanji, they can actually pull it off, but it's a bit better with these guys in. GEEK SLATE, on the other hand, having to share the compound with another team. I think that's going to be DX. Both happen to be their scouters. It's just, do they actually have any sort of information about Snipes right now for Deduct?
Well, not to now. So now Snipes knows Deduct, not interested, so it's going to leave this compound. Great call, because look at his weapons, not his favorite. There's a pump gun, so he's not going to pursue further, but Snipes going pretty much the same direction as D-Duck, but I don't think he'll pursue as.
Well, that's going to be a smart move for coming from both teams, and this is going to be a bit of a later rotation for some teams who's happen to be in the main or the center of our island. We're talking about around Pochinki, we talked about SMB. Those are dropping in themselves in SMB. We'll have a tough one, but Gosu, this is what happened just now. I mean, like, I think there's like 2 times in a row now SLD losing Gosu as the first player out. And that's going to be detrimental because they need Gosu, because he's the one that actually admit to late game. He's the one actually cracking the code for the team. He's going for the off flank or off angle side flanks and getting those shots done. But he cannot do that since he will be the one that actually eliminated too early.
Yeah, it was quite unlucky for him there. I think it was just innocently looking for vehicles, but happened to bump into Semna. Semna happened to have the right weapon to shoot from that distance, and yeah, the rest was history there. I mean, nothing much you can do about that. It was just like, oh, innocently going around, you know, something just happened. Hopefully they'll be able to come back stronger next. But then again, of course, if you have the doubt to SLD, we have seen multiple times that teams doing well despite playing as a trio from the start.
Speaking of trio, I mean, like, for Hill just now in the previous map, they actually starting off with a duo for the longest time, and they managed to secure the chicken. I mean, sometimes you have lesser players, you're being more alert, you are a bit more careful about dictating your next step, where to go and what to do and who's shooting. You'll be more alert about your surroundings, and that's not a bad plan either. But I do worry about the teams right now in the current Erangel, especially Yoodo Alliance and BTR dropping themselves in SMB area. And there's nowhere near on the right side of the map just now around Mansion Shelter and Milta covered inside of the circle. So I have a feeling those dropping in SMB, they will take the longer rotation, maybe moving to Starboard before entering up to Severny. They can actually do that.
Yeah, that's not a bad move as well. So, teams like GEEK, SLATE, they played by that edge, and an okay entry for them. In fact, they got a second place, and yeah, I think if it's a repeat again, it'll be okay. And especially teams like coming in from SMB Island, as you said, probably the one that will take that advantage is going to be Yoodo Alliance, because they're on the right side of the bridge. On the left side bridge, I don't know if BTR. Yeah, but BTR can still take the right side bridge if they want to, so a couple of good options there for the SMB board.
But we do have coming up from Boom, and these are the teams that are trying to place themselves in the center of a circle, which is going to be on top of Rosok right now. Bacon Time is very nearby to the side of Boom. Now, we mentioned about BTR before. They're taking the left side of the bridge, which is a bit more crowded than the right side. We do know for a fact DX dropping around Quarry area, and Bacon Time, they just leave out Pochinki and going straight around Rosok just now, maybe on top of Ruin, passing by there. You do have box around the area of Gatka mounted before. And speaking of which, GEEK SLATE will be, I'm surprised they're not actually camping here for now, for GEEK SLATE.
Yeah, they're no longer doing that. Okay, we try to block teams from coming by bridge. If not, it would be BTR. So they're switching up their strategy right now. Maybe they're like, oh, we're not going to play that level of a slow game. Maybe they just move it up a notch in terms of their speed of rotation. So we can see them traveling now up. They're probably going to take somewhere on the left, maybe one of the bridges towards the. So I wouldn't be surprised if they actually take the left Jogopool bridge, because back then they drop into Jogopool, so they know that area like the back of their hand, so they can estimate a little bit better. And we have seen with this kind of circle as well, if they take that kind of rotation, it worked out for them.
Looking at all the teams, they mostly will be focusing to a side of Rosok for now, including FaZe coming out of Jogopool. Alter Ego just stepped into the circle, and they're just taking their own time here. We're talking about Alter Ego coming across from the side of Farm and Milta area, just coming out from the right side of the circle, maybe cutting across Yasnaya Polyana later after this. So far, surprisingly, there's no team clashing a bit too early, maybe due to the flight path itself that divided the map when it comes to that circle, just within reach for all the players and not too far from where the initial drop spots were, because they are, oh wow, never mind that, I'm going to take that back. There's going to be up to shooting range now, all the way into shooting range.
Yeah, there Oh, so that's your answer for GEEK's rotation. Definitely taking the left bridge of Jogopool straight. Plus, if they did their homework, I'm pretty sure they did, they would know that BTR would drop in the base, meaning that North Jogopool is free and it's okay for them to pass by there. Look at the current circle, they can still pass by and still could loot inside of North Jogopool.
Super crowded, 16 teams still intact. Double airdrop dropping nearby to the side of Boom and Bacon time here. You do have first contact and Octa taking it on low U from afar. I assume that's going to be right on top of shooting range, and here we go again. Almost a trade done, but Lung is too low when it comes to his health. He's prepping up the nade. Fnatic trying to find a bit of a loophole there. Potato will return those damage done by Lung before, but the AKM really going to make so much on the side of Rosemary, making a gateway or an entry towards the side of Sam9, but Dap will return fire. 2-1 for the trade.
Oh yeah, Dap doing the work. Sam9 Putra is still alive as well, but Asa from RRQ from afar trying to steal away those elimination points all the way downtown from shooting range. Rosemary is here against Putra. Potatoes coming in as well just to keep cover, and now Potato shot from where? From, I believe it was from the other side, but it's going to be sent out.
It's coming out from PERSIJA EVOS. Two teams of Indonesian, RRQ and PERSIJA EVOS, do love playing a third party as much as they can. And now they're closing in the distance. Alter Ego left with only Fnatic here. And there's no way out for him. And there's one more player still survive somewhere for the side of Alter Ego. Then he will flee, definitely. But I'm not sure where is the last player. Who is the last player of Alter Ego for now. But for the RRQ side, they definitely secures 3 elimination out of that. Even though the entirety of Sam9 being obliterated, at least Alter Ego scored themselves 1. It's going to be Rosemary, the last player that is surviving here. Now you have to actually take this responsibility of the entire team by himself. Spot a couple of teams across him as well, while the Vampires having a clash against Hill.
Yeah, with early elimination for majority of Alter Egos. Yes, that's good news for SLD Hill. PERSIJA EVOS maybe. Wow, teams in fact that can catch up to them. So this is scary now for Alter Ego. Let's see how long that Mary can last. Now back onto RRQ. They were busy with Alter Ego and Sam9 with SLD.
RRQ, they were butting the business into somebody else's just now. Spotted out Hill, casually just sprays, almost got the entirety of Flash. Asa, a bit disappointed with that reload coming in. Have to settle down. They almost got a knockdown, but close enough. But the circle happened to be shrinking again. Vampires coming up from Zaki, now coming up towards their side. It will be the circle as well. Rosemary barely hanging on there by himself. Praying nobody spotted him out. VOIN right now is busy with PERSIJA EVOS with RRQ in between everybody else. There's going to be a lot of southern fights here.
Oh yeah, everyone's coming up right now. They're forced to move up because of the circle. But Rongzin will secure that elimination point onto Mod from RRQ. That's going to be the first elimination point for SLD itself. SLD now moving, but Flash losing against Parajin. Parajin secures point number 2 for SLD.
For SLD, they lost one man early on. Gosu or no Gosu, they're still going to have a go. But Parajin is going to be a main fragger. Asa spot out both teams at the same time. Pick out, it's going to be Tiger Axe for his target. Chuan Chi will be under the radar of Vassar. SLD, they're being forced to split among themselves here, and they try to reunite with the entire roster, but it's just difficult because of how RRQ keep the pressure on their side.
Oh yeah, RRQ really being the pain for all these teams. But without more on their side, so that's one man down, lesser to shoot. But that's good news for the other teams because we can see that a lot of rotations happening right now. SLD from outside shooting range coming back into shooting range, but they need to share the area with RRQ.
And it's not the best spot as well because we've spotted out another team are eyeing them out right now, which can be RRQ. Now this is going to be RRQ feast if they can actually make the best out of this situation. Lapa trying to go for the high ground. Spot out PERSIJA EVOS looks to be knocked down early on, trying to finish off the job. But RRQ make a move as well. It's down to timing here. Red Face spotted out Lapa from afar. Red Face, his eyes is like he got more eyes than just a normal human being. He can see everything that's going on behind his back at the same time.
Oh yeah, you gotta keep your, if he has eyes behind him, right, then they'll be really helpful because you can see the amount of teams all around them. Looks like GEEK is not stopping yet, so going up against Xavier managed to get a knockdown to Rapid somewhere else, probably on the left. That was where GEEK entered, how they entered the northern side. Now PERSIJA EVOS just to take out VOIN, sees the smoke, but PERSIJA EVOS, there's someone beside him. Oh, Alva is there.
VOIN Alva. Both being chucked down by the Blues, and while D actually not looking any Lamborghini plays. I'm not sure about Vampires. Is Tony K still playing or not? But VOIN do have CL this time. Lapa and Keenan. Alva coming in a bit later. Luxy spotted them out, and Alva will be under his target here. For the side of PERSIJA EVOS, they decided to get into the circle and just get kicked from the inside, but they'll be stopped by the side of VOIN here. They have to hold and be roadblock and have to deal with this for now. And they have to make it fast because there are going to be more teams coming in. But on the southern part of it, still going to be a lot of them. And Rosemary being favored by the circle. Still holding on his ground, but GEEK is nearby. Same goes for Box, but PERSIJA EVOS and VOIN, they are away from the circle. Redface down on his knees. Alva trying to find another one. Could spot out Luxy, just the pistol shot going. But the blue zone is pressuring them.
Oh, Lapa pressuring Zaxi as well, but look at the counter fire from Zaxi. Now Lapa, beautiful by him. Luxy on the other side tries to take down another member. Boy, that's going to be Alva, but Alva should be able to get away. Alva still taking out the blue, but the rain of coming in from VOIN is going to put pressure on the PERSIJA EVOS.
Cornered. Nowhere nearby can actually exit out. Lux is the only anchor for the side of PERSIJA EVOS that can make an opening for the team to make sure they can actually rush and cut across VOIN. But now Luxy start to move, going in as much as he can with those vehicles, but the slope of the hill making it so hard for them to visualize what's happening on the other side. Keenan with the DBS. I don't think it worked with this distance, but hey, who knows? But Lynx, you know what? Never mind. Take those vehicles and just splat them over.
Oh, Alva super duper low. Just needed one bullet from Lynx, but Lynx decides not to take the shot. Instead, focus on to get into the circle. SLD out? Wait, what? What just happened? Bacon time.
The top three teams happen to be having a bit of difficulty up there. We're talking about one player left and two for the side of hill. Now, this gives away opportunities for PERSIJA EVOS and FaZe to take the numbers up and swap for the overall rankings. RRQ spotted out Bacon time from afar. Gatekeeping this side and just keeping the pressure on. Napako will relay all the information back towards the rest of the team while the others start to move. Bacon time realize they're not in the zone. Now, how to get out from here? It's a very small space. Luckily enough, he can make it out from the space, but the moment they step out, RRQ will nowhere near leaving them passing by or slip even. PERSIJA EVOS is going there at the same time. Now they have to deal two teams at the same time.
Well, it's a busy day in the off for RRQ. Now that PERSIJA EVOS has arrived and they want to take over this high ground from RRQ. This fight, RRQ, 3 players active. PERSIJA EVOS, 4 players. They have the numbers, but Napeko is going to even that out.
Nate, can it finish off some of the players of PERSIJA EVOS? Can they actually avoid those explosions? Coming up from PERSIJA EVOS, they're trying to negate the damage as much as possible, but it's almost impossible at this rate. Bacon time, trap, cornered, left, right, center, no way out. While Zaxi managed to just slowly, step by step, pushing forward, but this is not the rate they need it to go. They need to move faster, and the time is against them. Voldemort taking on Bacon time, touchdown. That's going to be Bacon time next, finished off. And on the side of RRQ, they're taking rain over these high elevations, but a lot of teams slipping by, and Pombet got crushed by PERSIJA EVOS with those DBS.
Hello, but Pombet is low right now. He'll definitely be taken down by PERSIJA EVOS, and now PERSIJA EVOS can reset themselves, but they have to do it quickly. Get the amount of teams close by. Vampire Esports saw what happened. They might want to crash in, but Circle moved up, and look who's in the middle. It's going to be Boom Esports.
Now for the teams that actually been not favored by the circle, from bad to worse, they have to figure out how to get into the circle now. FaZe taking on BTR at the same time. They have to actually leave by Liquid or Tears will be the scapegoat for the team. Hill spotted out by Satar, but none of those sprays clipped. A bit ambitious with those vehicles going on, but the moment they step out of this compound, they're just going to go over the side of the mountain. There'll be another team waiting, but never mind, they got stuck with Ventores for now.
Ventores. Another clear shot for him. Spraying them down. If he was able to explode the vehicle, probably get a couple of knockdowns as well. But without that, one knockdown. Well, BTR now stuck in the rut. Probably going to be a second knockdown soon for Ventores. That's a FaZe Clan they're closing in.
Another team just coming in. It's going to be the Axe passing by. Inside of FaZe, this is something they have to wrap things up really quickly. And FaZe were forced to split themselves into 2-2 formation. Right now, there's going to be a lot of splat here. Who needs weapon and DBS when you have this buggy to actually run people over? But Mormon and the side of FaZe, a bit of a drift, a bit of a flip. Because of how many teams surrounding them right now, they are panicking for a bit, I guess, but I'm not sure what's happening here. Ring around Rosie, but DX is here. Now DS coming in from the back as well. Box and Hill. 3 teams happen to be sharing the same corner.
Oh, look at this. FaZe Clan already got themselves 5 elimination points. Looks like they're bringing momentum into this round. And now Hill Esports. Only 2 players left by the edge of the circle. They could be crashing by Xavier.
Again, down to Gatslow and Tiger. They did it before for the start of Hill, down to 2 players, but the entirety of the access here. With only Chua and Dirk, it's going to be 1-to-1 trade, and here comes another. Chua with the DBS, hoping for the 8 coming up from Rabis, who just came by across. And Chua will decide to go for Dirk first. Hale finally goes down, but FaZe now Asa going all out aggressive. Mormon will go in for the help, trying to run him down, but just managed to slip by. But Asa running dry with those bullets, hoping for his teammate to give support fire, but they are nowhere near.
And another splat for Mela, but now moving Geek Slate versus Sparks Gaming. We got Geek Slate inside of this shelter. Mika needs to be picked up. Snice needs to buy time for his teammate. He has the DBS in hand. Goes down, just trying to get as much information as possible while using the smoke to buy time.
Son of Snipes trying to not get into the tunnel here, into the bunkers. He knows for a fact he will trap himself if that happens. So GEEK, they're trying to play as much as possible on the outside. Snipe trying to spot out Box, but the terrain, the levels is just too tough. Trying to flush them out with those mollies as well, making sure they will give away the position, but Levy will not retreat back just yet. Instead, Geek Slate being punished for that instead. With a response coming out from that molly with another nade toss about. But here comes the rush coming in with DBS. They want to go in, but the circle happened to be shrinking again.
Ooh, shrinks and it went up, and FaZe Clan is together with RRQ and Yoodo Alliance on the other end, unchallenged. Hopefully the circle will favor them and they don't need to cross the road. They're crossing their fingers right now, but Geek has Yoodo Alliance in the crosshair.
Adik Luke coming up from Yoodo Alliance, taking advantage about what's happening on the other end of the map. And Box need to leave. They don't have the time. The Blues are shrinking. He's just right across it. But she knows and response is a bit later. And GEEK on the other end, taking this matter into their hands. Capone cannot see through those smokes. The silhouettes barely make it out. Is it teammate or is it his foe? On the side of Weenie with a micro Uzi, it's quite a distance for him to actually go in here. Capone just clouded by smoke, blinded right now. While Weenie trying to get those coming up from the back line. Mika playing around the corners of the bunkers. But Box Gaming, this is not doing well for them.
Nicely done by Mika. He only has like what, 10% of health? And he almost got knocked down, but now the zone. Oh no. The good news is that they do have active vehicles in place. Winnie spotted out by Stuxnet. Beautifully placed indeed, Nate there, and that eliminates Box Gaming.
Side of DX, they still have a 4. 2 eliminations for now. Spotted out Stuxnet, even though Stuxnet had themselves a bit of a highlight, but Geek Slate now losing man. Just like flies, dropping one by one. While they are struggling to get themselves in the safe zone, DX realizes it's too open for them. Pop the smokes up, but will be responded by Yoodo Alliance across them. Then we do have Boom against Vampires at the same time. Keymine and Yummy just stalling with those smokes.
Oh, yeah, buying time for themselves. But how long can they buy time? As now Vampire Esports starting to shoot on the Yummy is gone down by Rebel. It's going to be still Vampire Esports. Looks like multiple fights happening elsewhere, including Yoodo Alliance shooting from afar.
Talking about the center here, Boom and Vampires is just nowhere near about taking covers. But hey, Fluke have dropped a double nade down, and that finish off Boom straight off the bat. Down to 7 teams, only 18 players left. The only teams that are getting themselves a full squad is going to be FaZe, Vampires, and Yoodo Alliance. Well, Alter Ego, that one Rosemary lasted long enough as a solo player. Same goes for PERSIJA EVOS. REQ living with one Voldemort left, but Mela spotted out T-Duck. This is going to be the entry point coming out from the side of FaZe.
Oh no. Then Luxy was behind. He managed to crawl himself into the circle. And now it's going to be FaZe Clan versus the Savior. Mela takes on Duke. And that is it. Mela being countered upon by Frankie. And Frankie countered upon by Momo. They're just trading it back and forth.
But at the same time, Rabies need to help up Frankie. It's better for the odds if they have 2 players left here. Aside of FaZe, a bit of a very carry and concerned teammate, Mormon, carrying out Mela out of the war zone. They got themselves 9 eliminations by now for the side of FaZe. And trying to get for more. Luxy, the last player of PERSIJA EVOS, pressured by the blue, and Straps finish with 1 nade, and that's it. But they're not done yet for the side of Vampires. News put out Omdus, but couldn't connect the dots, couldn't connect those bullets away, while Venturas fights back, giving back the response that they need on the end of Vampires. Rosemary, on the other hand, tried to play as quiet as possible, but Venturas trying to make an entry for the side of FaZe, and they caught Frankie down.
Oh, it's amazing that Rosemary could still stay put, not spotted out by any other team. Now the bad news for Vampire Esports and FaZe Clan is that they need to cross the road, but before that, dealing with Xavier, it's going to be FaZe Clan taking the number 6.
3 teams with full squads here. FaZe included with 11 eliminations by now. They can get more. Vampires trying to chase those eliminations too. They have to cross the street like you mentioned. The moment they cross the street, it's going to be Voldemort waiting at the other end. But it's 1v4 is quite a task. Coming up from the side of RQ. Yoodo Alliance waiting on the other end of the corner as well. They have the most of the circle and they will capitalize it. But can they do the finishing? Because the last time you saw them, they failed to do so.
Ooh. Yes, this is going to be the next challenge for Yoodo Alliance. But look, at least looking at the circle, slightly favors them. And they still have a full squad. 1 elimination point, not a problem. As long as they can get that chicken dinner, that's going to be okay. But now FaZe Clan and Vampire Esports, this is inevitable. They need to fight each other before they get across.
Same goes for RQ. Finally down for RQ right now. The last play, Voldemort just not taken away. And it's down to 4 teams here. Vampires fighting against Yoodo Alliance and FaZe at the same time. Newsy guarding over the side of FaZe only for Vampire's side. And the others are split right now for their attention. On the side of Yoodo Alliance, greeted by the rush coming up from FaZe. But Newsy trying to stop them from moving forward. Yoodo Alliance responded, and that's going to be Rosemary. Finally spotted out by Red Boy. Down to 3 teams with full squads going in.
Oh, Spray coming for Red Boy. Almost getting that knockdown, but not able to connect enough. But instead, Newsy will take down Venturas. 2 OG players going up against each other. FaZe Clan right now, they have members on the end. They have to deal with Yoodo Alliance instead.
Onsen's on the ground, bleeding. It's only left with Mela and Mormon to do the job here. But Mela is going up for those eliminations. He got 4 already. He's still going to be the top Terminator so far. And by now, nobody can overtake him. But FaZe are losing many. And down to 2 players. Vampires start to move. Yoodo Alliance still have a 3. Stone and Fluke have tried to reposition themselves. And Shrap's got himself an angle to the side of Yoodo Alliance. Now FaZe on the other hand trying to find across this hill to see what's happening to us like Vampires. Nobody can see each other right now due to the uneven of the terrain.
Yeah, the terrain right now is tough for 3 teams. Despite in the minimap we see that they're close by, but like what you said, terrain is just stopping them from shooting each other, or we're at least getting information. But right now you can see that FaZe Clan and as well as Vampire Esports, they managed to get across. They managed to do so despite an open road. Yoodo Alliance has company on the other side.
But the one that's too close to actually shoot is going to be FaZe and Vampires. They're just next to each other. The smokes were giving away the position of Mela for now. Mormon is locked for his position right now to the side of Yoodo Alliance. There's no way he can pivot more than the others can do. Mela will be the one that anchoring towards the side of FaZe. On the side of FaZe, on the other hand, they can split out 2-2 if they need it. Then maybe 2-1 right now. They do have a tree. But Fleekov trying to find where are they? It's been too quiet right now.
Okay, the silence may be broken soon. Momon trying his luck, but no one's there. Okay, another silent moment. Silence could be broken after this 5 seconds because we're going towards stage 9. We all know the circle will close entirely. That's where we'll see the teams will be forced to stand up and shoot.
Repo Boy running dry. A lot of them are running dry with the ammunition. We're talking about their reserve. It's not going to be enough to fight 2 teams back to back. All they need to depend on is going to be utilities, and some of them don't even have enough. Speaking of the nades, now down to nothing for Shrubs. It's going to be the last nade he'll be tossed over, and have to pray that they will click and connect. And when it comes to ammunition, their bullets running too low right now. Kenny trying to mark their territory, trying to bait out the positions, hoping for somebody to shoot him down, but nobody's willing to give away. But Stone starting off with Ondons. It's going to be that entry point that they needed. For Vampire, split into 2-2 formation with FaZe fighting against Fluker, but the Blue Zone closing in. It shrinks. Walls on the side of Yoodo Alliance. All they need to do is just wait, and Mela knocked by Fluker again.
Here we go, Vampire Esports. They seem to be control the situation. Schwartz will take down Mela completely. Stone tosses a nade on Yoodo Alliance. A little bit of a distance for him. Momon really close by with okay, Ripple Boy knows. Ripple Boy shoots. Momon, 50% of health, is still alive there, but the nade! Momon will land nicely, beautifully onto Ripple Boy.
There's going to be one paralyzed on the side of Yoodo Alliance. Down to only 2 players left. Schweppes trying to get covers from the airdrop, but it's not making it in time. Stone trying to wrap around the corner and spot it out. Kenny, that spray's got one more. It's an equal field. Down to Vampire versus Yoodo Alliance. Look, not being spotted out, but needs to be shot instead. Where those shots coming up from the smokes just cannot possibly get any sort of information for these teams. The smokes just blinded them so hard. But look! He will clutch this for the entire team! The last play of Yoodo Alliance, which no intel coming from Empires right now. They have no clue where those nades coming out from.
Oh, late Molly. Fluke now he's on his critical health. Going up against Ade Luke, and Fluke, he only has 26 bullets. He must hit everything, and it's going to be Ade Luke for Yoodo Alliance, clutching Vampire Esports.
That just happened again. 1v4. And those nades. There was a perfect run from one person to decimate the entirety of Vampires. Those smokes, I want to rewatch the highlight just now. Who opened up those smokes that making so much work and so much advantage to a side of Yoodo Alliance? They have no clue. The entirety of Vampires have no intel on where Addict Luke was.
Yeah, and Ade Luke nade, it's all on point. I mean, 1 nade, 2, 1 nade, 1, and the rest was history there. Definitely deserved the MVP. Ade Luke with 4 eliminations, 909 damage in this round. Ade Luke, the star man, or star boy, for Yoodo Alliance. And we're gonna get a sticker very soon. Oh.
Yeah. Total up with 7 eliminations coming from Yoodo Alliance. But for the Vampires, they got themselves double digit if I'm not mistaken just now. But for the side of Yoodo Alliance, this chicken dinner will have them push up the overall ranking. But where do they stand? Can they make it up to the top 5 or not? Is it still a lot of work to do? But coming up from that clutch, I mean, like Addict Luke, he stays alone for the longest time. And FaZe, I mean, like if you compare for the longest time, it's gonna be Rosemary definitely. But FaZe, that was a close run still. But if you compare with Vampires, that should have been their game.
Yeah, until the nade came. I mean, if the nade was cooked up well and it was tossed up precisely into the location, immediately knocks out members of Vampire Esports. There's nothing to do about it. So I would say still gotta give it to Ade Luke for pulling that off. And if you talk about rotation of Yoodo Alliance, they actually took the right side, go straight up all the way, passing by Severny, into the circle, and that's where they were unchallenged, and that was a good, precise rotation by Yoodo Alliance.
Yeah, we're dropping around SMB, going to Noya and just going the furthest journey of all the teams out there. They are the furthest away from the circle, and then make it up. It means that it's not about the circle anymore. It's about how you adapt and play well with the terrain that's been provided to you. So many teams are caught down by the Bluefin, as per usual, because the circle these days has been so unpredictable. But so many close quarters combat as well when it comes to those small shacks. And speaking of this kind of circle, there's not many compounds there is. Not many buildings for them to take cover from.
Yeah, because it depends on the terrain, right? You don't have many buildings around this area. That's common for like shooting range-ish up. So you really need to depend on like the knowledge of knowing how to play with the terrain. And we can see how tough it is. No compound, depending on the terrain. It took so long for these players to actually meet up with each other. And we have to just look at Adeluk's nades again. It's on point. Cause for celebration for Adeluk, definitely. He is the man of the hour.
And I just rewatched that just now. I think that was Vampire Smoke that actually helps Adik look in that process too. I mean, like, he used what he has, and that was helping in great time. But FaZe, on the other hand, got themselves 13 eliminations, even though they've been eliminated quite early. That scores them at the #1 in this map here, in this match rankings. Yoodo Alliance just 1 point shy due to how they don't have that much elimination compared to the side of FaZe, because they are on the other side of a map, not being spotted out the furthest away from this war zone. But Vampires, that should have been their game.
Yeah, Vampires should have wrapped it up, but it's okay. It's still 15 points, so it's still pretty decent for Vampire Esports. Only three difference than FaZe Clan, so that's okay. We still see the house of Thailand, FaZe Clan, Vampire Esports still doing fairly well, and because of that, we can see that they moved up the charts. FaZe Clan now second place, 19 away from Alter Ego.
Pushing SLD and Hill down at the same time. 4 points apart between the second and the third place, but not too much when it comes to only Alter Ego and FaZe. 9-point gap, yeah. But Yoodo Alliance pushing up to the top 6 in the first page. Now there's going to be a lot of swaps there. Boom, have been pushed down. Same goes for Bacon Time. But the one that I worry most right now is going to be VOIN. They didn't gain any point in the last map.
Yeah, not at all. So starting to see a gap here. 30 points from Sem9. Well, one round can change it up, but they are the only team like what's a starting 4, which is the lowest amount of points, total points as of now. So it's worrying for VOIN. I don't know what they're gonna do from here, but I do know what Yoodo Alliance is up to is that they're not going to give up without.
For the side of top performance, you do have Mormon, Adik, Luke, Fluke, and Ventores coming out from 2 players of FaZe and Fluke for Vampires. Adik Luke got himself a 4 up there. Now, there's something to celebrate on the side of Yoodo Alliance, definitely, but also keep an eye out for Mela, because he's got himself quite a number of eliminations just now. I think he opens up the gap for the top Terminator for the grand finals so far. I think he's still #1.
Yeah, it's probably. I guess we'll get to see that at the end of the day, but we need to wait first. Right now, we have Thai, Malaysia. If we get another Thai, end the day with a Malaysia flag, okay, that's going to be my OCD well-fed. But now, top Miramar performance. Yesterday, there were 2 Thai teams. Now it's 3 Thai teams inside of this, so it's looking good in terms of this stat of the Thais.
Yep, and this being mentioned early before when our first interview of the day, they talk about a lot of, I know a lot of the chat that are talking about this is over stream or just over estimate coming from the Titans. This is why, because they always quiet when it comes to the first day, but when it comes to second day, coping to it, whatever they have to face the first day, they show they can fight too. They are fighting back now, because the top Miramar performance, this is going to be the favorite for the Thais.
Well, it's not only us. Like even like Kwang Ji said so, and even in their own interview said so they are showing it, they are walking the talk, so gotta give it up to them. I mean, we gotta give it where it's due, right, at the end of the day. So good job, Thai teams doing very well. So reviewing back our caster predictions, okay, almost for FaZe Clan, yeah, almost for me. Technically, they got the most points.
But hey, almost for me on Alter Ego that day.
True.
Just now. But hey, speaking of DX, I'm loving how they're stepping up the occasion. We're talking about DX has been really quiet. But we did. I think I'm reading a chat sometimes when I have the time, and I noticed some of our viewers actually did mention about Tony K is actually having a fever. I'm not sure if that's true or not. If it's actually true, we just hope that Tony K can get well very soon, because the team needs him. And not just that, that sparks a question in me: is the same case for side of a Lamborghini? Then that's why he's not playing.
That is a good point. That is a good point. So we hope that if that is true, that we hope that it will soon. It makes a better point, because like K, he did perform today, and I don't see a reason for him to be subbed out. But if that's the reason, then okay, great, it's totally justified. So hopefully they do get better if that's the case. Yeah, and of course for everyone as well, of course weather's not great, so do take care of yourself. Mask. I saw reports around that haze is around as well, so do stay indoors when possible. Take care of your health, stay indoors, and enjoy the PMSL. We got today and tomorrow.
Yep, tomorrow will be going to be the last day. Now we talked about today, we ended up with another 2 more Miramar maps, and we mentioned about today has been the Ties rising back up into the grand finals. And I want to see, and this is one of the favorite maps for the Tie. They love this big map of Miramar. They will abuse those high grounds, they take those mountains to work his best. But speaking of tomorrow, we're down to only 8 more maps, including the next 2. Then we're going to close the PMSL. Now there's going to be only 2 teams who will qualify to PMWL later if they got themselves in the top 2. And so far, I mean, like, it's a bit shaky up there. Nobody knows for certain who will actually dominate this tournament entirely, because it has been up and down, a lot of shuffle when it comes to overall rankings.
Yeah, PM $3 million US prize pool we're talking about here, and it's, well, even if in previous editions it was held in somewhere in the Middle East. I have to fact check again whether it's going to be held there again, but anyway, it's out $3 million US on the line, 2 slots from the PMSL, and of course we will need to find out as well who will be crowned the champions of PMSL. That will be tomorrow's discussion. Right now we're still trying to see like who's the race for it. If we want to talk about like VOIN, yes, you still have the number of games for the catch up, but basing on how they're performing, it looks very unlikely for them.
I mean, like, for the teams, I don't know. I feel like everybody feels like the same standard this time. There's no over-dominating on one side. It's sort of a map, or, you know, whoever take domination over and capitalize in certain area when it comes to PMSL this time. But it's just that I don't want the gap is too big. Right now, the gap between up to RRQs, which are going to be on the second page, it's quite a gap still, but within reach is doable within today. But I mean, like, VOIN is the one that worrying me so much, because there's nowhere near of how they used to be. I kind of miss, this is not themselves here.
Yeah, I know, right? I do miss like the excitement that they brought to us in week number 1. So I do hope that they come up with a pleasant surprise for us, because we do like to see Cinderella stories and something that's out of the ordinary that, you know, can surprise us. We want that kind of story. Looking over at the VOIN, they're sticking with Seal still. So no changes as of the 2-3 players that we can see on screen. So they're sticking to their guns.
I just wish, Cloud, one day we do have the PEL format still. The first 2 circles get double elimination. It'd be so great. Imagine when that happens. The mass. The scrappy players, the players trying to force those fights. A bit quiet on the venue right now. It feels like if you compare with first week of the league and now in the grand finals, the vibe is super different.
Yeah, I mean, fatigue is real, right? If you add on like the 3 weeks of league and now the grand finals, it's a lot of games for these players, especially coming off their respective PMPL, whereby this season they only play like 2 weeks and then they're done in finals. So it's a shorter season for them, and now not adjusting to that, they're back with this long season format. And yeah, even on GEEK SLATE's camp, everyone except Snipes, which is halfway there, everyone, we want the day to end. It's been a long, tiring day. At
least he scored himself a chicken for the long, tiring day, but It's not going to be an easy journey to be in the top 2. They endured this for the entire month and down to the last finishing line here for the teams and the players to have the last go and last push. Cylinders all out. Now I think that's going to be the cue for them to ready up their gears, maybe, because they are prepping themselves up.
Oh,
Lamborghini is back in. I think he's not pretty well here because I think he's probably going to having a bit of a headache. Not as cheerful as usual. Bit of a swap now. They do definitely need Lamborghini back in the lineup for DX.
yeah, handsome boy is back now. We do miss his clutches back in Miramar. And if we gotta think about it, maybe he's like I wouldn't say like maybe the Miramar specialist, but he works well inside of Miramar, considering that those clutches that he pulled off was inside of Miramar, so he knows how to play this terrain, compound / area a little bit more. So putting him back in the lineup, I would be interested to see how he's going to perform back after quite a break, a day and a half break.
Yeah. Chua has been subbing out. I mean, I prefer Chua and Lamborghini to be in the same lineup, but that's going to be a rare sight. But this time we do have Adip's back in, so we do notice that Adip feels like he's been swapping in and out a lot with Putra. And before this he played a lot of Erangel, and recently just going to swap in and out when it's Miramar.
Maybe that's the kind of like a strategy, right, for them to like have a special. If we kind of think about it overall, even if we put aside like having a map specialist and all, M9 overall today hasn't really been popping off. They've been eliminated fairly early, even in the first round. No rank points and only 1 elimination point, and it happened in an area where they're supposed to be masters of it because it's up. Severny is their home, so that switch is very much needed. Boom! No surprises. They always switch it up. So by now it's like, okay, boom. If they don't switch, it's a surprise.
The rare switch coming from Boom is going to be yummy. I mean, like Keymine and Hex is always a swap between these two players. For the rest of them, mostly it's going to be the same lineup and maybe just in between them. But Yummy hardly can get out from this lineup because he's the core player, the pillar for the team here. And for the others, I'm not sure if there's any sort of swaps between the other teams. And yes, Tony K, I think he's not playing still. But a lot of the players being swapped in and out when the start of Miramar. We do know it's going to be a different map entirely when it comes to Erangel and Miramar. This is a huge one.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be big. Because after these 2 rounds, we'll see who goes home. At the end of the day, good feel. And you always want to have that good feel as you end the day. Because you're going to... that feeling is going to last until the next day. So you want to keep that intact. You be like, oh, we went out early and then, you know, we have to sleep over it. We have like have supper over it and all that bad mojo feeling. Let's get that good feeling. Starting with this round, let's go! Our Miramar of day 2.
Finally into Miramar, and speaking of the feeling good or whatever, there is the emotions down there, right? It's the same case for us, the gamers. When you're losing, you cannot sleep until you finally win. Then you can sleep happily, and the same goes for the players. But sadly, it's gonna be only one team can win per map, so the other 15 cannot be sleeping soundly as they want it to be. But this time we do have a flight path cutting across the map beautifully even on the left and the right side, cutting across on top of St. Martin up to La Cabrera, and it's down to always the circle. The circle today for the entire day has not been kind.
Yeah, not even the Sanhok circle. During the break, I noticed like in one of the community groups, it's like someone's posting like community just saying like, oh, remove Sanhok, you know, it's such a trash circle and all that. It's like, yeah, I think we got that feedback as well from the players, but the format is what it is, and in order for them to be the best, they gotta beat the rest, they gotta take up the challenge, so they gotta adapt to it regardless. And this will be the next challenge, of course. Teams, Chumacera, Box Gaming, okay, that's gonna be normal. Then there's 3 teams, and it's gonna be an up north circle with a lot of high rounds up there.
Is it going to be a St. Martin circle? That's a bigger question. But right now, we do have a couple of teams hot dropping themselves. On top of Los Leones, it's going to be DX, Yoodo Alliance, and VOIN. Now, Los Leones is big enough to occupy up to 4 teams. There's no problem for them to loot up. But the question is, do they want to commit to those fights? Especially DX. And we have Lamborghini back. This is going to be like, what, his second game of the day after he's being benched out. I think after that Sanhok map. Was it Sanhok?
Yeah, I believe it was Sanhok.
Yep. So there's more to prove for his side, but I just hope they do have enough energy to keep it going to wrap up day number 2 here. Boom, finding himself around Crisaville. There's gonna be a couple of vehicles right on top, so no problems about navigating themselves to wherever they want to drop to loot up. As per usual, PUBG Mobile is actually a survival game, in a sense. As long as you survive, whatever works for you to be alive is gonna be okay. You're gonna win it.
Yeah, that has to be the main objective at the end of the day. Of course, you some of the players like, oh, okay, we gotta trade it off. We gotta like focus on the eliminations, but sometimes if you take fights, there's always a risk that you get eliminated. So that's the trade that they will be prepared to take. Normal. I mean, if you don't take fights, then you don't get the points. Then that's going to be the esports still or PUBG Mobile. And if you play casually, then of course eliminations doesn't really matter. You get a chicken dinner without firing a single shot. But in a competitive scene, you have to find that balance. You have to find what works for you, and that's always a part, because you got like 16 teams who can switch strategies, can switch play styles every round. It doesn't help that the circle is variable.
True to that. For vacant time, they are unharmed for now. I do want to see if the circle ended up right on top of St. Martin, or is it going to be creative field by the end of the day. But sometimes the circle is just nowhere near what we predicted it would be. Even some places that we've never seen before. So these guys, they have to figure out, especially the IGL, when it comes to team comms, they have to be on point. But their spread, whether to go in as a 4, whether to split into 2-2, about their formation and stuff. So many factors have to think about by the IGL. Usually they have second IGL for the teams, right, these days.
Yeah, so, but of course it really depends on each team setup. I can't say the same is for all, but there has been a trend that, okay, there's been 2 trends. The traditional one IGL. The 2 that you mentioned, and how the 2 functions is the early game, 1 person, later game when the circle shrinks, the other person have different ideas. The other version is that you can have 4, well, I wouldn't say 4 IGLs, but you can have like nobody's an IGL. Everyone can call the shot because everyone has a different view of where they are, and they can decide from there. So can we say that that messes up the game? Not necessary. Can we say that like 2 IGLs messes up the game because of multiple ideas? Not necessary. But one thing I noticed is that if a team does not have a leader at all, that means no one's willing to call the shots, no one's able to think what to do inside the game, that's going to be a problem.
I think we've seen that kind of situation and scenario before, where the teams that happen to be all around the map, it's just massive. I think that's what really happened to Team Secret, honestly speaking. Sorry to say, but sorry not sorry here. But we do have a couple of teams happen to be exchanging looks from afar, but nothing to be no such interruption or interception coming from any of those teams. Minas Generalis will not be on top of a circle, so VOIN going from the northern side. This is going to be interesting. They're coming out away from the circle, going a bit of a yo-yo, trying to find themselves a bit more compound to look with, and trying to find those utilities to work around. Citadel Patron taken by over side of SLD. Now SLD, the one that we mentioned early on, always being picked off one by one.
Well, at least this time they're not, for now at least, since we haven't got the first yet. But maybe because of that, so they're playing a little bit closer, so everyone's in the same compound, so they kind of affected their play style. But it's okay. If it still works for them to be sticking close by, not opening up too much, not taking that 1-1-1 like whole perimeter sort of thing, that's okay. It's whatever works for them, right? But still, they have to deal with Nepeko, who's looking at them from afar, and I think the shots fired. That's why we can see like what the SLD players they got injured.
Aside of first blood, nobody got the first contact yet. Now record was stage 3. Was it 90 seconds into stage 3 just now? Our longest record of first blood.
Yeah, take it as stage 3. That's the easiest way to calculate now.
Okay, so far stage 2 is still quiet and a minute away from stage 2. But box is starting to move. It makes me wonder how the circle shrinks later on and which checkpoint do the teams will prioritize over when it comes to that sort of a circle. And it has been very calm. Yep, so far it's doing okay. But the teams that I haven't mentioned enough is going to be Box Gaming, right? You mentioned about them being like we both mentioned them being a bit of a wildcard team, not because of a wildcard region, because of how inconsistent they are. When they feel like they are in the mood, they can get the numbers way beyond than anybody else.
Yeah, in day one in Sanhok, they got like what? Starting off with 10 elimination points, number 8, and at the end of the day, that's fine. But yeah, I guess we discussed about this, right? That was one highlight I could remember. After that, at least in the Grand Finals, I couldn't remember any other highlight from Box Gaming. And that's why they kind of slipped through our points. And I guess that's why as well, they kind of go down the pecking order right now. Number 4 for them, 55 points, 11 points gap with number 13, Bacon Time. And 7-9 is just 1 point below them. So if 7-9 can do okay this time and Box Gaming doesn't, still having the yo-yo mood, then well, another drop for them. In fact, VOIN can also catch up to them. So for a team that has a lot of hope, especially like how we saw the clutches happen in week number 3, it's not the Box Gaming that we know of as well.
And Circle happened to move right on top of a center of Patron around the junction where there's going to be the most roads done there. And imagine how many teams have to figure out which side of the road you want it to be. We've seen this multiple times for the past few days of PMSL. The circles always ended up in a place where there's going to be the most intersection of the roads and the streets. And by every day it's going to be, you know what, you have to cross the street or not. That's it. That's always the biggest question by end of those rounds. Talking about 8 and 9 circle there. But for side of DX, I'm waiting. I'm still hopeful and waiting because we talked about this during a league, Cloud. Oh, maybe this team, you know what, we give them a bit of a benefit of the doubt. Maybe during the league they don't want to show off too much of their strat, but right now it is the Grand Finals.
Yeah, probably isn't about the strats anymore. Probably it's just about like, I always like to look at the flip side, right? Because the points are just there are just that many points that that the entire can actually split out to. So if like there's teams that are performing, for example, FaZe Clan, Vampire Esports, arguably Hale as well, performing, Alter Ego still maintaining consistency, then the distribution of points to the other will be lesser. So it's more of them like, maybe they're doing okay by themselves, but because of other teams doing better, that's where the points will be pulled up and they don't get as many points. And I think these Xavier, they're in that kind of rut there.
Can I ask you something very personal, not really personal, but from your own honest opinion? In this PMSL, who do you think will be the champions?
Somebody from Thailand.
Or who you want it to be the champions?
Who I want? Well, I don't know if I have a want, but I don't think I have a want, honestly. Okay, if there's a, they'll be like, okay, VOIN champion, do that super duper comeback story. Yeah, then there'll be a want. But who I realistically think will be the champion, I would say it's one of the Thai teams.
I just want to say I want an Alter Ego, but Rosemary being shot from afar, coming up from GEEK SLATE, damn good with SLR. Spotted him out from those small windows. Fnatic tried to return fire, but it's just the terrain is too high for them. And GEEK got himself a bit of a valley to hide himself, even if they're trying to counter fire from that distance. It's like what, 300 over meters between Rosemary and Alter Ego and also GEEK SLATE. But Sam9 is breathing the backs of GEEK SLATE now. If they're not being careful, just tunnel down to the side of Alter Ego, they would taste their own medicine up there for the side of GEEK SLATE.
Looking at where GEEK it is that, okay, they need to move, Sam9 needs to move, and it depends on which route they'll take. So far, there's still enough space for the both of them to kind of each other. Looks like Sam9 is making the first move by sending Adips at the forefront, so they have a marker that they follow through. I'm a little bit more worried for teams on the north because we got BTR, and look at their position. They have teams below them, so they gotta make that right decision now. If not, they will need to take the fight.
Razy scouted out. Rosemary got knocked down again by VOIN. We're talking about Alter Ego caught himself in a crossfire between so many teams there, and the moment they step out from those warehouses, it's going to be an open flat plain with only haystacks in between. VOIN spreading out the angles. CL spotted them out and just kept the taps open. Down on 2 knocks here, not doing great, including Hill. And they caught himself in a death trap. They're surrounded right now for Alter Ego and Hill. Nowhere to run nor hide.
Ooh, all Hill Esports now. If they can pull that off. Right now we can see that a couple of some movement here from the Ego. I'm looking over at, okay, overall what I kind of notice is that teams are sticking close by this time, not really spreading much. But speaking of sticking by close by, so it's going to be Sam9 sticking and coming to Hill.
Going in for the rush, here comes the assault. Sam9 Lung and the rest of Sam9 respond to it, and Hill not doing great again. Down to only 2 players as per usual, like how they always did in every single round. They always go for 2-2 formation, and the other 2 going on different angles entirely. And Sam9 winning this, a huge one, taking out Tiger from equation. That's going to be hurting on the side of field a bit more. But Flash and Getslow can actually bring the glory back. But Trong's in the side of SLD, spotting out Alter Ego. Alter Ego, they're being target everywhere, and every team that is down there.
It's almost no window is safe. The moment they show themselves, but oh, Vampire Esports did them a favor and knocked down onto Trongzin. So Trongzin, well, he should be okay. He can be the revised teammates. No other team close by to crash in onto them. But the same cannot be said for Zaxi as he gets shot down. Not sure if it's from afar because the time we saw them, they were rotating, and yes, it's going to be Boom Esports.
Red Face too far. And Zaxi will be the scapegoat for sort of PERSIJA EVOS, but at least he got himself intel from there. Red Face stepping out from afar. He's the one actually going to outflank all the players down there. PERSIJA EVOS. I mean, Luxy trying to get in the car there. But the legs just keep on going backwards instead. Ascenda the Patron it is for our next circle. It happens to be a lot of a crossroad down there with Box Gaming. We'll be greeting on side of DX, who's happened to be a bit busy with SLD right now. Coming from the northern side, we do have like 4 or 5 teams. From Boom, PERSIJA EVOS, RQ FaZe, up to the side of BTR. BTR having quite of a spread there. VOIN and Yoodo Alliance might having a go, but PERSIJA EVOS, speaking of them just now, Vampire is the one shooting them down when they're trying to navigate themselves into the circle.
Maybe if Luke can get a second one to Luxy, but oh! Luxy lands on the VOIN's crowd all alone. He ain't prepared for this. He's super duper low. And that's going to be Lapa eating him up.
QEON, those DBS gonna work. Put it to work and reload and have it another go and just get on PERSIJA EVOS Red Face next. Red Face happened to be just having those haystacks. There's no way out. PERSIJA EVOS, finally we have first team out without any point.
0 points for PERSIJA EVOS. Interesting. Looking at their rotation, it seems like they couldn't find anywhere to land themselves, so it was the front for PERSIJA EVOS. And looking over the other teams, everyone has their own compound. PERSIJA was just rotating, they were just going, moving, but they couldn't find themselves home. So that's why they succumbed themselves to that rotation, shot down by other teams. Now BTR and Bacon time, let's go.
15 teams still intact at the 4th stage of circle. That's a very small space for the teams, but Svavel taking out on Noise. Now going on the 2nd floor with those DBS which gonna run dry with those ammunition. It's running out of bullets. Noise nowhere near to the side of Bacon time to be revived there. You're heavily guarded to the side of BTR. Bacon Eyes trying to go for outer flank. They're spreading out for Bacon time. But Noise, I cannot see he's being saved here. But Boom, fighting against GEEK. I think there's a distance between them. Start dropping the nade right across those windows. Clip touch for quite a bit. Another fight going for GEEK, and Boom decided to rush.
Yeah, rushing in, but then again they're losing the plot here. GEEK could still reset. Pawnbit super and finally shot down. And it's shot down by Fluke from the other side. It's going to be Fluke secure elimination point. Razy now is the last man for Boom Esports, and GEEK still maintain as
Razy always do the scout work, and now he has to be the fragger for the team. DX Rabies. It's going to be Xavier versus Bacon time. It's a three-way war, including BTR. I'm not sure where is DX right now, because they're nowhere near here, but Bacon time will be ambushed by the side of BTR, and it's going to be third party coming in from the other end as well. So taking it on Shirty. Now it's not great for the side of Bacon time. They're leaving with only 2 players left.
Oh, looks like BTR having the advantage now, but they need to finish this up quickly because the zone will arrive onto these two teams. 9 knots shot at, 9 knots down to 40% health. Ice now critical, 10% left. Goes up to the where Sata is there. He has the UMP in hand. Sorvel being shot at, but not going to be an issue for him. It's still okay, but Deals will be shot down. 9 knots finally taken out by Sorvel. Down to 1 play left for Bacon time.
Those gunshots, those DBS do make a loud noise, but finally the zone just finished off the job for them instead. BTR will win this one, and Liquid or Deus will be saved by his teammate, but they need to make the move. The circle just happened to migrate again, and GEEK tried to stop Boom, raising the last player, but Damn Good just exploited himself towards the world. Razy got himself barely out, but that's gonna be Vampire shooting from opposite side. Those pixel shots.
And again, it's going to be Fluke. I'm starting to lose count how many long range shots that he managed to get through eliminations, but he's been countered upon, knocked down, but he should be okay. They have a compound, they can call themselves home. And now for FaZe Clan coming in, but RRQ be their unwanted neighbor.
Side of Empires, they got himself 4 eliminations across the board. The only team that got the most eliminations right now, Voldemort taking on Mormon. FaZe caught themselves in a trap. Only a shack of haystacks to work around. Onzen's coming up from the flank, but the moment the pack on SR starts to push forward, they will shoot down on Onzen's first. Have to be extra careful, try to find a couple of barricades, but Asar, he got fired from afar. Vintori's coming in from indoors of that building. And FaZe, like it or not, they have to take up this fight. They have to cut across the corner. And we do have another team coming in from the other end. They have to wrap things up quickly and swiftly, because Vampires are hunting.
Ooh. Speaking of cutting across, GEEK cut across Vampire Esports. Now they're sharing the same compound. It's happening right now as Stone gets a knockdown to Mika. Shrubs starting to come in. Mika finished off by Stone. And right now we can see that GEEK, they're on the other side, but they only have players left.
GEEK actually bringing the fight to the side of Vampires. They don't even need to move here, and greeted them warmly with those knockdowns. RRQ on the other hand having a bit of a scuffle with FaZe, while GEEK taking on the long shot against Vampires, but right now both are not winning nor losing. RRQ on the other hand living with only Voldemort and Nepako, still trying to finish the job against FaZe, while FaZe are scattered about. They're looking back into the warehouse of Vampires and GEEK here. 3v3 with Straps having that reset. The smokes will buy them time. SLD taking on RRQ. There's going to be a lot of third party if somebody just hovering around this warehouse.
Oh yes, hopefully another team actually, if not, it's going to be a big party there. Vampire Esports still holding this area strong despite Straps being knocked down. He's been saved by his teammates. Now they reset and they to 4, but they got to be prepared. The next pixel circle will show itself in about 30 more seconds, and it's likely to move away from them. But VOIN and Yoodo Alliance will butt heads.
But right now for Yoodo Alliance, they do have elevations, but barely spotted out the rest of VOIN right now. The one that actually they have to be extra careful is coming up from the side of Alter Ego. They can see everything that's going on there. Same goes for 79 and Vampires. Now Yoodo Alliance being greeted by VOIN. They just randomly toss those nades from downwards down to upwards. It's a bit more easier than to spot out VOIN right now. VOIN got the upper hand in this state of the terrain. But they got knocked on one, finished on one. But BTR finished off the last of FaZe just now. The moment they finish, they're gonna have a go. They're gonna push forward. But spotted out SLD, maybe Trongzin didn't pick out. They have no clue.
Well, VOIN and Yoodo Alliance, bad news for them. Circle no longer their side and across the road. But I guess they need to settle the score between these two teams because they can do. They don't want to get backstabbed with each other. Potato being shot down from afar, I believe was from a mini team, so probably be still able to be picked up. BTR still on the outside, but they have company on the high ground. That's going to be SLD.
SLD waiting for them to bring the fight to their side. BTR have to hold their intention for a bit longer because of how they've been greeted with those sprays coming from SLD. Split into 2-2 formation coming up from BTR right now, forced to do so due to the pressure coming from SLD is just too much for them. Now the rest of the team will reunite once more, but Hill, I'm not sure what's happening, but Yoodo Alliance being shut down by Hills, and now SLD will spray. The moment they saw a car move, everything that moved, SLD can just easily shoot them down from afar.
Yeah, it's a good elevation that they have here, so a little bit of an advantage onto BTR. But then again, of course, no zone advantage yet. They still need to move forward, bring them into an area. BTR somehow managed to slide into the circle still with 2 players still alive. But now it's going to be RRQ onto Vampire. They are eyeing that compound.
RRQ and Peko trying to find an entry any way possible, but VOIN, hello Sam9, hey goes a crash, Keenan CL down and left with only Laporte. That's going to be a nade greeting them as well, but Sam9 got casualty on their side too. Boss Gaming against DX, Loyu trying to open up the flanks again, but VOIN, they are losing theirs while left with only 1 player here. Coming in with a crash is not the best way for them. Alter Ego taking the advantage as a third party from the sidelines.
Well, pretty much I don't think VOIN has a choice, because if not, where they're gonna go? So they have to take their chances, but unfortunately their chances not that well. Right now Boss Gaming overlooking what's happening down there, and that could be the other option for them, but since it's on the edge of the circle, they might not be interested with that. Alpha still survives, he's all alone, and pretty much if the circle wait, that's it for Alpha.
Alva will be that guy trying to survive by himself. Stone on there then spotted out RRQ players. Vampires are taking a reign over there. They got themselves 7 eliminations, the highest by far across the board. PERSIJA taking on DX with Winnie. VOIN is not great. I think that's the last of VOIN just now. And DX being eliminated at the same time. 2 teams out. Is it still coming up from the side of VOIN? Down to 1 player. I'm not sure who's left. But SLD, they're trying to take the numbers up at the same time. They got themselves very comfortable with that compound. But will the next circle favor them? I don't think so.
Yeah, it's very unlikely. Okay, we get a confirmation right. And the circle moves slightly to the middle. I noticed that there's 1 team having the circle, but all teams at the side, including SLD, does not have it.
SLD slowly pushing forward. They have to finish off BTR down to only Svarvel. It's going to be a tough one. Sorry, excuse me. Bless me. Alhamdulillah. And back to the side of SLD. They couldn't spot up Svarvel. There's definitely no Gem Force. They're trying to finish off Gem Force here. But Trongzin, because of the curvature of the terrain itself, it's just so hard to see the last player of BTR. Box, on the other hand, have to think about how to get in the center. They are covered by the terrain, yes. But they have to cross over the other side. And that's how they're waiting on their flank. Nobody willing to make the first move here, because the moment they start to move, they'll be shot down in an instant.
Oh, I'm liking the compound that GEEK SLATE has. Speaking of the movement, 7-9 has to move, and now they're going to pay the price for it. It's not like they have much option. Hopefully Loyu doesn't get exploded by the vehicle right in front of him. Fnatic almost get it. Loyu almost in trouble. Loyu managed to evade that, but I'll say the same for him. The last representative of VOIN will be taken out.
Down to only 9 teams here, with Loyu having a bit of a skirmish with Fnatic, which don't have any helmet on him. Blast him, hopefully he doesn't get headshot there. But look, on the other hand, Sam9 finished off one of the players which is going to be boxed. And also coming up from the side of 2 teams out continuously, back to back. Even RRQ Box spotted out Sam9 with 2 players remaining, but the audio cue suggests otherwise. SLD closing the distance between them. Box being boxed in, compressed multiple angles, including Hill on the other end and Alter Ego. The backline is going to be Sam9. The other side is going to be SLD. Nowhere to go for Box except for the smokes to buy them time.
Oh yeah, that's why SLD, they'll be to take this points out of Box Gaming, but Kwangji will be shot back. Loyu taken out by Levis, so Box Gaming still could take away that elimination point out of Sam9, but they have SLD to deal with. SLD still has a high guard advantage, still has part of the Soko. Now 5 seconds, the Soko might shift away from all of them. Let's see where it goes. It goes to the middle. Those on the high ground, SLD Box Gaming needs to move.
Same goes for Alter Ego. They got themselves kind of a shelter for now, a bit of a cover. But the moment they step out from those walls, it's going to be the end. It's going to be an open field, but Vampires try to flush out GEEK SLATE. GEEK on the other end, not willing to give any sort of information, try to stay put, but they're being spotted out with those nades just now. They are pressuring GEEK to fight them, and Vampires want to suck the blood out of them right now, forcing them to fight. No way, they're waiting for the Blue Zone to finish things off. Fluker finish on 1 GEEK SLATE players, which can be sniped down to Damn Good and Stuxnet now. The entire Vampires is here to take them away.
Ooh, okay, 2v4. For GEEK SLATE. Let's see what they can come up with. Can they come up with a big clutch here? Still have the Soko, they have the compound, they still have time, but time's on their side as Vampire Esports pushes through. And Damn Good, phone shot by Stone, but Stone will be taken out by Damn Good as well. The trade happened, and Vampire Esports reign supreme.
Last member for Vampire standing is going to be Straps just now. He's reviving the rest of the teammate. They do have the spot and time. Nobody coming up from the north because the other teams that remains, the 3 more, is going to be coming up from south. After Ego stuck in the corner. Box survived regardless of how to be compressed while multiple teams before, and they're still there. Now finishing off 1 player and down to only Octa. That's going to be Levi. Pulls so much for the side of Box Gaming. They got themselves 7 eliminations down to 3 teams here, with all of them having a trio, except for Vampires though. Vampires still having a 4, and they are the furthest away from these 2 teams, and it's going to be an open field. The last circle, which is going to be none, will force the players, whoever get finished off by the Blue Zone first, have to push in. And the one that actually having the toughest spot is going to be Vampires, because how flat the plane the moment they leave this warehouse or this compound.
I guess that's where the strategy is, to leave this compound the last, as possible. Hopefully other teams, the 2 teams, SLD and Box Gaming, take out each other. But you don't need to wait for them. We got Vampire and SLD is out thanks to itself, so it's gonna be 4v3, Box Gaming or Vampire.
15 eliminations right now. They're on rampage for Vampires. This is crazy. Who said they're not in here? They are here to take the win. And Stone coming up with straps on 2 different angles, spreading out for Vampires. Capone finished off by the Blues and not willing to go down against Vampires. Lavi still have the fight in him, but that's it. Vampire secures those chicken with a huge amount of volume of kills. That's going to be 17 if I'm not mistaken. This is a chicken dinner. They take in their patience and discipline at play, and they're slowly grinding it up.
And with that, we're still in line for our pattern to have that Malaysia region, Thai region flag up there in our graphic, with Vampire Esports taking home this dinner with a whooping amount of, I believe it was at least 16 eliminations in the round. And we gotta get into Straps. 4 eliminations, 740 damage. Was the long range master inside this round. Stole away a good amount of eliminations thanks to his long range shots.
This is a strap I remember last time in the Southeast Asia Esports Championship. This is the Vampire that I've been waiting for. But when it comes to teamwork, they actually pull it out so well for the entire team. And speaking of Sony, he's taken so much damage, but if you compare with Flukov, he's taking everything for his side. But the knockouts more to the side of Stone and Flukov is going to be finishing touch coming from Straps, and Newsy being the support fight at the back line. Dish out average damage of 500 to 700 for each of the players coming out from Vampires Esports.
Ooh, and we got 2 Vietnamese teams up here. Teams to watch, Box Gaming and SLD. We did talk about like how inconsistent Box can be, and at least this round is good for them. I worry for them in the next round, but let's wait and see what happens next. Other than that, Alter Ego is still in the teams, meaning that there's a possibility that they will still be at number 1 after this round.
For the side of SLT, I have a feeling to be pushed down. For Alter Ego, I'm not so sure anymore because right now the gap is getting even smaller. The margins is nowhere near about double digits anymore. But we have to see, just to recap a bit what really happened. The Vampires have been taking a lot of fights from long distance. They didn't directly involve in any of those fights. They know their strength when it comes to this sort of lineup. It's better to actually play in those long fights. And they actually perform it so well.
Yeah, so far so good this time. And I think about it, they are fairly consistent as well, despite not getting chicken dinners supporters. And this definitely paid it off. Looking over at the highlights, I'm just looking at SLD. I wonder how many eliminations they got. I believe they got a good haul. Okay, that's as of now. So it's at least 10-ish for SLD. Bad.
Will be enough. Will it be enough? Because we've got quite a high volume coming from Vampires. They were in the top 6. If I'm not mistaken, they are placing themselves in the first page the entire season and entire week for the grand finals. But just they don't have those highlight or the limelight getting those big numbers of eliminations. This time they do. With 16 eliminations with 26 points. Are they pushing down the second and third place? Are they in second right now? Or are they taking first? We have no clue. We have to wait and see while we tabulate the scores. Box got himself 14. We mentioned about Box before. They have been quiet. And this is one of the rounds that they're going gun blazing out. Well, SLD plays himself 14 points as well. Is this Alter Ego being pushed down after this?
I think a healthy gap. But yeah, that's just me thinking on top of my head. I think there's a healthy gap. But the next round, if Alter Ego doesn't perform, and of course, you got to get the closest competitions to perform, then the number 1 will be someone else by then. SLD, at least they still maintain with 14 points overall. Boss Gaming, this is where I'm worried about Boss Gaming. Right now, it's like, okay, great, 8 eliminated, 6 rank points, 14 total points, oh, great. But next round, what the kind of boss gaming that is going to show up? Are they going to be the boss gaming that performs, or the boss gaming that perform? It's like a Pandora's box now for boss gaming.
I agree.
Yeah,
they're lacking consistency. Yeah, but
can't just happen.
It's gonna be 10 points. The Vampires push up to second place. Yeah, they do. SLD stagnant in third place with Alter Ego just 10 points different of the margin between the first and second. They creeping it silently for the sort of Vampires and now taking the reign over. The ties coming in for the second day with FaZe placing at 4th and 5th on the hill, and GEEK now slowly climbing up, pushing down Yoodo Alliance to 7th, surprisingly. But PERSIJA EVOS still on the first page.
Yeah, despite going out early, right? So glad that they're still on first page, but sliding down to number 8. If we look at the gap, okay, this is where we can start to see the gap, right? So is the gap that big? Not really. 10 points difference, Alter Ego and Vampire, and then you got 7 points with LD, and they got 10 points with FaZe. It's like the point gap is not that huge. It's like one good round from any of those top teams could really change things. So I'll be looking forward to see if anything changes next. But we gotta compare our hit between our 2 Vietnamese players that's on fire today. Trong.
Yeah, Box Gaming, Trong and SLD players pretty much almost the same, but damage wise, you have to give it to Trong. That's a huge number of that.
Yeah, I mean, 4 eliminations, trading off with 3. Damage-wise, Thorn did a little bit more work, so great for him. Levis, when he pops out, he pops out. He's like also with the entire boss gaming, right? It's like you don't know what kind of boss gaming showed up, but if they do perform, they will definitely be in one of the performing lists of boss gaming. So. But he's still there anyway. Yeah, this is the round where Boss Gaming performed. And here we are reviewing the flags. We are getting a pattern here. Could Malaysia region be next?
Yeah, so far it's going to be different teams for the entire day. Nobody getting a back-to-back or double chicken in a day, even though the flags happen to be the same. But it's FaZe, GEEK, Hill, Yoodo Alliance, Vampires. Now it feels like the ties waking up. Yesterday was Bacon's. Yesterday was Bacon getting a bit consistency, but Bacon's nowhere near today. But when it comes to ending, yeah, I mean, like, I wouldn't mind another Malaysian team getting those chickens just for the sake of this pattern. But I do notice something about a side of Empires, and also coming up from the ties. Yeah, they have been very consistent. And just now we saw 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th place pretty much have the same score. Yeah, the 5th place do have 87, but 6th, 7th, and 8th having an 84 scores, and all of them are having the same tie. It means that anybody coming up from the first page down to 8th place can actually take over number 1 if they need to by the end of, not really today, maybe halfway done tomorrow.
Yeah, so that's why when we made the comparison, like the gap isn't that far, but that's good for us, of course. It's not like, oh, by now we got 2 teams on top, everyone else is just like playing for whatever, the gap is just too. No, it's great that we get a good number of teams who can still challenge for number 1, and the bonus, of course, is number 2 because it's the PMWI slot. So good to see this kind of mixture there, and we also have a mixture of regions as well. We kind of think about it because GEEK SLATE performing, they're pushing up, meaning that they stand a chances to get the number 1. Maybe not by the end of today, but like what you said, by at least the half of tomorrow, maybe, depending on what happens. But of course, there's a story for tomorrow. We'll leave that again tomorrow. But overall, great to see different regions actually able to mix it up in page number 1.
Just to remind everybody down there, remember what they mentioned coming up from the ties, like the Indonesia and the Malaysian scene is not as tough, you know, just to burn them the motivation for a bit more. But if they conclude the entire PMSL again as the champions, then you have to agree with that statement. Now these guys have to prove otherwise, but for us, we love sitting and looking at the drama right now. But back to the side of the ties, yesterday was super quiet, super silent, nowhere near up there. They even dropped down to 2nd page, but within a day, it's more than enough for them to push up, even getting that number 1 spot just within 6 maps.
Yeah, that reminds me of, I think in week 3, one of the league days, they had an off day. Like there was a day without any Thai chicken, and in general they didn't really perform, but you just give them that next day and all of a sudden you see Thai chicken dinners everywhere. They seem to have like this mentality of like, they come back, they know how to stay strong from the jump, so doing well based on that. And that's what we call a champion's mentality. It's not like, okay, you don't do well for a couple of rounds and then you just go all the way down because you feel bad about yourself, and then maybe a couple of other members feel bad, only one feels good, you don't get the balance, and overall it just doesn't work out that way because it's a team game at the other day. This is the mentality, champion's mentality, that that is nice to see. Like the comeback story is because of that, and it's from the game right after you have a bad game.
I agree. And every single point right now is a dime for every single team right now because of the margins not too big either. And speaking of that, usually the second day of 3 days of grand finals, we always say this, it's going to be second day, it's going to be a judgment day. We can see the gap in between the first, the top tier teams and the one that actually on the 2nd page. But not so much in this tournament, Clown. We cannot call it, even it's on the 2nd day. Today's supposed to be judgment day, but you know, we have to wait it until tomorrow.
Yeah, and that's where the fun is. And it's also fun to see that Almstyle is back in the lineup. He's coming in for the last game. Man with the most recognizable hair in PMSL. Gotta give him the award there. So coming in not necessarily for the entire Miramar map, but only for the last game. This is maybe because of fatigue. Sometimes it's maybe because, well, players get unwell because it's been a long league. So many factors in there. But putting in Almstyle, not too bad. I mean, he does perform well for the team as well overall. Team player, we can see him not really falling off, not really like giving away eliminations to other teams as well. So very balanced player overall.
Yeah, I mean, we never seen Almstyle and Ice to play in the same lineup yet. I just wish we get to see one. So inside of Box Gaming, even though they got themselves quite a good result just now, nobody's cheering because they do know for a fact there's going to be an entire day again tomorrow. That's where everything matters. And the pressure for the players right now, it's huge, gigantic. There's no way to describe it. The pressure when it comes to the league and getting into grand final is totally two different things. This is where everything matters most. Just to get into the playoff is already a hurdle and already a tough challenge to start with. Trying to get in the top 2 now, that's going to be even tougher.
Yeah, just like the hurdle that Boss Gaming had to go through. If you remember, in week 3, they were actually in relegation-ish zone, but because they performed well in week 3, they saved themselves from that relegation, the dreaded relegation zone. So they're here. So they are one of the teams that have proven it. Now it's a matter of like, now you're in the grand finals. If it's not number 1, it means pretty much nothing unless you're number 2 for a bonus. But it's there. It's no longer about just being in the top 16. A good number of slots not to look forward to. This time it's only number 1, at most number 2, and that's it. So Boss Gaming, being a team that has shown that they're able to go through an entire 3 league and still able to show that they have the strength to show whatever they did in week number 3. I really hope that Boss Gaming can be one of the surprise teams for us.
And speaking of surprises, right, we talked about the margins is getting smaller between the teams here, and even up to the 8 plays, they can still get on themselves that number 1 spot. And we talked about this usually when it comes to the final day. The second page team will have nothing else to lose. They start to wreak havoc of all the teams up there when it comes to crashing into the initial drop spot. In this case, what happens if all the margins tomorrow is still within reach for all the teams up to 16th place? Well, they're still going to do that. And what's going to happen tomorrow? Is it going to be chaotic, or is it going to be super silent or super safe?
Oh, I like that. I like that kind of scenario. And with that kind of scenario, we have a lot of questions. Like, okay, what is it going to be? This is it going to be that? Like what you mentioned, and that's going to be. Either way, is it going to be super safe? Is it going to be like total crashing? Anyone else? Well, who's to know, right? We'll know that tomorrow because we haven't really got that for quite a while now. For the most part, we see like a big gap as the games goes by. But let's see how close the points can be after we finish the round.
It's going to be our last map of day number 2 of the finals in PMSL Southeast Asia, down to the last Miramar of the second day. I did notice about the yawns, and a lot of the players are exhausted by now. But there's going to be one more day to go, and we're done. And we get to crown our champions for Southeast Asia, and the first ever in PMSL. Shotgun League or Super League, it's up to you to call it. But hey, for the last one, you do have Impala up to La Cabrera, and the circle in Miramar by far has been very generous. I mean, it sort of compensates the first 2 maps earlier today, which is going to be Sanhok and Erangel.
Yeah, at first it kind of like looked like, oh, it's going up, and if it goes up north, that's going to be because a lot of challenging high grounds up there. But it pulled down, so it kind of mellowed down as time went by in the previous round. That's why we saw like a lot of teams actually survive to like the later stages of the game. Hopefully this time we get something challenging. Come on, compensate us for that kind of circle. We'd like to see a more challenging circle. Lost Eagles.
I'm waiting for. Yeah! Let's go, Lost Eagles.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm waiting for that.
Okay, but no, we're still going to get a northern circle. But it goes up way north, then I'll still take that anyway.
The Oasis, I don't think so. It's going to be a tough one to call that one out. But yeah, this circle is going to be a lot of valleys and a lot of... But if you compare with down south, it's not as troubling. So it's still going to be okay. A bit too... will we ended up on top of Hacienda de Patron again, though?
It's very hard to tell, right? But if it does go there... Then, okay, assuming that Oasis is like out of the question, right? We really got that once back in PMPL Season 2, and that's about it. But as out of the question, my next pick would be the area by the side of Crater Field. I think that'll be great as well. It's really challenging. We will see a lot of fights or forced fights being taken. So that will be my next pick then.
But this is very similar to the last circle. Very close. But never mind that. We do have first contact and first fire is being shot. We do have Lost Learners, a couple of teams. As per usual. Feels like a very same map like we played before. Feels a bit of deja vu here. And it's a rinse and repeat for these guys. Due to the flight post not that too far off from the circle in the first place. And the only one dropping the furthest away is which is going to be GEEK SLATE coming from Puerto Paraiso. and the rest of them pretty much in the center, and those dropping on Lost Leon is not too far either. We talked about Yoodo Alliance and VOIN, even DX taking over the side of Lost Leon. There's no early skirmishes in the first map of Miramar today. I think it's pretty much the same sort of scenario that we're gonna have. Maybe after the fourth stage, we still have 16 teams intact, and then all the fights happening everywhere at the same time.
Yes, and that of course will be entertainment for all of us. If we gotta think about it, right? Entertainment this round, like circle up. I think we're gonna see. We won't need to wait that long for a. But I think it's gonna be something. But whether it's gonna be like a big first blood entertainment sort of thing, or it's gonna be like, oh, just one and then we're gonna chill. Well, that's beside the story, of course. And then if I were to be able to predict that all the way, then it's like, oh wow, I might be the what do you call that? Nostradamus of the game. Yeah, that'd be something else.
I don't even know the word, but okay. I'm just gonna. Yep. There you go.
Okay, I will fact check that. Okay,
thanks.
Nostradamus.
I've heard that word before, but
he is a French astrologer.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
Thank you for the info. I mean, like, we learned something today, everybody.
Yes, we learn something every day.
Yeah, that's true. But I just hope the teams down there, especially VOIN, do learn something out of these grand finals, because speaking of gaps, right? Yeah, this, I mean, like, I always look at gap in a sort of a digit way. Like, if the number 1, 2, 3 got himself 100 over, the next tier will be in 90s, and the other one then 80s, and then 70s. But VOIN is just, there's no 50s in between. It's straight to 60. That's a huge gap. I feel like they've been left behind now.
That's I kind of think VOIN's chances of getting the number one. Yep. By now, it's definitely even the number 2 spot. So I know we have 6 games more to go, but come on, other teams also gain points as well. Maybe just like how Hale is going to points against FaZe Clan now.
A bit ambitious and bold and brazen for them to spray on the other end, but the one they should worry about is going to be SLD right now for Hale, instead of focusing on the side of FaZe, because SLD is just too near for. But I'm not sure if they want to commit to this, because Strongzin and Kosu happen to be having different angles here. But they're fighting against 2v4, it's going to be tough. SLD, they are committed to this. They're stubborn, they want to go for the fight.
Okay, they want to make up for the lost points, because they ain't happy that they were number 1 at some point, and then dropping to number 2, and then now dropping to number 3. Any more drops, they could drop down further, because FaZe Clan 10 points difference and Hale not too well. But when they talk about like the possibility of seeing first blitz, this could be the next one, as VOIN and Sam9. Okay, Dab, gotta move. Okay, VOIN, they chose a different route anyway.
I think they want to avoid the mistakes been done in the last Miramar map, when they overcommit themselves in certain fight and caught themselves in a crossfire and happen to be a sandwich between so many teams in between. Now FaZe, on the other hand, definitely given the audio code to sort of PERSIJA EVOS. But if PERSIJA EVOS want to jump in here to take the fight in, why not? But right now they're playing a bit more safer. PERSIJA EVOS, surprisingly, has not been that aggressive, but I talked about the tie before. GEEK, SLATE, Yoodo Alliance and PERSIJA EVOS all standing at 83 points.
Yeah, that just so happened, right? Just what separates us is going to be the tiebreakers. Well, not tie-breaker, but you know, tiebreaker. Get it? Because GEEK, SLATE, they got a couple more chicken dinners than Yoodo Alliance. PERSIJA EVOS, no chicken dinner so far. That's how they stacked up each other. Man, I have to explain that in case someone goes a tiebreaker. But oh, someone's breaking the tie here. Strongzin, long range, nice.
And so they realize they need to compensate their loss for the how do I say, if you compare with yesterday and today's performance, definitely a different SLD coming in. They realize that they cannot be complacent anymore and have to shoot up the numbers, and this is where they start to make a move. And the initial points is going to be getting those knockdown first and finish off those jobs. But the problem is the distance is a bit too far and they don't have any compound. and not the entire team is there for SLD. Maybe it's just a poking thing, just trying to peacocking and just, you know, poking around side of hill, giving them a bit of paranoia. But the rest of SLD, I'm not sure if they want to commit to this. Feels like they do, but they're taking things as slow as they can be. A bit more cautious than usual, SLD.
What's a peacocking?
Peacocking is just you know, just like poking them on the sides.
Oh, okay. It's nothing to do with the peacock itself. Just
you can put it that way if you want to.
Yeah, just making sure. I mean, I could imagine like
Hey.
peacocking is a, you know, maybe like they're flexing their feathers, something like that. I could still relate to that.
Yeah, it can do. It's pretty much the same thing then. But we do have the next circle right on top of Water Treatment and Chris DeVille. Very different from the last one. It's way up north, not the north that you want to be, Cloud. At least we still get the north one.
I'll take that. I mean, for this circle, we don't always get it, so I'll take that still. What's going to be interesting with this kind of circle, because it still went up north, is that based on the rotations from the teams from the south, we can see a good number of there, meaning that stage 2 we'll definitely see more fights here. We still haven't got the first blood, but I think it'll take that long, looking at how teams would normally move. And as an example,
Zoe's Indonesians fighting against each other quite early on. We talked about Alter Ego, RRQ, BTR, saying good side of Boom. Happy to be having those clashes. I don't know why, but it's been 3 weeks long. They're still trailing the same footprints. That they've been running over each other for the earliest map that is. Every single time. And Octa knocked down by the Peko. Spot out Fnatic's head. Rosemary just came in. There's terrain taking covers for a bit, but the Peko do have the upper hand here. They can actually try to shoot them down. Just go for the rush. Since they got one knock. Randomly sprays over the smoke, and the Peko is not happy about this. He wants to go in, but the problem is, I don't think there's any kill coming up from the entire team. They don't want to go for the rush. Potato coming up from the flank. Now, Potato can achieve so many things here. But VOIN happens to be there at the same time. Speaking of the Indonesian teams, here you go.
Well. At least VOIN is in the circle, so they're kind of in a good spot here around the areas of water treatment. But Indonesian teams butting up with each other. QEON onto Alter Ego. Alter Ego smartly using the terrains to get back to safety. Should be okay for now, because they kept a good distance between them and RRQ. It's A-okay. But stage 3, well, gotta review back the circle. At least for it'll be fine.
The only one not inside this party is going to be PERSIJA, EVOS, and never mind, they are there as well. It's going to be Boom versus PERSIJA, EVOS. The only one that's not fighting against the same country is going to be BTR. They are the one that we can't see anywhere around this map. But Mika coming up from GEEK, the Malaysians fighting against each other as well. Finish off Lung straight away. Sam9 losing a lot of men down there. It's down to 2 players. Heavy casualty on this side. The only team that lost 2 members straight off the bat, with only 2 scores coming out from the side of GEEK. SLATE, Hill taking advantage to the side of VOIN. They were firing against the other team. If I'm not mistaken, they were Alter Ego and RRQ before this. But here comes Hill. Start to butt into the business of the civil war of the Indonesian teams.
Maybe they're like, oh, nope, that's their business. We're not going to have any part of it. And they seem to be going somewhere else. But well done enough, because the circle happened to move away. So no point for them to reach the fight yet. Unless they want to gatekeep the Xavier. But the Xavier still have an option to move to the and get into the circle still. We can see that, as usual, majority of the teams will from the southern side, meaning that whoever parks himself in the north, that's going to be GEEK SLATE, will be having some space to play with now.
But I do notice all the Indonesian teams got themselves inside of the circle. That's why they're all sharing the same companion. Rosemary spotted out on Hill Tiger. Axe finish off straight away. A clean execution at that. I mean, like, I'll be a bit biased on Rosemary because I love him, how he plays. But instead of Hill, RRQ and Peko spot them out the other end from back to worse. Now Hill have to face Sam9 after running away from this. But Alter Ego greeted by DX, who coming on, knocking that door. And Raby is just gonna push one by one. Alter Ego Fnatic knock on his knees. Leave with only 3 players left. Alter Ego jeopardizing the situation.
Well, too bad that Choo-Choo's Rosemary isn't here, but he's still able to knock down T so far. And that's gonna be the Xavier somewhere else. Now Alter Ego still not done yet with the fight. The Xavier, Potato, 50% of health left, needs to retreat, needs to reset himself, he needs backup. Can Octa make it in time? Can Rosemary make it in time? D Xavier still hunting for Potato.
Well, Potato actually fought for his life and his teammate. They pushed DX back out and forced DX to retreat and fall back at the same time. Now they're living with only last player, Frankie. I was surprised, but I am still surprised. And how they actually managed to get on one knock, but too hesitant to make the call out. Lamborghini out. That's going to be his first and last game of today. And Rosemary, on the other hand, tried to flush everything. Oh, it's going to be a DBS works. Rosemary.
Well, 3 eliminations for him, so Choo-Choo's happy. But Gamer is unhappy that they don't get anything at all after all that work. Alter Ego, the entire compound is theirs. And there's a possibility that they might get the next phase of the circle. We get a confirmation in about 45 more seconds. Now, SLD, we move on to the left. FaZe Clan is there. So we got SLD close by. And both these teams by the circle. So SLD trying to surround FaZe Clan, as we can see here. A good spread from...
Really outflank inside of the other team. So the problem is not going to be just one team they try to outflank. Yeah, it's going to be 2 or 3 at the same time. PERSIJA realized how dire and the need for them to get to scout their perimeters and making sure they mark their territories. He tried to push a bit more forward. FaZe, on the other hand, have to face the wrath of Red FaZe and Boom, and coming up with CJ EVOS and Boom at the same time. BTR having a bit of a trouble down there against SLD and being out-cornered and outflanked just now. I'm not sure what is happening down there, but Box also in such predicament. We're talking about Box, who will be gatekept by VOIN and Vampires at the same time. Now, FaZe on the other hand playing around these valleys and the crates area and a lot of hills in between. This uneven terrain make it so hard for them to spot the players out.
Oh, it's going to be really easy on the left here. We got like at least 3 or 4 teams on this left side. All of them need to move towards the same direction. So they might need to take out each other. Let's SLD spending time in the blue. Mela with M249 in hand. A lot of there. Argent not able to move at all. Hopefully he has enough first aids to stand the blue. He has like what, 3 first aids left, but at least he has a buggy. So he's gonna slide into the circle. Not really slide into the circle, but at least get to somewhere safe for now.
Less than 10 seconds away, and it's going to be stage 5. It's going to hurt them quite a bit here when the 5th stage of circle kicks in. We're talking about more than 1% of HP per second. Every single time they overstay themselves in the blue zone. On zones and the rest of FaZe have to reposition themselves while Victoria's trying to scout out at the back line. PERSIJA start to move. The rest of FaZe have to follow pursuit, but the problem is, from back to words, they have to fight against the teams up there. They're not even in the highest spot. They are in the middle ground. BTR trying to camouflage themselves within this very small bushes in between, because RRQ just stopping them from pushing forward. There's no way out of this grabs of RRQ right now. They couldn't spot them out due to the vegetations in between. Now, do RRQ want to commit and try to find and investigate where are the players of BTR, or they're just going to stay put where they're at?
Yeah, at least BTR, they have a vehicle, so they still have some options there to move away. Smoke being popped up, maybe that's going to be their plan. They don't know, they be stuck in this kind of awkward position whereby a nade from RRQ could take them out. He has nades, but he's not using it just yet. As long as he can put BTR at bay, I guess it's job done at least.
Well, they'll not spot it out Liquid, but there's going to be one more team coming up from behind. SLD just next to Boom, who's taking a reign over the compound. They got a solid place to work with. Yummy spotted out the angle to fight against SLD, but SLD trying to make sure that nobody coming up from the backside and backstabbing them with those smokes being puffed out. But Pumbit might be the case here. SLD have to be very careful treading the tin ice. RQ taking on VOIN. Still not done yet this side. PERSIJA EVOS running over GEEK SLATE.
Ooh, that's going to be another splat here. Go to the charts. Hopefully we get that kind of stat next time. But GEEK SLATE losing snipe for the key players. Oof, it's going to be detrimental to their campaign in this round. But they go up against PERSIJA EVOS next, and PERSIJA EVOS, they're interested.
FaZe still in the middle ground, shot by side of vacant time. Who's running low with that ammunition, but still scores on one. Mela, the main fragger for FaZe is down. This is going to be hurting them quite a bit here. punishing even PERSIJA EVOS, taking the fight against GEEK for the longest time. We're talking about the Nat circle that happens again. Crucible right on top of it. Rosemary taking on the right side and the rest of Alter Ego. Sam 9, PERSIJA EVOS and GEEK SLATE still fighting on the northern side. Singers for Vacant, having a clear pathway. But here comes the exchange of nade. And the blue zone kicks in for GEEK SLATE. This is from Pam to Fire. And GEEK every single round. They always been close by the blue zone first.
Oh yeah, it's going to be the case again for GEEK SLATE right now. Mika is down, a top fragger in this round. For GEEK SLATE, PERSIJA was not going to let them go that easy. Luxy is going to be at the forefront. Finishes off Mika. Damn good. What can he do about this? Luxy, almost down as well. Damn good, doing well, hold his ground, but then again, he needs to reset quick. But the cover, no, it's the zone actually. Luxy overextended himself.
Damn good just now. You can see his silhouette, but it's a response when healing at the same time. It was so lucky. I'm not sure it's that lucky or skills at this point. 1v1 between PERSIJA EVOS and GEEK SLATE at the same time. Leaving both best player there is Zuxi and Damn Good on each of the team with Hill hovering around that crosshair. But Zuxi getting on Gatslow. There's going to be one Hill player left. 1v1v1 visitors for all these three teams just now. But Zuxi finished off on Gatslow. I'm not sure what happened on the other side right now, but Rosemary taking on Hill. That's going to be the last of Hill. They're finishing at 15. On the side of GEEK, Damn Good is down as well. That's going to be loss of GEEK SLATE. But boom! Versus SLD versus Box versus Vampires, you name it.
Yeah, PERSIJA will be happy to take out GEEK SLATE. That opens up opportunity for them to climb the overall charts. Now it's going to be Paragen. Yeah, really land on the Razy. A little bit cooked too long there, but now at least he has an M4. And Razy still goes down. Paragen still holding his gun. 2 knocks back to back. But
But no way from downtown. The shots from Boom. It was insane. Yummy spot him out. There's going to be Eagle Hawkeyes watching. But Boom, they will have to revive both of the teammates and their partners coming up from this duo, Razy and Bombed. But Capone tried to push in, but they can get a dose reset if Capone hesitant about it. Box spreading out the entirety of the circle. They're talking about moving in a parallel line. Capone with the AKM running low when it comes to the ammunition. Spotted out Hexas. Straight away a clean spray. Yummy next, but can he do it? Yummy is... yeah, he's just gonna reload. I thought he's running out of ammunition. But Box Levy, look at how they close in, Cloud. This is just cornering them at its best.
Oh, it's only Pombe on the other side actually cut the Box Gaming for really pushing through. But at least they got Hexas, and Hexas now needs to be picked up by Yummy. It's going to be shot down from Alva from the other side. It's going to be VOIN having to butt in onto Box Gaming. They are being sandwiched between two teams. Now what's going to be plan B for Box Gaming? Box Gaming, not much space because of VOIN.
VOIN a bit distracted to the side of Empires here. Got knocked a couple of players down, but they will have the revive. Due to the gunshots all around the corner, they're all distracted right now. Not sure which one to focus first. Yummy, on the other hand, trying to finish off the job against Box right now. Box trying to outflank and then just trying to out-corner them, but they will not easily let them do that. While Boom trying to flee, it's going to be Box trying to push in the pressure. Hexos back on his feet, while Razy is bleeding out. Seeing goes for Yummy right now, not so great, but a nade serve its purpose.
Oh, beautifully done. Yummy is still alive. Pombe is being picked up by Hexas. And now Winnie to get Junos. What can they do about this? Junos has a DBS, but he doesn't have vision. Now, Yummy coming in, but the DBS takes its effect.
Combat trying to play around the corner with those UMP. UMP always wins against ZBS, and it works. Now Boom have to go for a reset. Razy slid off health remains. Boss Gaming out. We're down to only 9 teams here with 27 players alive at the 6th stage of a circle with less than 20 seconds to go. Vampires on the other hand in a predicament. Talking about Fleeker with lost health. No first aid, no band-aids, nothing. He found himself some bandages and that's it, nothing else.
Yeah, he needs more time because there's only bandages to heal himself up. But then again, Razy will give him that space if he's spotted out. Swavel will be the one being shot down by Razy. Good Swavel still managed to use the turret to his advantage, but Stone not too long after that out. Flukev just below Razy, but he can't get a good clear shot because of BTR, but 5 he does.
Where are the shots coming out from? Is it RRQ or is it BTR? Now Vampires eliminated next. We're down to, I mean, like, it's gonna be 4 teams of Indonesians right now still fighting for those chickens. Saying this for the times, we have 2 more to go. And 2 more coming up from the Malaysian team. Sam9 and as well as Yoodo Alliance still there. But here comes Yoodo Alliance. Speaking of them, greeted by the DBS of Rosemary and Alter Ego. Octa kind of stuck himself between Yoodo Alliance player. They finish off 2 players in an instant, leaving with only 1 player. Never mind, Alter Ego is out next as Yoodo Alliance win those skirmish.
Oh yeah, Yoodo Alliance. Now they're starting to turn up. 2 elimination points in the back. The only one left for FaZe Clan, still on the outside the zone, and he has company with him. Sam9 on the other side, Yoodo Alliance on another, so it's gonna be hard for Onsen.
Onsen, one with the trees and one with the bush. You can't see me for now, but the rest of them are hunting these people down. Speaking of Sam9, got himself 3 eliminations, working as a duo with Bacon Time, a full squad there. Yoodo Alliance as well in RRQ. Boom, all this having a full squad, but greeted by Bacon Nade. A dips down on the ground. How do Loyu respond to this? And Shetty spotted out Loyu possibility coming up from off angle. There's no way Loyu to get an exit out. He's being surrounded.
Ooh, okay, yeah. Oh, wait. Speaking about 4 teams at the same corner right now. 9 noise spots are Boom. The other side, Yoodo Alliance still in this. Loyu, how is he gonna get out of this? But Onsen is still alive. He now shoots Kenny dancing at his feet. Kenny will go down, but Onsen can secure the elimination. But no, it's gonna be Adelu to save the day.
But the moment they're in shambles, is 1 by 1 being picked up by the teams out there. Yoodo Alliance dropped to 2 players. Bacon Time, on the other hand, are gunning for the teams that just across them. I heard the audio cue from the vehicles coming up from Boom Esports. RQ and Peko walk straight into the valley of Yoodo Alliance. Kenny finished off, even though being knocked down by another team. But the Peko, he doesn't care. This DBS will put its work, and he's almost got clipped down entirely. But we're gonna heal himself back up for a bit. The rest of RQ trying to close the things up to the side of Yoodo Alliance, but sneaking covers. But can he make it out alive?
Oh, the Peko gunned down by Rebel Ball. Yoodo Alliance, they won't go down without a fight. And now Yoodo Alliance tries to win this fight against all the Baltimore, taking them down, but it's going to be 7-9 from the other side. Yoodo Alliance sandwiched between 2 and will be taken out by both Sam9 and RRQ.
Sam9 that 1 play of Loyu making a thorn for these guys. But Bacon Time against Boom. Right now, Amsal on the ground. Hexas next. A bit of a trading done. Leaving only 9 noise to work things around. And Shetty S on the side of Bacon. While Boom do have 2 more players around. It's going to be 2v2 between Bacon and Boom right now with RIQ not stepping in just yet. Shetty going in, advancing with his DBS. Heal himself back up. Same case for Pombit and Yummy May. Loyu spotted out RIQ. It's going to be the backstabber the entire map here. For Bacon Time living with only noise left. Amsal on the ground bleeding. But the Blues are coming in here. There's no way he can heal up. He made it. But Boom, down to 2 players, leaving the scene of crime with that buggy.
Oh, but look at this. Loyu is still in this. He just took down Voldemort. Loyu for Sam9. He has been in this game for the longest time, taking those elimination points. But finally taken out by Rezi. 4 elimination points for Sam9, number 5. Now he's going to be Esports holding the high ground.
3 Indonesian teams, BTR, RQ, and Boom. Boom got the most advantage when it comes to man. But if they're not being careful, they'll be backstab here. Bacon Time taking their time in this small shack. Noise will be revived, but can he reset on time? Time is not on this side. Here comes Yummy May. Yummy going all yummy.
Oh, that's a yummy move by Yummy himself. And that will eliminate Bacon Time. Number 4 for them in this round. 3 elimination points, but Boom Esports 5th in eliminations. They're rampaging this round.
They are on a rampant. They are craving for those kills. Now BTR got stuck in between with Mort now slowly being chugged down by the blue zone. And the moment that BTR realize there's going to be someone backstabbing them, they have to be listening to the audio cue right now. Mort on the other hand, we get to see his POV right now. And looking at his reaction, can he pull the clutch?
It's going to be insane if he can do so. No circle, no vehicle. He tried here, long range of the Boom, and now that exposes his position. Now Boom is going to put the attention on the Mort. As a vehicle, How is he gonna get into the circle? The moment he moves, BTR can aim as well.
Wants the furthest away, but it's nowhere near inside of the safe zone. The moment he pops the smoke, everybody knows it's just attracting all the attention. It's like a magnet for smoke right now. And what's playing very smart is jump straight into the vehicle first, in case things going wild, right? But the moment he jumps down into those vehicles, the shots coming out from Yummy May and Boom going at a rampage, now trying to shut him down. BTR Liquid realized that one as well, prepping those nades up, but nothing nearby more yet.
Somehow he managed to be at the edge of the circle and he's still moving and he still survives. Still AO, but not for long. As Boom, 3 crosshairs onto him. He's not going to get out of that. Pete survives to the second place finish. That's between Boom and BTR. Can Sorvel and deals an insane one right now against the trio of Boom.
15 seconds left on the clock for these guys to just decide which way they want to go, what kind of formation they want. Boom definitely knows they need to spread out. They have the most men out there. But the problem is if you get too near towards the blue zone, you get chucked down really fast. On the side of BTR, they're having a duo. They have to hold different angles for both of them. Now it's down to who will be favored by the blue zone or not. The side of Razy trying to push in first. Boom decided they want to go in reunite as a 3-player going in a cluster. But if they got the nades up on the side of BTR, do they even have a grenade at this point?
Well, looking over at them, it looks like the answer is no. So they're depending on their guns for the finale of this round. And now we can see that the shots being fired off by Deals. Boom. Generally, they have a better control circle. Razy, shots fired. Pombit moving in.
Pombit making the front line, where the other taking a support fire from the back, and Pombit trying to fish them out and bait with those audio cues. But Swovel and Dews or Liquid knows for a fact they need to stay put for a bit. They still have the covers from the terrain. Yummy trying to outflank them, while Razy trying to spot out from the flank side. Is just so difficult with this uneven ground.
Okay. Yeah, it's going to be even uneven for these two teams because the circle, the zone has arrived. Putting pressure on the BTR, they have no space for them to move. They're starting to clump up with each other. This is that Boom, they do not have enough nades, but Razy has a nade, Razy has a molly, he's going to toss it out to BTR. BTR, they're going to show themselves soon.
There's an airdrop for them to take covers in case they need to push forward. But the molly tried to flush them out. They got burn. A bit tough one side of Dews or Liquid there. You definitely have to jump up. Varvel on the other hand taking a bit of a covers from this round, but the nade just gonna burn them alive. Boom, finish it off with a huge amount of kill. This is Boom coming back. The Indonesian is still here for the chicken.
17 eliminated for Boom Esports to wrap up the day, and we don't get our pattern, but okay, it's nice to see Boom back because Boom had a little bit of a slump and they end the day too with a chicken dinner. At least it's good mojo, good feels, and take a rest for the rest of the day.
Boom, I mean like we kind of have this Yummy and as well as a Rosemary from Indonesia as a top tier players right now, but Razy squeezing in with 7 elimination, 1000 over damage just by himself. He's always being the scouter for the teams, and he have to actually take the big risk going for the rest of the team just to scout for intel. But this time he shows he can be that fragger that everybody can rely on as well.
Oh yeah, to see like it's not only Yummy, it's not only Pombit, but Razy can step it up as well. With 7 elimination points, 6 knockouts, 1,392 damage. And look at the gap between him and everyone else. It's a significant gap in this round. But at the end, it's all about teamwork. And teamwork makes the dream work. So it's great to see coming in from Boom. It's been a while since we saw them perform.
With these numbers of eliminations, 17 at that, they are definitely pushing themselves in the top first page here. For Boom, they have been fighting so many teams. They were grinding all the way in and bulldozing all the teams they are contesting them for the spot or trying to take away their position. But a lot of long range fights, definitely a lot of third party going on.
And we got 3 Indonesian teams in the teams to watch, and we got Yoodo Alliance at number 4 for the teams to watch. So looking good this round for the Indonesians. In fact, it was an all-Indonesia finale earlier on. As we check out the highlights again this round, if you just join us, Boom Esports got the chicken dinner. And this round, Circle went up when all the teams move at the same time. That's where we see a lot of action happening all at once.
Side of Hill, I mean, like, Hill is so hot for them to stay as a 4 here. Always starting off with the 2 like per usual. SLD, I'm not sure how much they secure for this eliminations in this run, even on the overall to the points. But I feel like they will be taken over by now. Definitely be pushed down by this sort of performance by the other teams on the second page.
That's possible. That is possible. Well, we did talk about like how much the overall chart can change this round because of how close the points are, and I would expect that to happen after we tabulate the scores. But Boom will definitely push themselves. Whether it's like a top 5 or not, it's possible though because of how close the points are. We also need to see like how other teams do. Let's check out the points from this round. So Indonesian teams, 3 Indonesian teams at the top, 27, 13, 8 points. Only PERSIJA, EVOS, and Alter Ego not really joining them, but and VOIN as well. But yeah, majority of them Indonesians up there. No ties.
27 total points. Now, we did mention about the gap before. It was like 20-ish. But, wow. What a run coming up from Boom this time. With RIQ getting 13 points. I do want to see if you tabulated the score for all overall rankings later on, because there's definitely some teams being pushed down. Speaking of SLD, they're definitely not in the top 3 anymore. Will be pushed down, maybe, due to the 1 point that's secured in this map. And DX, I mean, like, they're nowhere near up there still, but they're still in the middle pack. But VOIN, the one that we're watching out for the entire day, they got only a couple of points. Did they even secure double digit the entire day here?
For VOIN, I don't think so. No, I don't think so. No double digit for them at all today. That's why we can see the gap at the bottom there. 22-point gap between VOIN and Xavier. Even Xavier pushed down to a number 15 slot. And the tiebreaker between them and Sam Nice because of the chicken dinner. But Alter Ego still holding on to the number 1. But the gap is not that far. 16 points with Vampire Esports, and Boom with that chicken dinner pushed themselves up to a 3rd finish. 106 points. Only 7 points difference than Vampire.
And only 1 point shy. That's going to be a super small margin. Even though SLD got himself back-to-back chicken yesterday, they've been pushed down to 4th place. This is what we mentioned earlier on. Even down to maybe, possibly, to the 11th place. They still can reach up to number 1 within a day. It's not impossible anymore. Show by these teams, it's within their reach.
It is. And it is still within reach for Shrapps, Mela, Yummy if they want to challenge Rosemary for the season MVP race. But Rosemary have been up there for the longest time. I guess one of the bigger factors is because of the amount of damage dished out, and you can see that it's like, what, 7,000 difference than Shrapps? And even the closest one, yeah, 5,000 difference. That is a lot of damage difference.
But hey, elimination wise, they're very close here. Rosemary can actually just 1 point different between the top Terminator with Mela. Last time we saw Mela was actually leading quite a number there, but the gap is not even there anymore. So Rosemary arguably can be the FFVP, and not just that, the best Terminator when it comes to the grand finals.
Yeah, it's possible looking at the stats, and we got like 6 more games to go. So the race is going to be tight, not only for the overall chance and who's going to be champions, who's going to be getting that 2nd slot onto PMWI, but also the season MVP race as well. Rosemary, as long as he can remain consistent, he will be the first one in the longest time to take this MVP out from the ties.
I agree. I'm loving how things have turned here, but can Mela push in the last minute? Now tomorrow, that's going to be a bigger question, Cloud. For tomorrow, will be a quiet day or will be a scrappy, messy one? Because everybody know for a fact they can have a shot of getting that number 1 spot up to the 13th place just now. It's within their reach. For the 13th place, definitely they have to get and secure those double-digit elimination. But those up there, they cannot be complacent. They cannot be quiet. We saw that happen to SLD today.
Yeah, from a good spot, and we thought that they could probably challenge for the number 1, but they're starting to slide down. But all hope is not lost for SLD. Number 4, not too bad because it's all about the points. It's all about the rank. At the point, We reviewed that earlier on. It's not too far away. That means that Alt cannot be complacent, cannot slip up. If they slip up just that one round, that's it. One being taken out, and then for them to catch back to that number one spot, being pressured by it, to be really, really high. It's going to affect them mentally. And after this, Chuchu, as usual, we're going to get an interview. And probably one of the ties.
I mean, like, why not? We haven't got any of their interviews yesterday, and today has been their day, alternating 3 maps, theirs. I mean, like, let's go.
Yeah, let's go for the interview. Cairo, take it away.
It is time for the last interview session of day 2, and not to forget, there's a new suit that you can check out in-game, which is the X-Suit Steigen Leech, where it is the first X-Suit with a unique face and distinct armor. Alright, so let's get through with the interview session. With me right now is the top 2 teams from overall rankings. On my left side, we have Alter Ego Rosemary, and from my right side, we have a player from Vampire Esports, and he is Schweppes. So let's get on to it. So the first question for you guys is, your performance in the Grand Finals is very, very impressive. You guys are currently on top of the leaderboard. How will you prepare for tomorrow, the last day of the Grand Finals?
Performa kamu di Grand Final ini sangat luar biasa. Nah, gimana nih persiapan besok buat besok, karena kita kan di top 1 tuh?
Persiapan kita buat besok, ya mungkin latihan seperti biasa, dan apapun yang kita lakukan pasti dimaksimalin nanti di besok hari.
We practice as usual, and we try to maximize our potential for tomorrow.
Alright, maximum points for you guys. Hope that will be a true story that you guys can do it tomorrow. So currently you're at the top of the MVP ranking. Rosemary, how do you feel about this?
Untuk sementara kamu kan top MVP ranking nih. Gimana perasaanmu?
Puji Tuhan masih bisa dikasih kesempatan untuk top 1. Walaupun ini baru hari kedua Grand Final. Nanti di hari terakhir semoga masih bisa konsisten di top 1 dan bisa juara juga.
He is very grateful that he is the top MVP ranking for now, but it's still day 2, and he hopes that he can still do the best for the last day.
Alright, maybe more to come from you on day 3. So any words to your supporters from day 1 until the day 2 of the Grand Finals?
Ada kata-kata nggak buat fansmu?
Buat para supporter aku dan tim aku, support terus kita dan aku sendiri, karena kalau nggak ada kalian aku nggak bisa apa-apa. Dan intinya support aku terus deh sama tim aku, biar kami bisa ngasih yang terbaik buat Alter Ego dan supporter keluarga.
So to everyone that supports him and his team, he's very grateful, and he wants you guys to keep supporting us so we can be the champion.
Alright, I like you. Very humble, very down to earth. So let's get to it with Vampire Esports. Alright. So after the good performance in PMSL week 1, but then on week 2, on week 3 are not performing well for you guys. So how do you guys manage to bulk up the points in these 2 days of Grand Finals? Could you share with us how you overcome the obstacles to improve so much in the Grand Finals?
ในช่วงวีคแรกดูเหมือนว่าทีมของเราจะทำได้ดีพอช่วง 2-3 สัปดาห์ผ่านมาดูเหมือนกับว่าเพอร์ฟอร์แมนซ์เราลดลงอีกแล้วตอนนี้เรากลับขึ้นมาทำได้เหมือนเดิมดีเหมือนเดิมอีกครั้งช่วยแชร์ให้เราฟังได้ไหมว่าเราก้าวข้ามจุดตรงนั้นเราก็กลับมาพัฒนาแบบก้าวกระโดดอย่างเงี้ยขึ้นมาได้ยังไง
ก็พวกเราเล่นช่วงวีคลี่วีค1 2 3เราไม่ได้คิดอะไรมากอยู่แล้วครับเพราะว่ามันไม่ได้มีผลกับไฟนอลมากขนาดนั้นเรามาโฟกัสไฟนอลแล้วก็เราพยายามจะไม่ให้อารมณ์มันดาวครับแล้วก็เล่นให้มันเต็มที่ตลอดครับ
Because for the weekly, it's not effect for the final. Then he more focus on the final, and he try to make their teams not depressed, and then do the best for it.
All right. Okay. So currently, Tony K and you are the strong candidates for the MVP in the PMSL. What is the reason that Tony K is absent from today's matches, as he is one of the strong candidates for the MVP slot?
ดูเหมือนว่าวันนี้โทนี่เคจะไม่มาเพราะว่าเราทั้งสองคนเนี่ยเป็นผู้เข้าชิง MVP ในซีซั่นนี้ทำไมเขาถึงไม่มาคะ
น้องป่วยครับแล้วก็เล่นไม่ไหวตอนแรกให้ลองเล่นเกมแรกดูแล้วน้องบอกว่าเล่นไม่ไหวก็เลยขอเปลี่ยนครับ
Because Tony K is sick and he unable to play. At the first, he already tried for the first match, but after that he cannot.
Oh no, that's a sad news for you guys, but it's fine. You guys still managed to get a top 2 spot for now. So many fans, can we say, were asking, were looking at the games that you guys playing very well. So is there anything you wanted to say to them?
อยากพูดอะไรถึงแฟนๆไหมคะเพราะว่าเหมือนกับว่าเขาก็พูดถึงทีมเราเยอะเหมือนกัน
ก็ไม่อยากพูดอะไรเยอะก็ขอกำลังใจก็พอครับไม่ต้องด่ากันเยอะก็ได้ครับ
He want to say to all fans that please keep supporting them.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us. This is the last interview session of the day. It's day 2, and we are wrapping it up. See you again next time. We're back to the casters desk. Bye bye.
I love Schraps as a player. Yes, I do. But I just want to tie his hair up. I feel like, can he actually see when he plays? It feels like, you know, I want to.
Yeah, like out of it. Not something I can relate though, but yeah, I get what you mean. I get what you mean. But at least we got a confirmation that Tony K is unwell, so hopefully he gets well soon, whatever it is. And we get to see action from him tomorrow because he does not want to miss out on being the top eliminator.
True, very close indeed. And you know, I wish Kara actually will try to, you know, let Schraps say something to the FMVP Rosemary next to him. What you will have to say in something in Thai, just to, you know, psych him out or something. But yeah, they're being too nice.
Yeah, maybe he'll do that tomorrow. Because tomorrow's another day, ladies and gentlemen. That is it for today. Tomorrow, make sure you tune in because it will be result day. We will finally know who will be the champion of PMS. So come back here tomorrow. My name is Sir Cloud, together with the Pinky Choo Choo. Love you all so much. See you guys. Tada!